The Despised Lady Wishes to be Loved. By Tasaka Yuma, translated by Antoinette Vanessa, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Ugly Witch Moon Fairy. The glittering chandelier illuminated the spacious hall of the academy. Elegant music flowed, to which the girls in colorful dresses danced while being held by the boys. Phew! Watching the glorious spectacle, Lithia, bracing herself against a pillar, sighed. How long do I have to stay here? Has it been long enough to be considered as having attended the dance party? From the perspective of a bystander, it felt like eternity, but for those who came with their partners, it was just the beginning, having danced only a few songs. At the entrance, she wrote her name on the attendance list. However, if she left too early, it wouldn't be valid. At the Magic Academy Lithia attended, Foreign Academy, dance was a compulsory activity. Excuse me, beautiful lady. Might I ask your hand for a dance? Yua. While Lithia had her gaze cast downward, a male student approached. He was probably a senior. However, the moment she lifted her head, the boy staggered back in surprise. After he fled, several of his friends could be seen consoling him, clasping their hands on his shoulders. So far, he wasn't the only one who had asked her for a dance. HMPH, yet another youngling has fled from the millennium-aged witch, it seems. At that moment, from the opposite direction the senior had escaped, another male student emerged. A pair of beautiful ladies could be seen adorning his sides. What a pity! She came down to the human village all dressed up in vain. Despite her words, the lady's blue eyes were ice cold, making her genuine lack of sympathy towards Lithia apparent. Don't mind her, it's her just deserts. On top of forgetting her own position, this ugly scheming witch dares try and deceive humans. Right. Lithia's cramped expression only served to broaden the grins of the women who swooned at the man. Regardless, Lithia couldn't utter a single complaint. After all, they were more than just upperclassmen to her. Good day to you, your highness, first Prince Laphazard, also Lady Dries and Lady Hitchcock. Andrew Laphazard, the crown prince of the kingdom of Laphazard. As for the two ladies beside him, they were Adora, the second daughter of the Duke of Dries, and Orion, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Hitchcock. The two were well known for being the crown prince's most eligible fiancé candidates. From the standpoint of Lithia, a daughter of a nouveau rich viscount, whose ancestor had bought his peerage with money 2 generations ago, the three were above the clouds. HMPH, what was he even saying? You, beautiful, you're so repulsive I'm nauseated by the mere sight of you. Spare me. Forgive me. For such people, Lithia was akin to an insect. A girl with an upstart family, and an appearance so sickening she scare away everyone on their first meeting. She had to be an unwelcome sight for the crown prince and the others, and she was fully aware of that. But still, is there a need to point it out? Lithia clutched the hem of her dress firmly. Well, it's also my duty as a prince to look after the lower class. Leaving you be petrified at such a glamorous dance party, you'd only dampen the mood. Despite my abject refusal, I shall be your dance partner. What, your highness? There's no need for you to go to such lengths. If anything, why don't we just drive her out? She has no reason to be here. Hey, be ashamed of yourself. How dare you take advantage of His Highness' kindness? Like I said, she just wanted to go home. Thank you for your concern. Of course, I'm fully aware that I can't bother His Highness. Therefore, to not cause further disturbance for everyone, I shall take my cue and leave. She didn't even want to attend the party. It was mandatory, part of the classes. She had to attend, albeit unwillingly, for the sake of her credit, but as always, she had no one to escort her. In the venue, no one invited her. In the end, Prince Andrew and the others even told her to leave in such a roundabout way. I'll excuse myself. Wah, I see. Well, I'm glad to hear you're self-aware. Which, your somber hair and eyes are bothering everyone. I understand. Thank you very much for your advice. The crown prince himself dismissed her. With that, the teachers wouldn't be able to complain. Lithia bowed deeply to the prince and exited the venue. Section. On the way home from academy to the dormitory, she yanked the ribbon that adorned her updo. The pain must have stung her eyes. She wasn't crying. She had long come to terms with her own unsightliness. Why, even I. Her untied, pure white, hair cascaded down her shoulders, flowing down her back. Yes, it was white. Despite only turning 16, Lithia's hair was as white as an old woman's. Even I know I'm hideous, I'm all dressed up for nothing. Thankfully, there were no reflective surfaces nearby. Otherwise, she'd have to see her vulgar golden eyes too. There's no way that's true. Huh. Lying isn't good. Ugly is the opposite word to describe you. Although, I do agree that your dressing up is useless. As in, you can't possibly be more beautiful than you already are. With a rustle, a man emerged from the shadows. His black hair was slightly long while his eyes were of the same color. Even though Lithia was wearing heels, he was still somehow taller than her. Moreover, he looked to be around the same age as her. Regardless, he was still a total stranger. Who are you? I'm Gia Wales. Just the other day, I transferred to the 4th grade of this academy. What about you? Are you the moon fairy, perhaps? Ivy. The 4th grade. He was basically in the same grade as Lithia. Yet as a transfer student, it was no wonder she didn't recognize him. W8, could it be? You're the scholarship student with the rare light attribute, the one that got admitted as a special case. That's correct. Unfortunately, as a commoner, I still haven't fully grasped the basic etiquette of this place. If I say something rude, I apologize. The Magical Foreign Academy was mostly attended by the children of royalty and nobility. While commoners could enroll, the requirement for admission was that they had to be able to use magic above a certain threshold. However, just recently, in a shop at the castle town, an orphan was discovered to possess light attribute magic, something very useful for the kingdom. Apparently, he was transferred to that academy with his identity being confidential and his tuition fee exempted. Apparently, said chosen light attribute user was also the man in front of her. Well, I've introduced myself. What about your name? Or, is there a rule that forbids fairies from revealing their true names to humans? Then, I won't push you, I'll just call you the Moon Fairy. W8, I'm not a fairy, I'm Lithia Album. I'm the eldest daughter of Viscount Album. We're in the same grade. A man had called her the Moon Fairy to her face. Was it some sort of cruel joke? She was used to being called a hag or a witch, but this. If it's a joke, it's in bad taste, and if it's sarcasm, it's terrible, so stop. I know best that I'm ugly. A joke, sarcasm? I don't understand. Don't you have a mirror in your room? There's a pond in the courtyard over there, let's go. You should see your own reflection, it's really beautiful. Hey, wait a minute. The boy named Gio suddenly took Lithia's hand. As it was, he steadily advanced towards the courtyard. I mean, my hair is ashen, just like an old woman's. Actually, it's pure white and beautiful, just like snow. My eyes are of the same color as money, they're crude. I'm sorry, it's dark, so I can't tell the color of your eyes. But they are round and pretty. Or rather, is there an elegant or crude eye color? She truly didn't understand. It was as if he truly thought that she was beautiful. Also, he was correct in assuming that there wasn't a single mirror in Lithia's room. I've checked the mirrors many times. Gio suddenly came to an abrupt halt and incredulously stared at her. Why is he surprised at the mere notion of me having seen a mirror? No way. As if he suddenly realized something, Gio covered his own mouth with the hand that wasn't occupied with Lithia's. I see, because you're a fairy, you can't see your own reflection. Wait, I already told you that wasn't the case. Lithia's suspicions had completely left her. Her current expression utterly childlike, full of innocence and awe. I see, it seems that you really are human. Yes, that's right, I'm glad you believe me. The next day, upon arriving at the courtyard of the dormitory, Lithia called out to Gio who had arrived ahead of her. They promised to meet there. By wearing a uniform under the sunlight, Lithia finally proved she wasn't a moon fairy. Afterwards, they continued to do so to this day. The day before, Lithia looked at her own reflection in a mirror. Still ugly. However, when she told that to Gio, it only strengthened his belief. In other words, do fairies have a sense of aesthetics opposite those of humans? Thus, in order to prove that she was a human, she decided to meet him in human clothes and outside of a moon fairy's supposed working hour. No, wait, what am I doing? Why am I proving that I'm human? Do you get it now? I finally understand that rather than fairies, it's the aesthetic sense of the nobles that are the opposite of the commoners. It's somewhat refreshing how you don't doubt yourself for even a second. But how am I mistaken? I've never seen someone as beautiful as you. Again, he lost her. Yesterday, and even today, the man didn't hesitate to call her beautiful. Under the sun, which was brighter than the moon, he should be able to see her eye color. Well, I had a phase where I thought I was cute too. Back when I was 6 years old, that is. But I think that even now, and in the future, you'll always be cute. Shut up. Okay. She might go crazy if you were to seriously say that while staring at her. To Lithia, the word cute had long become irrelevant. I took it for granted when my family called me cute. As such, I failed to realize just how bizarre my hair and eyes are. The realization came after I was 6 years old. At the time, I went to a tea party with children my age. Why are you so silent now? Well, it was fine either way. Whenever Gio opened his mouth, only bizarre words came out. You're beautiful, you're pretty, you're cute. But this time, he earnestly stared at her. Upon being stared at in silence, Lithia instinctively tried to block his gaze with her palm. By the way, his eyes, which she previously thought to be black, turned out to be a deep indigo. No, let's leave it at that. Can I admire you while at it? No, just listen normally. You may also speak. Okay. Back then, she used to be happy. She could live on while simply accepting the compliments of her family and servants, innocently believing she was cute. However, at the tea party, she learned they were just being polite. Hey, the girl over there. Hair so white it resembles an old woman, eyes so yellow they're reminiscent of vain nouveau rich gold. I've never seen anyone so sickening. Right after the children's tea party had begun, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who sat atop the table pointed at her and said those words. The boy was only 8 years old at the time, while Lithia was 6 years old. Although she didn't really understand his complex words, she knew she was being loathed. None of the participants rebuked him. She'd have much preferred it if they had simply averted their gazes, but amongst the girls, there were those who smirked at her. As it turned out later, the boy who mocked Lithia was the protagonist of the tea party, Andrew Laphazard. Ever since then, wherever I went, I was shunned. After all, His Highness himself said that I'm an ugly witch with the ashen hair of an old woman and vulgar golden eyes. He's right, though. I've never seen other children with the same characteristics as me. Before anything else, did he just call gold vulgar despite being blonde? Also, who decided that white hair is ugly? Last night, your hair looked so mysterious and beautiful under the moonlight. Now, basking in the sunlight, it's shining brilliantly. Our prince must have a screw loose. Wait, hold on. She couldn't believe she initially thought he'd come to understand her. If anything, her explanation only caused him to question the prince's sanity. Perhaps, even if God himself stepped forth to tell him otherwise, he wouldn't relent. It's not just His Highness. Other people say the same, too. Even yesterday, a senior who tried to ask me for a dance ran away screaming the moment he saw my face. Wasn't he simply intimidated by your beauty? As if. Then there's something wrong with his eyes, Gio concluded unfazed. Akin to an immovable rock, he was unyielding. Rather, I have a question. Even though he's blind, why did you take his words for it? Why'd you think colors as pretty as these are ugly? Genuinely curious, Gio stared alternately between Lithia's hair and eyes. As he asked, his eyes were so sincere that Lithia was left at a loss. I don't know, he didn't seem to be lying. Gio, who tilted his head, suddenly looked around. Seemingly having found something, he began to walk quickly. Lithia was piqued to follow him. Before long, Gio arrived at one of the many trees in the courtyard. Then, he reached for the trunk of a tree that bore many white flowers in the summer. Unfortunately, it was autumn now, and all the white flowers had already fallen. However, the moment Gio closed his eyes and chanted something, the branches of the tree blossomed all at once. How is it? They're the same color. Beautiful, don't you think? Pure white petals with golden flower cores. Once in full bloom, they swayed in the autumn wind, conjuring a lovely blizzard of flowers. Come to think of it, she learned in class that some light attribute magic could make plants grow rapidly. Long ago, it was said that a light magician once saved a village from famine. You're right, they're beautiful. Say, a particularly strong breeze blew, and petals fell into Lithia's palm. As she softly brought a single petal to her chest, Lithia replied. Later, the scene was discovered by the dormitory manager, and 10 minutes after that, the two spent their time being scolded at for tampering with the Academy's tree for no reason. Chapter 2. As if sprouting wings. This is how I'm supposed to repay you. If anything, it feels as if you're doing me a favor. You're being a great help. I was about to lose my credits for dance. Her days with dance class were always depressing for her. But that day, Lithia took Gio's hand and stood with the row of other students. I truly mean it. Usually, no one wants to be my partner. Do they feel unworthy because of your beauty? Let's leave it at that. At that point, she already knew arguing would beget more counterarguments, so she just nodded. The other day, Gio was scolded for making the tree blossom in the courtyard. As for Lithia, her crime was not stopping him. When Gio promised to make up for it, Lithia requested him to be her partner in her next dance class. Until the third year, the class was mainly taught by a teacher and focused on patterns and posture. However, starting from the fourth year, it became a practical class in which male and female students formed pairs. Due to lacking a partner, Lithia couldn't attend the class properly. Now, with the presence of Gio, Lithia could finally save her grade from dropping. Gio, what's wrong? Oh, sorry. You're so beautiful, I ended up admiring you. Thanks. Or so she thought. At that rate, instead of her grade, something else might end up dropping. Each time you twirl, your hair flutters, reminiscent of silk and threads. How gorgeous. Thank you. While she could endure being ostracized for being ugly, receiving sincere praises, and not to mention, from such a close proximity, was another story. Moreover, she couldn't even deny it. When I see it, I can't help but wonder, are they the wings of a swan, or perhaps the wings of an angel? Lithia, which do you think is it? If those are the only options, I'll go with swan, I guess. No, actually, I think you're an angel. Is this even dance practice anymore? If anything, it was as if she was undergoing spiritual training under a waterfall. If she didn't keep her guard up, she'd be swept away by the waterfall of compliments. Your golden eyes are also mesmerizing. Being able to see them up close is my pleasure. Dancing is so much fun. I am happy you like them, though the dance. Maybe it's the so-called killer line. Her heart almost skipped a beat. Not to mention, he did it while drawing her closer as according to the dance. Yes, I love it. I am having a lot of fun dancing with you, Lithia. I see. After reflexively dropping her gaze and answering, Lithia felt bad. Maybe my reply was too curt. W8, me too. There, Lithia was also having fun after all. Agreeing to that extent wouldn't hurt. She almost couldn't believe it was the same class she dreaded. HM. Apparently, a man who enjoys dancing with a decrepit old woman exists. Lithia, why did you suddenly tense up? Did you knock something over? The second after Lithia boldly made that statement, an icy voice froze her. As the dance class was open to all grades, senior students with good grades could participate to tutor their juniors. And for some reason, the first prince, Andrew Laphazard, was present almost every time Lithia attended the class. Oh my, boy, I question your tastes. Wait, what if he just couldn't find anyone? Adora Dries and Orion Hitchcock, who also acted as tutors, although they only danced with Andrew, emerged from behind him. Golden-eyed witch, your avarice and obscenity knows no bounds. What kind of underhanded method did you use? Apparently your ugliness isn't only limited to your appearance. As usual, Andrew approached her with a demeaning smile, complete with the two ladies he was intimate with. To say that she was frustrated at that prince was an understatement. After all, not only was he the first to point out that she was ugly, every time they met, without fail, he'd rub salt on her wounds. Hey, you over there. As he shifted his gaze to Gio, who was holding Lithia's hand, Andrew made a show of shrugging his shoulders. My condolences. Knowing her forceful nature, you probably couldn't say no to the old witch. Then it can't be helped. It's my duty as royalty to protect my people. I'll take your place, now leave. As if being unable to find a partner and having to practice alone wasn't enough, this prince would make fun of her with his lady friends. As she had managed to find a partner, she thought they'd leave her alone, but she was sorely mistaken. Lithia, what's the matter? Did I step wrong? I'm sorry, I must have been too fascinated and messed up. Wait, Gio. Gio was unfazed. No, he didn't even realize that Andrew was speaking to him. Hey, you, did you hear me? Let go of her hand. I don't want it. After he shouted, Gio finally recognized Andrew's existence. Where did you come from? I promised to be her partner today. Please don't bother us. I'm not, like I said, I feel sorry for you. Now you don't have to deal with that ugly hag anymore. I'll do it for you. Wrong person. Gio. But Gio didn't seem to be messing around. Despite only knowing each other for a short period of time, Lithia knew that he was being serious. You, what are you talking about? Of course I'm referring to you. Who else could it be? You got the wrong guy. To be invited by the prettiest girl in school, I'm the luckiest man ever. As for this ugly hag, who are you referring to? Also, why are you feeling sorry for me? Even in front of His Highness, even in front of the prince of the country, he wasn't the slightest bit unnerved. Of course, Lithia had expected that. However, knowing and not feeling embarrassed about it were two different things. Pardon me, Your Highness, thank you for your concern. As you can see, this guy is a bit special. But as he doesn't seem to be burdened with the role of my dance partner, please let this matter go. While the thought of having to apologize didn't bode well with Lithia, it couldn't be helped, as Gio didn't seem to have any intention of relenting. HMPH, is that so? I hope you don't regret it. The prince must not have expected his offer would be brushed off. Emotionlessly, Andrew glared coldly at Gio. I feel nauseous. Today's lesson ends here for me. I'm returning to the castle. Your Highness, please wait. Dance with me. No, with me. Then, the prince turned on his heels without even glancing to Adora or Orion as they chased after him. A few minutes later. Oh, so that's the prince with the loose screw. Gio, you made another mistake. Hey, why don't we start over? I'll teach you. Only then did Gio realize. To drown out his words, Lithia cried out with loudest voice she could. I have a bad feeling. After concluding the dance, some of the male students who were watching Lithia and Gio from afar said, that commoner dared approach His Highness Fairy Princess. Yeah, he's done for. Chapter 3. The words I yearned for. After Andrew closed the door of the hall with a bang, the murmurs of the students grew even louder, partly because the teacher chased after the prince while telling everyone to self-study. No one could seriously proceed with their dance lesson anymore as the girls and the boys gossiped among each other. Just how dense is that transfer student? That has to be an act, right? It should be obvious by now. The male students gathered in circle as if discussing something, sneaking a glance at Lithia and Gio from time to time. She must be celebrating by now. After all, His Highness approached her. Let's hope she doesn't get carried away and forget the fact that he loathes her. On the other hand, some of the female students whispered in secrets, while others spoke in a voice loud enough for Lithia to hear. If Andrew were to stop bothering her, she would be so happy, as if she'd get carried away. Nevertheless, that didn't stop those girls from feeling bitter about it. After being berated by Andrew, it wasn't rare for her to be chastised by other girls. Each time, Lithia refrained from fighting back and only kept her head down. Still, that prince sure is amazing. Even from up close, he couldn't recognize your beauty. Are his eyes just for show? Gio, you made the wrong step again. Let's start over. However, this time around, she was desperately trying thwart Gio's blasphemy against the royal family, so she didn't have time to be depressed. That's right. I'm sorry, I wasn't concentrating. I've fallen in love with Lithia all over again. Gio looked down at his feet and mumbled, but where did I go wrong, though? Then he went on, but it can't be helped, right? When the moon fairy is this close to you, what else is supposed to happen? Well, unless I were to close my eyes all the time. Unlike him, I'm not blind. Should I say anything against that? As the man stared a hole in her face, Lithia pondered until her heart hurt. Dancing with this terrifyingly honest man isn't good, at least not for my heart. After all, she couldn't escape from his straightforward gaze and words. Yua, Kaya. Just when she thought so, Gio missed his step, causing Lithia to fall only to be caught in his arms. W8, hold on. Now the distance was no longer the problem, because there was none. This is the same as being embraced by him. Enveloped in warmth that was equal if not greater than her own temperature, Lithia's heart pounded. I just realized something. Even if I close my eyes, your beauty has already been seared into my memory, so it's pointless. You don't have to actually try it out. At last, it dawned on her. Apparently, Gio did close his eyes, stumbled on her foot, and she lost balance. I'm sorry, it's because I'm acting cowardly. No, it's fine, let's not overdo it. It's just, Lithia is too beautiful. Is that your apology? Should she have denied it instead? But by denying it, she'd be clarifying that Gio indeed fell because of his aforementioned theory. But if she were to agree, it'd be a very high-handed way of comforting him. Akin to saying, I'm sorry for being too beautiful. Now that I think about it, your beauty was engraved into my memory the night we first met. Even if I close my eyes now, it's unlikely it will disappear. What? That's why it's impossible to not be fascinated by you, Lithia. Give it up. Gio spoke, unwavering, as if he was telling her the result of an investigation. Was she the strange one for getting so worked up over his straightforwardness? How can he say something so embarrassing that sincerely? I'm not saying that you should stop. After all, she didn't mind. It was just, she felt uneasy every time he did, but again, she didn't mind. Far from disliking it, Lithia just couldn't imagine behaving the same way as him. I see. Thank you, Lithia. I appreciate how open-minded you are. Oh, okay. Even so, what did it mean to be engraved into his memory? No, since it was Gio, he probably meant what he said. Actually, What is it? It's nothing, never mind. Come to think of it, she also couldn't get Gio out of her mind since they first met. Well, it might be because it was a first for her meeting someone so peculiar. Dismissing those thoughts, Lithia shook her head and regained her senses. Until the end, neither the teacher nor the prince returned, and after the class concluded, it was mostly chat time for everyone except Gio and Lithia. Hey, transfer student. A certain male student approached Gio. Do you need something? Gio, who was walking beside Lithia, stopped to turn around. When the prince himself addressed him as a pitiful man and the likes, Gio didn't bat an eye. But for some reason, he decided to heed this call. Didn't you see how angry His Highness was? I won't go into details, but don't get involved with that ugly, white-haired witch any further. You got the wrong person. Let's go, Lithia. Hey, wait, hold on. Gio put his hand on Lithia's back and tried to move along, but Lithia stopped and clutched the hem of her clothes. He's talking about me. He didn't mistake me for someone else. What did you say? Gio turned to look at the male student again. Next, he confirmed the direction of the student's index finger and saw that he was indeed pointing at Lithia when he said, "Ugly, white-haired witch." Gio frowned in confusion before covering his mouth with his hand, apparently noticing something. Then he leaned down so that he could whisper into Lithia's ear. That man, he probably has a sixth sense, as in, he can see something that no one can. He might be dangerous, so don't get involved with him, Lithia. I see that it has come to this. Apparently, Gio decided that the male student was seeing an apparition where Lithia was standing, and whispered cautiously to her. Even if everyone were to contest his claim over and over again, Gio would never admit that Lithia was ugly. At times, he'd even come up with outrageous theories, such as that the aesthetic sense of fairies and humans were reversed, or that both the prince's vision and mind were faulty. Who are you calling dangerous? I'm merely giving you advice. Now you're just acting rude to Lithia. First, why don't you put your finger down? Gio stood in front of the indignant and stomping male student, as if to shield Lithia. I don't know what kind of apparition you saw behind Lithia, but as we can't see her, it's as if you're calling Lithia herself ugly. A bastard like that can only be considered as dangerous. There's no apparition. The male student roared, his shoulders heaving up and down. I see, you really don't understand anything. Listen, there are underlying circumstances as to why His Highness acted like that. I'll explain from scratch, so come with me. Nope. What? Lithia, who stood behind Gio, couldn't see what kind of expression he was making. However, from his voice, she knew he was angry. Why do I need to know the reason he's calling her ugly? Even without knowing, I already know it's wrong. It's not worth listening to. As she listened to his words, warmth welled up from the depths of her chest. All this time, she had to endure everything they said. After all, the prince of the country himself said that she was ugly. As such, when the others began to slander her as well, she couldn't utter a single complaint. Over the decade, she'd been subjected to such treatment over and over again, so much that she thought she had gotten used to it. That she wouldn't cry anymore. Lithia. Gio turned around all at once. He must have heard her faint sob. Are you all right? I'm sorry, let's just go and leave this guy. In the first place, I shouldn't have listened to anything he said. And no, I'm not crying at all, I'm fine. For the first time, she felt like she didn't have to put up with it. That it was all right to be angry. It's strain. She was so happy, she cried. Transfer student, as a commoner, do you think you can defy a nobleman like me? Finally, the male student raised his fist. As it was, the conversation was unlikely to proceed in a civilized manner. At Gio, who was about to fight back, Lithia erased her tears and lifted her head. Excuse me, Sir Harrison Baldwin, but his words and deeds were done for the sake of my honor, a nobleman. As I'm also responsible for this, you're free to blame me. Lithia actually recognized the male student. Harrison Baldwin, he was one of those people who'd grin whenever Prince Andrew taunted her in front of everyone. Gah. Lithia. Usually she was too scared to make eye contact with them, but now she had Gio by her side. As such, she couldn't let the situation worsen any further. Why, Miss Album, this has nothing to do with you. Hey, commoner, let's have a talk. As if I'd listen, let's go, Lithia. Yes, good day, Sir Baldwin. Hey, wait, just wait, hold on. Gio quickly took her hand and started walking. Lithia followed behind him at a brisk pace. Harrison, angrier than before, shouted, but Lithia didn't look back. Damn it, he should get kicked by a horse. Just before Harrison's voice completely faded away, Lithia heard such a parting phrase. As her shoulders trembled, Gio drew Lithia closer. It's all right, don't mind him. If you're still concerned, let's go to the church and have an exorcism performed. Huh, you're still going with that. Her trembling receded in an instant. This person always catches me off guard. He mentioned a horse, right? Then he must have seen a Dullahan. Why the need to curse Lithia, though? If anything, he should get kicked by a horse. Despite your outrageous story, you can somehow still match his logic, huh? Convincing Gio in such situation would be nigh impossible. After all, it took her a day to convince him that she wasn't a moon fairy. As such, it was unlikely Lithia would be able to convince him that the male student was indeed calling her ugly. Could it be Lithia didn't know what a Dullahan is? It's the ghost of a headless knight who rides a headless horse. However, that part of him was very convenient right now. Though, sometimes the horse does have head. Also, there are cases where the knight holds his own head. Of course, Lithia knew what a Dullahan was. But instead of denying it, Lithia quietly listened to Gio's explanation. Chapter 3.5, A Certain Dream. I humbly thank you for the invitation. HMPH. Just so you know, I could have invited just about anyone to the tea party of the Spencer family. However, I'd have felt bad excluding you. Still, I fully expected for you to have been aware of your wretchedness and abstain from attending. Who would have thought that you'd actually show? Did you honestly think I'd invite you? My apologies. That day, the prince made a show of referring to her as an ugly witch. After being made pariah by her surroundings, Lithia ended up going home without being able to extend a single greeting. Then, after Lithia isolated herself at home for a while, an invitation came from the royal palace. The Queen of Laphazard was the sender. However, at that age, Lithia still couldn't comprehend difficult sentences, so she had her butler read it on her behalf. According to the butler, a tea party was going to be held at the royal palace to deepen the friendship between the prince and children of the same age. Apparently, Lithia was also invited. I'll go back. It's too late. An invited guest leaving right away would be disgraceful. At said tea party, she was aware that by attending, she'd only be making the prince uncomfortable. At the same time, she couldn't just turn down the queen's invitation. Thus, Lithia ruminated about it before ultimately deciding to attend. Yet, upon greeting the prince at said party, her decision turned out to be mistaken. Your scraggly hair, your demure eyes. How can you stand to walk around outside so unabashedly? Your parents probably can't find it in them to be honest with you. Hence, you grew up so shamelessly, without a single care. Lithia didn't know. She didn't know that her white hair was strange. She didn't know that her golden eyes were vulgar. Although, come to think of it, no other children bore the same eye or hair color, only Lithia. Even so, her family never mentioned a thing about it. Even now, somewhere in her heart, she knew that if she brought it up, her parents and brother would straight up deny it. I humbly apologize. Nevertheless, the prince's words shattered that fragile hope. Her family probably didn't say anything because they were being considerate. Despite her ugliness, they still loved her as a family. Therefore, she should be glad. But before Lithia could even muster an ounce of gratefulness, HMPH, I bet you also make your servants pander to you. But you see, not a single person here will humor you. The prince gazed at their surroundings. Prompted by him, Lithia followed suit. The girls wore triumphant smiles while the boys winked in agreement. The icy gazes of the girls, along with the contemptuous gazes of the boys, pierced her one after another. How shameless. Ugly witch. Obscene eyes. Apparently, the prince was telling the truth. Everyone thought that she was ugly. Only Lithia didn't know, for she was sheltered. Her wretchedness, how her white hair and golden hair appeared to others. You're a moon fairy. Oh. As the disembodied voice reached her ears, her vision began to tilt. Section. A dream. Bathed in the light seeping through the gaps in the curtains, Lithia's eyes fluttered open. As she absent-mindedly tossed and turned, she could see the same white hair scattered on pure white sheets. Ever since that day, she no longer had the urge to cut it off. As such, her white hair had grown much longer than when she was 6 years old, a dream from her childhood days. Back when the prince and the others used to ridicule her for being ugly, usually she'd have dismissed it right away. No. Perhaps it was because of the last thing she heard. Despite the nightmare, she wasn't down in the slightest. Surprising even herself, rather than the words of the prince and the others, those last words were the one that lingered in her heart. Lithia stood up and took a brush from the side drawer. Afterwards, she made sure to comb her hair more carefully than usual. Chapter 4. Someone I want to rely on. Ahem. In the library, one of the many facilities at the Foreign Academy. If she were to rise up onto her tiptoe as best as she could, then Lithia might be able to reach it. However, there was no guarantee none of other books wouldn't fall in the process. After looking around, she couldn't find anything that could serve as a foothold either. When Lithia glanced at the receptionist, he averted her eyes as if he'd seen something horrendous. It's useless. After all, behind her was the spirit of the Headless Horseman. Upon remembering Gio's outrageous theory from yesterday, she was somehow able to calm down. Is it this one? Oh Gio, thank you. Speak of the devil. Just as she thought that, the real thing appeared behind her. Of course, she wasn't referring to the Headless Horseman. Gio pulled out the, you can do it even if you have 0 talent. Beginner-level wind magic tips, book and held it out to her. Did Gio come to borrow a book too? That's right, and I've already found mine. Is this the only book you're looking for, Lithia? If there's more, why don't we search for them together? If not, why don't we return to the dormitory together? No, I only need this one. Sure, let's. For some time now, the receptionist had been avoiding making eye contact with her, so the prospect of borrowing a book was rather depressing. But now that Gio was there, it should be fine. By the way, since you're borrowing this book, can Lithia use wind magic? No, actually, it's the opposite. I can't use wind magic. However, I have to be able to do it for exam 3 days from now. Therefore, I'd like to practice. 3 days from now, moreover on your own, will you be all right? Yes, I'll be fine. When she attempted to accept the thick and heavy book, an arm extended from the side and took the book from her. No, I don't think so, honestly. I guess that's understandable. Not even aristocrats can simply use elements that don't agree with them. Gio probably took it back after seeing how burdened Lithia was. He placed her book atop his own. See, certainly, well, that's true, but the teacher told me that for the exam, I have to be able to do it. As her hands fell down beside her, Lithia found herself speaking her mind. Somehow, it had become natural for her to think that she didn't have to put up a front before that man, and that she could rely on him. What an irresponsible teacher. Why would they give a student such a hard time? To expect someone to be able to use the element that they weren't compatible with in just 3 or 4 days. It was plain nonsensical. Usually, when a student couldn't use a certain element, they could just supplement it with class lectures, making practical skills unnecessary. There were others who can't either, but I'm the only one being given a practical exam. What? While other students who weren't unable to use wind magic were given the written test, Lithia alone had to do a practical exam. Moreover, for some reason, the teacher also added, if this were His Highness the Crown Prince, a beginner spell like this would be child's play. He has already mastered wind magic. Why should she be compared to the prince of the country? But when she argued that, the teacher only glared at her. Terrified, she had no choice but to back down. Maybe the teacher was trying to set an example, a warning to those who don't excel with practical skills to not slack off on the written test. In short, Lithia was the unlucky scapegoat. And in that way, her being an unlucky child made it more likely that she would be chosen. It doesn't make it less horrible. Like I said, the teacher is irresponsible. He can't teach without sacrificing one of his students. Still, she could live with that. After all, finally, there was someone who'd be angry for her sake. Usually, she'd have to take it lying down. Is there anything I can do to help? I can't use anything other than light element, so I can't teach you, but... Are you sure? All right. Generally speaking, she should have asked someone who excelled at wind magic to teach her. After all, there was no point in asking someone who couldn't do it. However, to Lithia, Gio's offer to help was the best thing that could ever happen. I want you to stay with me. Hi. It's lonely practicing alone, so I want you to stay by my side. Oh, that's fine. I'll stay with you for as long as you want. No matter what kind of outrageous things she encountered, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how depressed she was. As long as Gio was by her side, she'd be fine. We don't have much time until the exam. From today onwards, I'll accompany you. Can we meet in the dormitory courtyard after we put our bags away? Sure. Until just a moment ago, she had mixed feelings about practicing. But upon thinking that Gio would be there for her, she no longer felt that way. That's right, why don't we sing while we're at it? We won't feel lonely that way. Let's not. Okay. She didn't even need a song, because Gio alone was enough. Although, in case you get bored, why don't you bring a book or something? Come to think of it, isn't Gio borrowing a book as well? I am, but I doubt I'd get bored watching Lithia. Should I bring this book just in case? Gio shifted his book on top of Lithia's. However, the title that was written in fine, silver letters on top of a glossy black cover was difficult to read. What book did you borrow? It's similar to Lithia's. After all, I also wish to be able to wield other elements. What element? If it's water or earth, then I can teach you. Lithia stiffened as she paused to read the title. The jumbled words read, "You can do it even if you have 0 supernatural senses. Beginner-level exorcism complete series. While it may not be able to offer anything other than comfort, I hope that I can be of some help to you." So, you're still keeping that ghost theory alive. Somehow, even though there was no ghost to begin with, she felt like Gio would really be able to perform an exorcism. Let's do our best together, Lithia. Oh, of course. In order to put a stop to that theory, would she need to disprove the existence of supernatural beings? This isn't working. I can't do it either. I doubt I'll even be able to exorcise lower-level spirits like this. In your case, how would you determine if it's a success or failure? In the first place, what even constitute as a success? In the courtyard, between the dormitories for boys and the girls. While experimenting with a book as a reference, Lithia, who was unable to cast a single wind spell, dejectedly slumped her shoulders. Gio didn't seem to be doing very well either, as could be seen from his gloomy expression as he held the book in one hand. I mean, it's not like you can see spirits, so even if you succeeded in exorcising one. I see. I might have succeeded without knowing it. How optimistic. Again, when Gio declared it in such a way, she felt almost convinced. Although, if he did possess a sixth sense, he might see that the place was as cleansed as a church. Although, perhaps even then, he'd still blame that male student. More importantly, how are the things on your end, Lithia? Isn't the exam tomorrow? Well, that's right, It had been 3 days since they started practicing magic and exorcism together in the courtyard after school. Neither of them showed any signs of progress. Leaving Gio aside, tomorrow was Lithia's deadline. Has the teacher said anything? At the very least, he should have given you some kind of advice. No, not really. Far from that, the teacher stressed to me about how skilled His Highness is at wind magic. In fact, today, I was stopped on my way home just for that. Is he trying to demoralize you? What an irresponsible teacher. From the day she was told to practice wind magic, she'd be stopped by the teacher. Then, said teacher would gloat about how superb Prince Andrew Laphazard, the best wind magic user in the country, was. Lithia was somewhat fed up with it. Apparently, the prince wasn't only talented at wind magic, but had also been spending his time studying in the library for exams recently. Do you understand what I'm getting at? The teacher emphasized. Even if she did, she doubted that help her learn wind magic. I'm sorry I can't be of any help. No, that's not true. I'm glad to have you beside me as I practice. Gio lamented his lack of capability, but to Lithia, Gio was much more dependable than that irresponsible teacher. After all, rather than a teacher who kept boasting about how excellent his student was, she much preferred to have Gio by her side. In the worst-case scenario, I can just fail the wind magic class. Besides, it doesn't seem like I'll be failing the dance class, so I doubt that I won't advance to the next grade. Lithia no longer cared about the wind magic class. It'd be troublesome if she didn't pass due to lacking credits, but as long as she could, then there was no reason to dwell on it. If there was anything she had learned over the last 3 days, then it was her incompatibility with the wind element. Even if she did pass the exam somehow, there was no saying that the teacher's next assignment wouldn't be as outrageous, if not more. If you fail tomorrow, let's consult the principal about taking the written exam like other students. I'll accompany you. Thank you. Then, if I have to take the written exam, will you accompany me with my studies again? Of course. Still, even if she were subjected to an outrageous demand again, as long as Gio was there with her, she'd surely be able to do her best. By that time, I should be able to use an intermediate exorcism skill. Do your best. Before she knew it, the number of Gio's books had increased. Did he borrow a new one today? The number of books with familiar, glossy black covers had increased. What if he actually does master the craft? Somehow, that'd be a more believable turn than Lithia learning wind magic. Section. There weren't any messages from Lithia Album today, either. That's right, I'm sorry, she didn't say anything in particular. However, I was been rather straightforward with her today, so I'm sure she'll come to consult His Highness, soon. Well, she hasn't. Why did you have to make it an assignment, instead of a supplementary lesson? In the school corridor, the teacher in charge of the wind magic class vigorously bowed to the sullen prince. At the same time, Lithia Album is unlikely to complete the task. As such, she should be quite troubled by now. HMPH. Well, she might come soon. If she asks where I am, tell her that I'm still studying in the library. You understood. Relieved that there was no further reprimand, the teacher bowed once again. Phew. Then, after the prince's footsteps had vanished, he reverted to his original demeanor. His Highness is as dishonest as always, but Lithia Album is more troublesome in a sense that she's too dense. Despite all the arrangements, Lithia showed no sign of even considering consulting the crown prince. To be frank, contrary to what he said to the prince, the teacher didn't think that Lithia would go see Andrew at that hour and exhaled deeply. It couldn't be helped. After all, Lithia herself thought that the prince disdained her. Still, did she truly not notice? The prince gave her such special treatment. Whenever she did as much as spoke to another man, the prince would get so jealous. He'd ceaselessly glare at the male counterpart. Good grief, when will she get the hint? Unaware of the happiness that was right in front of her, the girl remained unhappy. Sincerely believing that the prince despised her, she lamented on, even though she had the chance to be happier than anyone else. Nevertheless, the teacher shrugged his shoulders. It wouldn't be right for him to divulge the crown prince's true feelings on his behalf. Chapter 5, What You Want Me to Do. Now then, shall we storm the principal's office and give him hell? Wait, listen to me first. The next day, when Lithia finished the exam and left the building with a dejected expression, such was the first Gio said. Apparently, he misunderstood that Lithia was crying. Before anything else, there's no need for that. I was able to switch to a written test. Lithia screamed while rushing to stop Gio, who was about to kick down the door. When I was about to take the practical exam, the teacher let me take the written one instead. I didn't really understand, but there was no point in arguing, so I just did as he said. But why? Why would the teacher demoralize Lithia by comparing her to the prince for the past few days, only to let her go? Moreover, the same teacher repeatedly told her that written exam was a no-go, and that she should absolutely be able to use wind magic. As a side note, the teacher also encouraged her with, "Don't be shy, ask someone to teach you." Yet whenever Lithia asked him any questions, he'd be too flaky to answer. What a contradictory teacher. Hence why I took the written test today, just like the other students. While I can't say that I aced it, I don't think I'll fail either. I see well, as long as Lithia is all right. Gio, who heard the explanation, also titled his head from confusion. Since Lithia also left the classroom with the same confusion, she found it understandable. However, because she left the classroom while covering her mouth, Gio thought she was crying. What is all of this about, seriously? In the end, it's just harassment. Certainly, even if I was meant to be the example amongst the students, that attitude was just too strange. For a moment, they assumed that the teacher who wanted to use Lithia to set an example had a change of heart. But such a change would have been too drastic, and not to mention, out of the blue. After all, if the teacher had indeed regretted it, he should have been more apologetic. I'm sorry, even though I had Gia accompany me to practice every day. No, it's perfectly fine. I always have fun whenever I'm with Lithia. I'm glad it won't affect your grade. Thank you. Lithia also enjoyed the after-school practice. However, she was still no match for Gio, who could say that so straightforwardly. Still, that teacher said, if you want some payback, today's your last chance. I wonder what that means. Payback? Was the teacher giving you an opportunity to wreak havoc using wind magic after all the demoralization? I don't think the teacher meant it in such a passive-aggressive way. After Lithia had taken the written exam, the teacher said that there was going to be a supplementary lesson that day. However, Lithia would be exempted from it if she were to self-study. Not only that, the teacher also made sure to tell her that the excellent Andrew Lafizard is also studying in the library. Perhaps he was trying to imply that even the mighty prince also studied voluntarily. Therefore, Lithia, who failed the practical exam, should strive to do the same. But then what about the last chance? Maybe the teacher was trying to imply that there'd be a surprise test tomorrow. Therefore, if I want to prepare, today will be my last opportunity. Then, we need to practice today as well. Let's hang out until the middle of the night, no, until tomorrow morning, or perhaps until Lithia's exhausted. Gia. Thank you, that makes me so happy. Well, despite Gio claiming such, would he truly entertain the notion of spending time with her until late into the night, or even until the next morning? Of course, she had no intention of spending the night outside, but the sentiment alone made her feel grateful. You don't have to worry about it. This book also said that 3 in the morning is the haunting hour, making it the perfect time for practicing exorcism. There must be some good spirits in the world, so I don't think you should blindly exorcise them. I see Lithia sure is kind. Before she knew it, Gio had upgraded his exorcism book to an advanced version, but Lithia pretended to be ignorant about that. Section, how did the surprise test go? At the following day's lunch break, while Lithia was on her way to return the book to the library, she met Gio at the library entrance. He seemed to be returning a book as well. There was none. The class concluded just like that. Then, what really happened? Even after practicing until late into the night, she still wasn't able to wield wind magic, so Gio was naturally concerned. However, as the teacher mentioned something about a last chance, they thought there'd be a surprise test today, but the morning class ended without a hitch. Hence the book was no longer necessary. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Lithia went to return the book. Well, if there wasn't one, then there's no need to concern yourself about it. More importantly, Lithia, if you want to return the book, let me do it in your stead. Hi. Gio suddenly took her book, even though they were right in front of the library. Just when Lithia was about to refuse the offer, Gio bent down and whispered into her ear. Prince Lafizard has been spending a lot of his time in the library recently. If he were to meet you, there's no saying he wouldn't berate you again. I don't want the two of you to meet. Exactly, that entire time, Lithia had been mulling over that situation. According to the teacher, the prince had been studying wind magic in the library lately, so she refrained from visiting the library as much as possible. However, she still had to return the book she borrowed. As such, she opted to just go there during lunch break, hoping the prince wouldn't be there. Wait a little further away, I'll escort you back to the classroom. All right. For him to concern himself with such trivial matters, and even step forward to protect her. Thank you. As she watched him leave, Lithia muttered while clasping her hands to her chest. Section, is there anything I can do for you? Huh, what are you talking about all of the sudden? After returning from the library to Lithia's class together, Lithia stopped Gio just as he was about to return to his own classroom. Ever since we met, Gio has done a lot for me. I'd like to repay you. I'm just doing it because I want to. In addition, there's nothing remarkable about what I've done, so I don't need a reward. But that simply won't do. As long as it's within my capability, I'll do anything. Is there anything you'd like me to do? Even though it had only been half a month since their first meeting, Gio had become an irreplaceable existence to Lithia. To not be able to do anything in return despite how much he'd done for her. What I want Lithia to do. Gio covered his mouth and tilted his head, deep in thought. Oh, right. I've been thinking about it ever since we first met. Is that so, then? After a while, he seemed to have come up with something, so Lithia rushed to ask. I want you to smile. Hey, I want you to smile. If possible, I don't want you to cry. I'll do anything to prevent that. I probably thought that the moment I saw you crying that night. As he leaned closer, Gio's palm caressed Lithia's cheek, as if he were erasing her tears. Being so close in proximity, she was made to look into his deep indigo eyes, which could be mistaken as black from a distance. Tea that night? I just had dust in my eyes. I wasn't crying. Is that so? That's great then. Still, you seemed sad. I don't want you to make such an expression anymore. He had asked her to smile, as if she could do that when her heart was about to burst. Surely her face was a deep scarlet. I understand. From now on, I'll try to smile more. I'm happy hearing that, but don't force yourself. It'd be better if Lithia smiles when she's truly happy or having fun. If such was the case, then now would be one of those times. Unfortunately, her overflowing emotions prevented her from doing exactly that. Even though she intended to thank him, she ended up being at the receiving end of his kindness once again. Then, I shall head back to my classroom. Let's do our best in the afternoon classes. All right, have a nice day. After saying that, Lithia realized that what she said wasn't a farewell greeting at all. If anything, it was as if she was expecting him to come see her again. I'll be back, see you. Without as much as a doubt, Gio said that, not giving Lithia any opportunity to correct her wording. Does he not find it strange? Does he feel burdened? No, Gio wasn't the kind of person that just blurt out such words without thinking. Thus, she wondered how he'd respond if she were to say, "Welcome back." The next time they met. Chapter 6. Honesty. In the blink of an eye, several weeks had passed from the peaceful conclusion of the wind magic class. Lithia, did you finish your supplementary lessons for the day? Gio. Yes, I just did. One day after school. The sky had become dark by the time Lithia finished her supplementary classes. As she was getting ready to leave the academy, she ran into Gio, who stepped out across from her. Somehow, looking at him rejuvenated her. For some time now, Lithia's dark and melancholic days had begun to shine. Did something happen, Gio? No, not really. I just got summoned. Even though they didn't make any promises to meet, they stumbled into each other. Today's my lucky day. Such were the words that bubbled in her chest. She'd almost spoke them out loud, but decided against it. After all, wouldn't hearing such a line from someone you weren't in a relationship with be strange? Even though we didn't make any promises to meet, we still met like this. Today's my lucky day. Hiya, Lithia. Upon hearing that, Lithia missed her footing and almost fell down the stone stairs. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't manage to catch you in time. I'm fine, it's just a sprain. Who'd have thought he'd say the exact same words? Did he read her mind or something? If it's only a sprain, then it can be healed quickly. May I touch it? Oh, of course. With a worried look on his face, Gio knelt right beside her. The moment he touched her red, discolored ankle, the throbbing pain dissipated. No, if anything, her chest started to throb in pain. How's the pain? It's gone, it's completely gone. How amazing. I feel like I can run anywhere. In order to conceal her heartbeat, she gave a strange, high-pitched response. Hopefully, he doesn't think that I'm weird. It's truly amazing. Is this that healing magic boasted of by Light Element? Still, when she praised him, she was being sincere. Moreover, it was the biggest reason why people with Light Element were given preferential treatment by the country. When it came to the spell that Gio casted to boost the growth of that tree, it was less effective and also somewhat similar to earth magic. However, no other elements could cast healing spells. Even into the present, many researchers continued trying to discover whether or not other elements could use healing magic, but nothing had come of it so far. Healing. I can see why you'd say that, but that's not entirely correct. What? To activate cells and boost the patient's healing rate. She learned in class that was how healing spells worked. Thus, the studies went on, hoping that other elements could somehow play a role in activating those cells. In truth, I had just rewound the time to before the injury. What? Hence why it isn't exactly healing. By the way, do you remember the flower tree in the courtyard? I didn't make it grow. Instead, I rewound the time to when the tree was still flowering. Sure, I could have just advanced time until the next flowering season, but since the future is uncertain, I rewound it instead. Because only a meager few could wield Light Element, few samples and research on it were available. As such, when compared to the studies of other elements, progress was relatively slow. However, if what he said was true, then the research was fundamentally wrong. How can you be so casual when speaking about the greatest discovery of the century? Every time they asked me, I always gave the same answer, yet no one believes me. Come to think of it, it's said that the spirit of light prefers a good-natured person that embraces nature. But that's not true either. Is that so? Magic was only possible with the aid of spirits. Therefore, a person's element depended on the spirit intrigued by them. The spirit of fire favored passion, the spirit of water beauty, the spirit of wind freedom, the spirit of earth wisdom. As for the spirit of light, it embraced and loved everything in the universe, didn't ask for anything in return, and loved those with compassionate and a selfless heart. Until now, the long-standing theory was that compared to other spirits, the standard of the spirit of light was too high, hence why light element users were rare. It's actually much simpler than that. The spirit of light prefers honesty. I haven't lied in my life. Every single word he spoke overturned conventional belief, to the point that it was unbelievable. After all, it's a magic that controls time. To lie would mean denying the flow of time, be it the past, present, or future. I don't think the spirit of light will lend its power to those who deny their domain. However, it was strangely convincing. In addition, after all the exchanges they had up until that point, Lithia no longer thought that Gio was lying. So, Gio never lies ever. Kind of like the chicken or the egg theory, but it is what it is. If anything, now she understood why Gio was so honest. Perhaps that was why the spirit of light was fond of him. Or did he remain truthful for the sake of the spirit of light? Maybe it was both. By the way, does Lithia always go home around this time? How many supplementary lessons do you have in a week? This is embarrassing, but I have supplementary lessons every day. Even though I make sure to pay attention, the teacher says that if I don't strive to learn more than everyone else, I won't be able to do well in the future. Every day. That must be difficult. In the dark, the two treaded on the path that led to the dormitory. It was like the night when she first met Gio. Starting from tomorrow, what if I do some self-study as I wait for you? I want to go home with Lithia. Sure, if that's all right with you. She unintentionally averted her gaze. To not be able to honestly express how happy she was, perhaps she wouldn't be able to use light magic for the rest of her life. Come to think of it, you mentioned being summoned. By whom? When she was with Gio, she no longer cared about whether or not she was ugly. Tugging at her white hair with one hand, she pretended like nothing happened and asked. In truth, she was concerned about him from the beginning. After all, if he was summoned by a teacher, he'd have said that from the start. So, who called for him? Could it be a female classmate? Or a female senior? No, it might even be a female junior. By His Highness, Prince Laphazard. Lithia, who pictured the female classmates she knew one by one, was taken aback by the unexpected answer. He told me to stay away from Lithia. Oh, and he also added, you know what'll happen if you don't write. Then, how did Gio answer? I said, why would I? Why did you say that? Gio was being his usual self. He was neither lying nor making a joke. He was just being upfront. I'm sure he was just being considerate of you, Gio. After all, what if your reputation as one of the few light mages were to take a hit? Also, if you disobey him, he might do something detrimental to your future. I see. Well, no matter how bad my reputation or the adversity may be, I still want to remain by Lithia's side. Therefore, I can't abide by his words. Think about what you're saying. What if he hinders your career path? In the future, you may not get any promotions, or worse, be sent to a rural area. As long as it doesn't overwhelm me, I don't care about what kind of job I have. I'm also not that interested in getting ahead in life. I can live anywhere. But if it's too far from the royal capital, it'd be troublesome. How am I supposed to visit Lithia? However, if I agreed to stay away from Lithia just for that reason, it'd be putting the cart before the horse. Yuvo. She already knew from the start that Gio didn't lie. But after learning the reason why, the destructive power of his words had only increased. Instead of mere flattery or consolation, Gio truly wanted to see Lithia regardless of the repercussions. Then, will you stay by my side from now on? Of course. Will you be my dance partner for the upcoming class? Done and dusted. Then, if I work harder in dance class and improved. If such was the case, then Lithia should strive to be more honest with herself. Would you escort me to the next dance party? It was an ironclad rule for men to offer to escort women to the dance party. Even if a woman were to approach a man, at most, she'd only hint at it. You may invite me. As such, her act would be mind-boggling to some, with pleasure. However, Gio beamed and accepted Lithia's hand with utmost pleasure, seemingly delighted from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 7, Our Date. Gio. I'm sorry, did I make you wait? No, I just arrived a bit too early, so there's no need to apologize. I only waited for an hour, which is just about 1/6 of the time I spend thinking about you. The day after, they made the promise to attend the dance party together. In front of a certain apparel store in the royal capital, Lithia had agreed to meet with Gio. While they could have met in front of the dormitory, she'd feel guilty if other students were to find out and make fun of him. As such, she chose somewhere a little farther away. I've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. The dress I saw when we first meet was gorgeous, while your usual uniforms are always crisp and clean. The simple outfit you wear during dance class is also good, but I've never seen you in casual attire before. I see. Gio spoke without faltering. His deep indigo eyes were sparkling. Well, Lithia had braced herself for such killer lines. In fact, that was the reason why she chose that place for them to meet. After all, if the other students were to see her dressed up as if she was going on a date during their day off, there'd be no mercy. Cute, you're so cute to the point that it's all I can afford to say. Cute, so cute. No, I'm actually at a loss. How am I supposed to express your cuteness in words? Perhaps this will be my first lie ever. After all, cute is the only word I can say to describe your loveliness. Enough, you don't need to say anything else. Perhaps she could have brushed it away if he had sported a slovenly expression. Unfortunately, he was dead serious. I know, I'm sorry, any more than this, and the spirit of light may forsake me for good, even though I'm merely lacking in vocabulary. Lithia was dressed in a light blue dress with a ruffled skirt. A ribbon could be found on her chest, while lace and beads adorned both her cuffs and hem. It was given to her by her family last year as a birthday present. Nevertheless, it was too adorable. She thought that it unbefitting for her ugly self, so she stowed it away at the back of her wardrobe. But that day, she decided to wear it for her date with Gio. Even if others were to criticize her, Gio would surely compliment her. Hence, she wore her best outfit. Cute. Ah, there, I said it again. Wait, let me try using a simple spell. I haven't been forsaken by the spirit of light yet, have I? Well, the result was a great success. Apparently, merely complimenting her as cute didn't count as lying. So, there was no significant backlash, other than the fact that it frustrated Gio, of course. She'd never seen Gio get worked up before. Okay, I'm still safe. Somehow, it's kind of like a lie detector. Just then, a butterfly weakly flew between Lithia and Gio, before perching on a flower bed by the roadside. When he managed to mend its broken wing, Gio sighed in relief and laughed involuntarily. Upon recovering, the butterfly happily flew from one flower to another. Then, let's go, Gio. Oh, right. I'm sorry, we ended up going nowhere for a bit there. The two saw off the butterfly as it went to the next flower. Afterwards, they finally headed for the apparel store, which was their supposed meeting place and destination. Does Lithia visit these kinds of shops often? No, not really. Last time I come here, it was with my mother, and I was still a child at the time. This time, she was helping Gio pick out an outfit for the dance party she was going to attend with him. Despite having agreed to escort her for said upcoming party, Gio didn't have anything to wear. While he had received a certain amount of funding from the government when he enrolled in the academy, dressing up for parties was the least of his concerns. As such, he didn't know what to buy. The night of their first meeting, he had been turned away from the venue because he was wearing a uniform. In the end, he had no choice but to wander around the academy's premises. Thus, Lithia invited him to go shopping for clothes with her on their day off. Nowadays, there are ready-made products instead of made-to-order, so you can try them on and choose what suits your fancy. Then, I'll choose one that matches the color of Lithia's dress. What color dress will you be wearing? Now that you mention it, it's still early, but Foreign Academy hosted dance parties 4 times a year at the beginning of each season. With the autumn dance party having passed, the next one would be hosted at the beginning of winter. Lithia gasped. She didn't know the notion of dressing up could excite her. Until a month or two ago, she had thought it a futile effort. After all, she was just an ugly wretch. Looking at beautiful dresses only added to her misery. I think I'll wear a white dress. It'll be great if I can find one with gold embroidery. Isn't that wonderful? Before she knew it, even that sentiment had changed. She even had a dress preference. Until then, she wouldn't have been able to say anything even if she was forced to. However, as soon as she met Gio's eyes, she naturally said those words. I think this color is the prettiest. It'll definitely suit you. You should try it on. No, we should also take a look at what the other stores have to offer for now. What about this white dress? Wait, but didn't we come to find an attire for you? Nothing could stand in Gio's way, as he rushed to women's clothing lane. Even though there was no need to buy her a dress. She already had plenty of dresses regularly being sent from her parents' house. Plenty of dresses she barely even remembered because she almost never wore them. Gio, wait. Surely there was a white dress among them, one with gold accents. Just like the light blue dress she was wearing that day, that dress was waiting to see the light of day. Lithia. At that time, Gio rushed back to her. What should I do, Lithia? I suddenly noticed something. What is it? Did he drop his wallet, or did something bad happen? What's the matter? Are you all right? As if he'd single-handedly carried the world on his back, Gio spoke tragically. In order to try it on, you'll have to change out of your current dress. Just why? Even though it's the cutest thing in the world. Such were his anguish-filled words. What? Then, should I add the blue ribbon to the white and gold dress? Lithia contemplated that as she placed her hand on the ribbon adorning her chest. Section. Choosing clothes sure is fun. Up until now, when it came to clothes, they were usually hand-me-downs or leftovers from shops. I've never had any real need to choose. I haven't seen any of Gio's clothes, though. The conversation took place at a cafe that they stopped at for a break after visiting several shops. What kind of dress should we try next? What do you mean, wait? In front of Gio, who was completely absorbed in choosing a dress, Lithia stirred milk and sugar in a teacup with her head hanging in a somewhat dejected manner. It's much more enjoyable picking out dresses for Lithia than for anything for me, and much more meaningful, too. Enough. By that point, she had almost resigned herself. Nevertheless, that didn't make her any less happy. Until then, for Lithia, the notion of dressing up was synonymous to being ridiculed. After all, whenever she attended dance parties all dressed up, she'd only earn scowls from her surroundings. It used to be such a hassle. However, Gio got excited seeing Lithia in a new dress. Every time she put on a new one, his face would light up, and that alone made her happy. Hence why Lithia couldn't really say anything back to him. Come to think of it, the store I used to work at also had dresses, but they didn't go as far as selling them to aristocrats. I'm sure those dresses would suit Lithia nicely, too. That's where Gio used to live and work, right? Was it an apparel store? No, not really. They sell everything from books to food. If you ask me what kind of shop it is, it's the kind that has everything. Hi. The flow of the conversation shifted to Gio's past. While he had mentioned it a few times, that was her first time hearing the details. What kind of work did you do there? Deliveries, sorting inventory, simple bookkeeping, basically that. Although, come to think of it, everyone used to compete with each other for customer service, especially my peers. I see. Even though usually, people aren't that invested in their jobs. He must have been reminiscing about his old buddies. As he spoke nostalgically, Gio smiled with his eyes. After all, whenever I tried to serve customers, everyone'd rush and try to switch places with me. They must have really loved serving customers. Maybe that isn't really the case. Apparently, Gio hadn't changed all that much from back then. Lithia chuckled as she imagined the friends who tried to gatekeep Gio's honesty to avoid offending the customers. Section. Inside a certain room in the royal castle when it was almost evening. Your Highness, I have something to report. Go on. Andrew Lafazard sat in a chair with armrests. As he received a report on a matter, he'd ordered his attendant to investigate. Leave. Understood. After confirming that there was no mistake with the report, Andrew spoke without sparing a glance. I see, he truly didn't intend to heed my advice. Well then, what should I do? While reading the report, Andrew's beautiful blue eyes became frosty. In a room surrounded by luxurious furniture, his words rang terribly. I'm pretty sure there's a place in the Far East that's suitable for you. A merry yet heartless soliloquy. It hinted at the cruel future that befall a certain man. Gio wails, there won't be a third time. From a cheerful tone, Andrew's voice took on a frigidness that matched his gaze. Be it during the dance class and yesterday's call, he had already warned him twice. Yet, that man chose to ignore him. If you're that oblivious, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll show you the kind of fate that befalls men who dare try and approach my fairy princess, my Lithia. Then there was a flash. Andrew picked up a dart he had carelessly left on top of his study and swiftly threw it at the wall. Afterwards, he turned away as if nothing had happened. Behind him, the dart was embedded at the right side of the wall where the map of Laphazard hung. Chapter 8, This Person Is. In the end, Gio became so absorbed in looking for clothes that would suit Lithia he forgot about his own. Thus, Lithia failed to secure formal attire for him. What did we waste our time on? Lithia murmured as she looked back on that day while laying on bed. After discovering that she could simply put on a one-piece dress on top of her current garments, Gio had her try on even more dresses. Each time she was praised for how she looked. The entire day, she was buried in what seemed to be a lifetime's worth of beautiful and pretty. Well, that's all right, it's not like I mind, but at that rate, their next weekend would probably end up the same way. She'd be bathed in praises. No, she would fail to find clothes for Gio. How about I wear that light blue dress next time? Except dressing up the same way would be lazy. Then, should I change my hairstyle? If she recalled correctly, her mother gave her a beret for her birthday, and that seemed like it'd go nicely with the dress. It should be hidden in the back of a drawer in her dresser. Fully believing something that pretty wouldn't suit her, she never wore it. But surely, Gia would say that it looked good on her. Although, Gia might be trembling in anxiety at the notion of being forsaken by the spirit of light due to his lacking vocabulary. If one dress already caused him so much turmoil, what happened if the beret joined the fray? Somehow, she could already picture what was going to happen. While looking forward to their next meeting, Lithia fell asleep without realizing that she too had forgotten of their original purpose. Section. Thus, she ended up letting her guard down. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone until after leaving the dormitory. If even one student had frowned at her in passing, she'd surely have been dragged down from the afterglow of her date back into reality. Well, isn't someone in a good mood? You wretched and irksome witch. Right after she had left the girls' dormitory, the call of a voice, which was akin to a splash of cold water, finally woke Lithia from her dream. Good morning, Your Highness Laphazard. I'm sorry for defiling your sight. I'll leave right away. HMPH, it's way too late. To walk around with such a creepy grin so early in the morning, don't you feel sorry for those who have to bear the sight of it? I am sorry. He probably had an appointment with someone in the girls' dormitory. Under the shade of a large tree near the dormitory gate, Andrew Laphazard stood with his arms crossed. Probably because Lithia passed by without lowering her head, she subjected the prince to a revolting sight that brought him great nausea. HMPH, how sickening. I had already been feeling irritated since yesterday, and now this. Usually, she'd walk with her head down. That way, no one would have to endure the sight of her. As a matter of course, that was never a problem with Gio. Whenever she thought about him, she had the urge to lift her head. As a result, many people had to see her face. I heard about it. How you forced that pitiful commoner to accompany you. Andrew's frigid voice rained on Lithia as she hastily lowered her face. You vile witch, you're rotten inside out. That poor man, he had to be led around by the nose by someone like you, as though her were some kind of puppet. Yesterday must have been a very tragic day for him. How did His Highness find out about yesterday? Along with surprise, a chill spread to every inch of her body. Didn't I warn you before? If you understand, stop sacrificing that commoner to satisfy your own twisted desires. In exchange, I'll find someone to replace him. By his previous warning, he was probably referring to when Gio acted as Lithia's partner in dance class. Even at that time, Andrew misunderstood Gio's kind act as that of reluctance. Thinking that he was being forced to assist the ugly Lithia, Andrew told him to switch to a new partner. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. That's right, what was Gio's answer at that time? Are you listening, you ugly witch? I'm sorry, wrong person. Lithia, who'd been standing with her face to the ground, slowly raised her head. I won't deny that I'm ugly, but I don't think it's fair to call him pitiful. After all, no one's day was ruined yesterday, so wrong person. Wah! The words came out so smoothly that even she surprised herself. When everyone else called her ugly, Gio begged to differ. Besides, for the man who seemingly had the most fun yesterday to secretly lament that day, it was just unthinkable. And the reason was simple, because he couldn't lie. Therefore, none of what he said was a lie. Which, didn't you hear what I said? I said I'm going to find a replacement for you. How ungrateful can you be? Andrew didn't only glower at her, but also raised his hand. At that, Lithia reflexively tensed up. She's right, you know. Gia. Then a familiar back stood in front of Lithia, as if to shield her from Andrew's grasp. Your Highness, you've misunderstood. Yesterday, I spent my day being accompanied with a girl whose cuteness is beyond words. I was the happiest man alive. Like she said, no man was subjected to tragedy the other day. As he spoke, Gio's shoulders heaved up and down. Surely he had seen Lithia talking to the prince and rushed over to her. I see, you have no intention of heeding my advice. HMPH, how foolish. She couldn't see it due to Gio's back, but she could tell from Andrew's tone that he was sneering. Before someone gets too carried away, let me remind you of your place. Following the snap of his fingers, the sound of something rumbling deep in the ground rang out. Did you know? Compared to an expert mage, your rare light element magic is nothing. Andrew had casted a spell. The grumbling of the earth suggested that he had casted an earth spell to harm Gio. Get away. She didn't know whether the ground would split or spikes would rise. She didn't, but she had to protect Gio from the direction of the sound. Lithia leaped at Gio, trying to shield him. The next moment, the ground cracked and the sharp root of a tree emerged. She saw the root in the corner of her vision about to pierce her shoulder and braced herself for the pain, but it never came. Instead, she found herself in a protective embrace. A smart move, I'll have to give you that. Of course, since your skill is just for show, you'll need to compensate for it somehow. While Lithia was still unable to comprehend what had happened, Andrew charged at Gio. Wanting to scream at him, Lithia spun around, only to be prevented by said embrace. Which, right now, some obstacles are still in the way, but soon it won't matter anymore. Mark my words. Andrew left them an incomprehensible throwaway line. He's gone. After the sounds of his footsteps had receded, the embrace suddenly loosened. Oh, right, Gio, are you hurt? For a moment, she was filled with remorse, but then she remembered why they were in that position in the first place. The sharp root of tree that she saw before she leaped at Gio. What happened to it? Did Gio shield her from it? I'm all right, it's just a scratch. There's no need to heal it. She immediately checked Gio's arm and discovered that the sleeve covering his forearm was torn. When Lithia paled, Gio waved his right arm in an exaggerated manner. Thankfully, it wasn't a clod of dirt, but a plant instead. After all, that's still affected by the flow of time. Then Gio pointed at a certain direction. Lithia turned her gaze towards said location and found that the root had stopped growing halfway, albeit still there. I negated the flow of time for that plant. While it did graze my arm, I was able to stop it before it grew any further. She recalled the speed at which the ferociously sharp root thrusted at him. Even if Gio's light magic could restore any injury, the pain would still be unimaginable. Perhaps, His Highness concluded that light magic boosts the growth rate of plants. Hence, he wanted to show that he could do the same with advanced earth magic. After all, earth magic allows you to arbitrarily grow and manipulate plant life. Lithia's agreed with Gio's conjecture. I see, that's why Prince Andrew used an earth spell instead of air, which is his forte. I'm sorry, it's because you protected me. Because of me, he's now targeting you. Why are you apologizing? I only got involved because that prince mistook me for someone else again. If something's at fault, then it's his head, not you. Gio never lied, hence why she felt so frustrated for letting him say that. He always took her side and even protected her. While it wasn't a bad feeling on its own, the fact remained that she had burdened him. Still, it's my fault for being so weak. I want to be strong enough to protect you. There's no need, though. You've already protected me often. It was easy to dismiss his words as flattery until she recalled that Gio didn't lie. At the same time, she had no recollections of ever protecting Gio. When that prince confronted me in dance class, I had no choice but to answer him honestly, but you helped me with your follow-up. During that incident with Harrison, that possessed male student, didn't it get to the point where he was about to throw a punch? Yet you used his own words against him and pacified the situation. Just a while ago, you shielded me from that tree's root. But everything happened because of me. Nevertheless, I was the one who frustrated the other party, and the one who protected me was Lithia. Are any of those facts mistaken? Is it really okay? Could she truly believe she had helped him the same way he did her? You keep saying that you're weak, but I don't think that. After all, despite what the prince and his entourage said, you made it this far on your own. Just like a knight pledging allegiance, Gio gently took Lithia's hand. No matter how difficult it gets, you still think about how to overcome it instead of how to escape. Even when the teachers gave you unreasonable exams, you didn't stop trying until the end. A masculine and slightly husky voice. She didn't know hearing such a voice could feel so reassuring. Even when you bow your head, you're like an unbending lily. Ever since we've met, you've always been strong, kind, and mesmerizingly beautiful. I love him. Until now, she had always suspected that to be the case. But right now, right at that moment, there was a conviction in her heart. Gio. How strange. As soon as that feeling was given a name, everything suddenly became clear. From now on, at any time, even if someone else calls me ugly, will you still call me beautiful? Yes, because I don't lie. In her brightened world, this man shone the brightest. Thus, she began to think. No matter how ugly I looked in the eyes of others, as long as I'm beautiful in his eyes, I don't want anything else. Chapter 9. The Truth Revealed. The grand hall of the academy was illuminated by a glittering chandelier. Both male and female students, dressed in formal attire, held hands as they waited for the orchestra to start. A few months ago, she'd have been crestfallen at the sight, but now she was soaring. Gio, I truly adore your outfit. It looks awesome. Thank you, Lithia. In this entire world, you're the most stunning. Gio wore a simple black outfit that matched both his black hair and deep indigo eyes. In contrast, Lithia donned a pure white dress that matched her hair. Lithia, your dress reminds me of a bridal gown. You look gorgeous. What a charming bride. Hee, thank you. This time, when Gio straightforwardly complimented her, she accepted it. After all, the happiness outweighed the embarrassment. That's it, Gio wails, unhand Lithia Album. Today, not only would she be able to experience the joy of dancing with someone, her partner was also him. She'd never been so thrilled. Did you not hear me? Like I said, unhand Lithia Album. Wrong person. This joke is in awful taste. At that time, someone intervened between Gio and Lithia. It was none other than the first prince of the country, Andrew Laphazard. Fury and disdain casted a shadow over his icy, yet handsome countenance as he glared at Gio. Step aside, you're in the way. Just like that, Andrew shoved Gio aside. Lithia was about to rush to the staggering Gio when Andrew gently caught her arm with an adoring smile. Gio. Don't pay him any mind, Lithia. For now, I shall overlook that troublemaker. The other students, who finally noticed what had happened, started getting worked up. They began to distance themselves. Some of them could be heard saying, "No way, could it be, His Highness finally?" Lithia, first of all, I'd like to apologize. I'm sorry for all the grievances I've caused you all this time. In the next second, Andrew bowed his head. A member of a royal family bowing his head to a viscount's daughter got everyone clamoring. In truth, I've always been fascinated by your pure white hair and golden eyes. Yes, from the very first time we met, which was 10 years ago, I'm sorry for lying all this time. Andrew smiled wryly. Eek! Lithia yelped and backed away. Please don't be afraid, my love. Please believe in my love. However, just as Andrew was about to continue, the shattering of a glass could be heard. No way. The voice belonged to Adora, the daughter of Duke Dries. Her gorgeous visage was marred with hatred. You are lying. The scream of Orion, the daughter of Marquis Hitchcock, followed. In a fit of anger, she slammed her glass against the floor where it shattered violently. Your Highness Andrew, aren't you in love with me? No, it should have been with me. Both women yelled in unison. The two were the most eligible fiancé candidates for Andrew, and the two were often seen together with him. Apparently, you misunderstood. Do you remember that a long time ago, during a tea party, Lithia once told me, "Please don't mind me and have a good time with them"? That's the only reason why I tolerated your company. I don't feel that way about any of you. On the contrary, you're the ones who got swept away and insulted my Lithia a lot. That's We were just. The former fiancé candidates trembled. At the same time, the other female students who made fun of Lithia also cowered at indirectly being called out. Lithia was also dumbfounded by those words. Certainly, at the tea party she was invited to a long time ago, Andrew berated her appearance. During that time, the other girls also wouldn't stop staring at her, so she told him to just go with them. After all, if he hated her ugly self so much, he would prefer to talk with cute girls, right? Therefore, Lithia could see why those female students misunderstood. Ah, look at them all. Apparently, some girls fell for that. Most of us boys understood that His Highness was making his intentions clear, for she's his first love. After all, if another man even so much as approached Lady Lithia, His Highness's gaze would get real scary. On the other hand, the male students didn't look very surprised. No, while they seemed caught off guard rather than saying, "No way." Like other girls, they said, "Finally," for some reason. Don't think your crime of disparaging the future princess will go unpunished. In the first place, you have the gall to think that you could get away with insulting my beloved. Andrew stood in front of Lithia, as if to shield her from the girls, who had insulted her until now. Seeing his gallant figure as he shielded his beloved, the female students trembled from guilt while the male students looked at him in awe. But you also banded together with them to bully her, though. What did you say? In the next moment, the heartrending romantic scene was interrupted. Your Highness is the same as them. Rather, you're the one who was calling the shots. How many dozens, no, hundreds of times have you hurt her? That's, of course, I won't try to justify what I did. Hence why from now on, I shall protect her from any form of malice. I won't let anyone hurt her. I swear to love her for the rest of my life. Then, cheers erupted from the male students. Among the female students, there were also those who were aware of his true feelings and didn't participate in the bullying. Said female students stared at the prince as if he were the male lead in a light novel and swooned. So, for the crime of tormenting and hurting her so much, she shall now be repaid with your love. How does that make sense? It seems that you're still unaware of your position. The prince, who had endured his first love for many years, finally decided to confess. However, said grand finale was ruined by a certain male student with the inability to read atmosphere. Other students frowned at him, while Andrew's handsome face twitched. In what world does a victim get compensated with the love of her abuser? By your logic, the other female students who harassed Lithia should now fawn over her and get away with it. What an outrageous thing to say. What would being loved by such people do? How is it any different from being loved by you? Well, that's because I'm different from them. You see, I didn't mean to insult her, for I've always loved her. Other students looked down on how stubborn the commoner was being. After all, not only did he try to steal the prince's lover, he was also a blockhead. If not for the prince's unyielding love and steady efforts, the fairy princess would have fallen in love with that commoner out of loneliness. But now, it was different. She'd been made aware of the prince's true feelings. Finally, the two were seeing eye to eye, yet still, that creep didn't give up. The students had been rendered speechless. At the same time, there were some who agreed with Gio's statement. If he puts it like that, he has a point. Furthermore, did you think I did all that simply because I couldn't be honest with her? Meanwhile, Andrew grinned with triumph. I couldn't openly say that I love her because I wasn't ready to welcome the Viscount's sole daughter, Lithia, as my wife. But now, the preparations are finally complete. Hold on, Your Highness. At Andrew's words, one of his two former fiancé candidates, Adora Dries, shouted. You unlike us, she hasn't received any of the princess education. Yet, to appoint her as the princess. That's right. If you were to make her your mistress, that'd still be understandable. But to make her a princess, what would His Majesty say? For both women, winning Andrew's affection was akin to a dream come true. Although originally, marriages to the royal family were woven through politics rather than love. There was no way that a daughter of a nouveau rich merchant would be able to perform the official duties of a princess. For the same reason, it should be impossible for a prince to do away with his fiancé candidates because they were perfectly educated. Were you hoping that I'd reduce her to a concubine? Lithia didn't receive any princess education, you say? Again, you misunderstood. All right, listen carefully. However, as if he could see through them, Andrew's cold gaze pierced them. At this point in time, Lithia has completed most of her princess education. She's far more educated than the two of you combined. Eh? It was Lithia's turn to scream. Until now, she always believed that the prince despised her. She didn't remember ever receiving any princess education. It's no surprise not even Lithia herself knows, for I had concealed the truth. Those supplementary lessons she'd been receiving to date have actually been the princess education. Lithia, thank you for working hard for our future. I instructed the teachers to be strict, but you managed to keep up brilliantly. Andrew smiled gently as he stared at Lithia. On the other hand, his expression as he turned towards Adora and Orion was freezing cold. On the contrary, the two of you always cut corners and even asked for a lenient tutor. Had you studied on your own and exercised some discipline, there might have been room for consideration, but I received no such reports. And yet, you still deem yourself worthy to the title of princess. Ignorance sure is bliss. That's. Far from winning his affection, they were slapped with the reality that even their accumulated achievements and confidence were nothing. Thus, the two ladies crumpled onto the floor. Even if they were to undertake a strict princess education, they'd need many years to complete it. By that time, Andrew would have graduated and taken a wife for himself. I've already reported to my father the lack of progress you two made in your princess education even after a decade. On the contrary, Lithia is about to complete it. My father prefers action over words. Now, as to whom is the most suitable for the title of princess, do we even need to ask? All for the sake of turning Lithia, a low-ranking aristocrat, into a princess. Apparently, for that purpose, he deemed it necessary to not only give Lithia a princess education, but to also drag others down. I always acted dismissive to Lithia to prevent others from learning that she's my true wife candidate. 10 years ago, from the day he saw the girl with pure white hair and golden eyes, Andrew's ploy had begun. Seriously, I thought he was just making a fool of her. To think that he's been looking forward to this day ever since he was 8 years old, it's kind of scary. As expected, you should never make an enemy out of him. Lady Lithia can't escape anymore. Andrew's display of competency and wicked cunningness instilled both fear and awe in the male students. Finally, your turn has come, Geo Wales, the filth who's been lurking around Lithia. Of course, Andrew's tactics didn't end there. The ones who'd bear the brunt of his wrath weren't only his former fiancé candidates, but also the man who incited his ire. Listen, everyone. I've prepared a place for this rare light magic user to devote himself. At the far east of this country is the territory of Baron Selvi. The Baron wishes to make use of his power. I've already completed all the procedures. As a courtesy, I've allowed him to attend school until today to witness the day where Lithia finally becomes my fiancé. However, he shall depart from the royal capital as soon as tomorrow. He'd show no mercy to those who got in the way of their love. Surprisingly, Andrew had already worked out a plan to banish his love rival to the farthest wasteland by using various connections and his authority. Starting 3 years ago, the lakes, the territory's sources of water, dried up one after another, and the water shortage has become serious. The land has become barren and the crops won't grow. Everyone, let's pray that his light magic, which boosts the growth of plants, will be of use there. Ha ha ha. Even though the had students fixed their gazes on Geo, he remained unperturbed. Had he been rendered speechless out of shock? No, judging from the way the prince had spoken, he must have been notified of the fact beforehand. Then, did he deliberately offend the prince in realization of his fate? Either way, such was the prince's punishment for those who dared to lay their hands on his fairy princess. While it might be cruel, it also attested to how much he loved her. That's how much His Highness Andrew thinks of Lady Lithia. A female student swooned at his decade-old love. Soon after, a round of applause enveloped the venue. Now then, all that's left for you is to accept. Lithia Album, will you be my princess? Even if you say no, I won't let you go. Somehow, his melty sweet smile also hinted to a fathomless abyss. When the unexpected, charming side of Andrew hit them like a stray bullet, the female students keeled over. The audience was giddy with excitement as they waited for her reply with bated breath. Pardon me, I'm not Lithia Album, but Lithia Wales. The round of applause abruptly ended. Such was the reply of the girl who was supposed to tearfully say yes. I said it from the beginning, you got the wrong person. As silence descended, the man who couldn't read the atmosphere. the man who was also Lithia's husband. Gio wails, spoke while embracing her shoulders. Chapter 10, In Sickness and in Health. What are you saying? I with Lithia. We registered our marriage the other day, and now I'm married. I can't possibly accept your proposal. No, that's not it. Why did you get married? In the quiet hall, Andrew was the first to open his mouth. With disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, he rushed Lithia and Gio. Because I proposed to her. You. What have you done? In the kingdom of Laphazard, while there was precedent for polygamy in the royal family, most practiced monogamy. As such, polygamy and bigamy were frowned upon. Naturally, it was illegal to propose to someone who was already married. Lithia, why didn't you wait for me? While it was possible to remarry after a divorce, that didn't apply to the royal family. After all, a crown princess had to be chaste. You've almost completed the princess education. As for me, I've even laid the groundwork. Not to mention, this man is going to be banished to the farthest region of the country. Even if the princess education could make up for her low status, her history as a divorcee would mar her value as a princess candidate. Much to Andrew's dismay, his perfect plan fell apart at the last moment. Why would I wait? Especially when Gio was scheduled to depart for Selvi before noon the next day. In order to follow him, I had to marry him. So that's how it is. Did this coward force you to accompany him? Hey, do you have no shame? Enraged, the prince raised his fist at Gio. But before it was swung down, Lithia went on. He didn't force me. After hearing his predicament, I told him that I didn't want to leave him. Thus, I asked him to marry me. Wait, I was the one who proposed, though. Didn't I say, will you marry me? But those were just words. When I expressed my wish to not be apart from you, it was akin to conveying my desire to marry you. In that case, I'd proposed first. As in, the day before that, when I swore to be by your side no matter what. But that's because I asked you to. Regardless, I said it first. On the other hand, the students, who were anticipating a happy ending between the princess and her prince, could only stare blankly at the unexpected development. What was she thinking? Why would she accept a marriage proposal from a mere commoner? Did he do something? No, that's impossible. In the first place, no commoner can force a noble in marriage. Then, did Lady Lithia really? Wait then, what about His Highness? At first, the students suspected Lithia accepted Gio's courtship because she was unaware of her feelings towards Andrew. That, or she was being coerced by Gio. However, after seeing how eager they were to protect each other, and also their bickering, they began to realize such didn't seem to be the case, and a wave of confusion began to spread. No, we should still be able to make it on time. It hasn't been that long since your marriage occurred. We can still try to annul it. Lithia, you married him because you were oblivious of my true feelings, right? You made a mistake. But now, I believe you can make an informed decision. Why don't we apply to the church? No, I didn't make a mistake. So please spare yourself from the trouble, Your Highness. The students clamored at Lithia's direct refusal. From the exchange up until now, it seemed that their marriage was based on mutual consent. Nevertheless, the fact remained had been oblivious to the prince's love. Everyone expected her to regret, but Lithia was unwavering. Using Andrew's authority, Lithia could have undone her marriage. In fact, it'd be as if she was never married to begin with. As such, she'd be able to become the crown princess. Yet, she refused him without a second thought. Even after His Highness had confessed, she still chooses that guy. No way, is she an idiot? What am I seeing right now? Such an abject refusal. It's as if she never even considered His Highness from the start. That's impossible. No, but... The students, who'd been swayed by the prince's theater of love, began to voice their doubts. Some tried to defend the love between the princess and the prince, but couldn't muster a single argument. It can't be. What are you dissatisfied with, Lithia? I did everything for the sake of welcoming you, a viscount's daughter, as my wife. I'm truly sorry if it took 10 years, but please understand, I couldn't pull it off in just 1 or 2 years. In front of the crushed prince, the couple held hands. As for the students, they no longer knew which one was the dark horse. Please forgive me, Lithia. I needed a whole decade to secure your position, so please. Unaware of the change in the atmosphere around him, Andrew sorrowfully hung his head. Could it be the creep in question isn't the commoner? Such a question arose within the hearts of the students. No matter how hard you worked, it's meaningless if she doesn't want it. That's it. At the words of the supposed creep, the hearts of the students were reunited. It finally dawned upon them, the true identity behind the creep. What stupid nonsense are you spouting? Full of surprise, Andrew shrieked as if he didn't see it coming. Your Highness worked hard to secure a position for Lithia. Lithia, on the other hand, doesn't want that position. They're simple. What are you talking about? That's a lie. A lie, for your information, Forgive me, Your Highness. When Gio was about to say something, Lithia gently placed her hand on his chest, before stepping forward. My husband doesn't lie. If his words came off as offensive to Your Highness, then I, his wife, shall humbly apologize. Then Lithia bowed her head deeply. Andrew was so stunned that he couldn't say anything back. Section. Lithia accepted Gio's proposal about half a month before the day of the dance party. I've decided to drop out of the academy. What? After finishing her usual supplementary lessons, she went home with Gio, who'd been waiting for her. But why? This is so sudden. Are you familiar with the Selvi territory? Right now, the crops aren't growing because of drought. It seems to have hit the people hard. The royal palace has decided to send me there. No way. What a sudden and not to mention abrupt decision. Lithia was rendered speechless. Regardless, it must have been the truth since Gio was incapable of lying. Well, originally, the royal palace dictated I attend this academy due to my light element. As such, even if this time they tell me to go to the east, it can't be helped. But what about your own circumstances? Gio isn't a commodity, they can just forward anywhere they like. Still, I'm an orphan. I have no guardians to make a direct complaint on my behalf. Or rather, I'm under the custody of the government, so similar to being an order from my guardian. Gio, you aren't complaining. Even if it means having to be separated from me, if it were me, I'd refuse. Lithia was shocked by Gio's indifference. The Selvi territory was located at the easternmost region of the kingdom of Lafazard. It was far away from the royal capital. Therefore, it'd be difficult for the two to see each other. It'd have been better if it was closer to the royal capital, but I don't have any say in it. I don't know how often I'll be able to visit the royal capital, but I will be sure to do so. I'll also write to you. But can't you at least wait until you graduate? No, this is actually an opportunity for me. The Baron and his wife don't have children, and depending on my contribution, they might adopt me. There's no way I can miss this. Her vision darkened. Before, didn't Gio say that he wanted to stay by my side no matter what? He wasn't lying, right? Then, why would he choose this opportunity over me? I see. After all, it'd be better for Gio to be adopted by the Baron of Selvi rather than staying at the academy. Yes, Besides, even Lithia's family bought their title with money, so she had no right to blame Gio. Yet somehow, she was sure that Gio would choose her over such a thing. If I have a title, I should be able to propose to you. The tears she'd been adamantly trying to conceal trickled down. Lithia is still single, right? If it means staying by your side for the remainder of my life, being apart for a few years is nothing. Of course, I'm aware that just a title won't be enough, but I don't want to give up without trying. Amidst the surprise, her tears flowed. Wait. I see. Apparently, that was why Gio didn't hesitate. That was why he appeared to be so happy and said that the sooner the better. Even if you don't have a title, I'm willing to marry you, you moron. It was all for my sake, wasn't it? Meanwhile, I was too preoccupied with my own grief. Gio's actions from there were swift. Marry me. Without wasting a single second, Gio got down on his knee, plucked some dandelions from the side of the road, made them blossom, and presenting them to her. Of course, not without removing the roots first. I'm sorry, I only have this right now. Leaves jutted out from the hastily made bouquet. Nevertheless, Lithia received it before wordlessly bringing it to her chest. Section. Even though I only planned on attending the dance party with Gio, who'd have expected all that to happen. On the balcony where the night breeze blew, Lithia muttered with a sigh. After the proposal, they got married within half a month. The entire time, they were busy with preparations. Of course, only those close with them knew about the wedding. As for the ceremony, it was held by her relatives with a priest invited to her house. She was simply too busy to inform everyone else. But now that she thought about it, she made the right choice. If Andrew had known, he'd have probably attempted to foil the wedding. Not only that, but Lithia also deliberately submitted her letter of withdrawal on Gio's last day of school. Regarding that, she also made the right choice. If she had done it sooner, Andrew would have been informed by a teacher. And here I thought that Prince had a warped sense of beauty. Thank God he's normal. Well, I don't care about that anymore. From the venue on the other side of the window, the orchestra's stilted performance could be heard. After everything that had happened, no one could move for a while. Even though everyone seemed to have something to say, only awkward silence ensued. Even if the music had started, no one was able to dance in such an atmosphere. Lithia, please give me your hand. I'd like to fulfill my promise. Well, except for him. Since they were on the balcony, away from every else, no one should realize it. Still, they would be able to hear their footsteps. A love-struck couple who danced without a care in the world. Of course, gladly. Lithia didn't care. It didn't matter what anyone else thought of her, what Andrew and his entourage thought of her. In this world, I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you, Lithia. It's as if I'm dancing with a moon fairy. What if I told you I truly am one? I'd believe you. Haha, then would I have to prove that I'm human again? Even if he was the only person in this world who'd call her beautiful, she'd be happy. After all, he was the most honest man in the world, one who never lied in his entire life. And at the same time, the man she loved. Chapter 11, Forevermore. A few months later, vibrant green leaves rustled under brimming sunlight. Vegetables and fruits had sprouted. The land, where all things grew, retained enough water that one's feet would sink upon stepping on it. The Selvi territory, once rumored to be a land forsaken by spirits, was regaining its former glory as a land cherished by spirits. What nice weather. I should have brought a lunchbox. In front of such gorgeous scenery, the meal would surely taste better. Since Lithia is more gorgeous than any scenery, I don't think that'd be necessary. Oh, right, you can't see your own face. Next time, let's bring a lunchbox and a mirror. Let's settle with just a lunchbox. Besides, I can always eat while admiring Gio. Gio and Lithia, who were inspecting one of the Selvi territory's many farmlands, held hands as they enjoyed their outing. Oh, if it isn't the savior of light and his wife. Everyone, the future lord and his wife are here. The farmers immediately abandoned what they were doing and rushed over. As per the contract, if the annual harvest recovers to 50% of the amount before the drought, I'll be adopted. I'm not exactly the future lord yet. No, the fields aren't just half of what they were before, but they're growing at a rate of 50% more than before. This is all thanks to you. Apparently, an earthquake 3 years ago injured the water spirit that had blessed the lake of the Selvi territory, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. After being healed, the water spirit resumed its duty. The people of the territory thanked the light magic user who came from the royal capital, and the rumors spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, the person in question was enjoying the comfort of his wife's lap pillow while complaining. Rewinding time to 3 years ago is really exhausting. I don't care whether or not Gio receives the title, but I'm happy seeing everyone recognize your talent. As long as Lithia is there, I don't care about the peerage. Your happiness is my happiness. According to her regular correspondence with the Album family, many events had transpired in the royal capital. Apparently, the right of succession to the throne had been transferred from the first prince to his 7-year-old brother. As for the first prince himself, he had become a recluse. In order to make Lithia his only wife, Andrew had deceived the other candidates. However, because Lithia had escaped, he was left without a single fiancé candidate. Thus, the royal family decided that rather than appointing new candidates, simply replacing the crown prince and re-educating the new one would be better. Although, the issue barely affected Gio and Lithia as they lived in a land far away from the royal capital. Young lady, if you don't mind, do receive this. These are the first white berries I picked this year. Are you sure? Thank you. Ma'am, this is a turnip I grew myself. Please eat it. Thank you. I'll include it in tomorrow's salad. Gio and Lithia were now living together in a small mansion prepared by the Baron of Selvi. If Gio had come on his own, he'd have lived near the Selvi family's residence. However, the Baron was considerate of the couple. He said, "We shouldn't get in the way of the newlyweds. Hey, watch yourself. That's someone else's wife." Ouch. A youth had given Lithia a turnip. He was smiling ear to ear. But in the next moment, the elderly man next to him slapped his back. He was probably the youth's father. No, it's all right. After all, my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Anyone would be stunned if a moon fairy were to suddenly grace them with her presence. While rubbing the youth's back, Gio sternly reprimanded his father. The youth's expression filled with surprise. Huh, the pain has disappeared. Could it be it's the young master's healing magic? Gio seemed to have casted a spell. Thank you for your kind and generous words. Even today, Gio, an honest man, had made a name for himself as a devoted husband in the Selvi territory. Of course, the same went for his wife, the moon fairy who always stood by his side. The lively laughter of the people of the territory erupted beside the lush farmland. Section. Did you fall for me at the first sight, Gio? Yep, that's right. Funny how I was just thinking, wow, the moon sure is beautiful tonight. And then a fairy appeared in front of me. On the way home from the farmland, the two walked hand in hand down a peaceful road. In truth, I once thought that Gio might be a flower fairy. I'm not though. I know, it's just a small analogy. Even now, Lithia still dreamed of the time when she just met Gio. The day after we first met, you showed me the summer flowers of that tree. Actually, I wasn't admiring the flowers at the time. Instead, my eyes were fixed on you, the man smiling proudly amidst the flower snowstorm. Perhaps she had fallen for him at that time. Gio always praised her for her fairy-like beauty, but in all honesty, Lithia had the same thought about him. Please stay by my side forever, my fairy. Always my moon. Thus, the shadows of the two merged into one. As they did, his jet-black hair and her pure white hair were interwoven, creating a beautiful contrast. Extra 1. The Day of Departure. This story is set the day after the dance party in Chapter 10. Father, mother, brother, I'll be going now. I'll take care of your daughter, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law. At the terminal for the Magical Express, the day after the dance party. With a traveling cloak and a heavy travel bag, Lithia said her final goodbyes to her family with Gio. Lithia, please be happy. Gio, I entrust my daughter to you. If you have any troubles, feel free to consult us. We'll be sure to help you. Stay healthy, sister. As for the items they couldn't carry, they'd just be shipped to her new house at a later date. As furniture and daily necessities were to be prepared by the Baron, she only brought the minimum but necessary items with her. Did you forget anything? I shouldn't wait, my light blue ribbons. I forgot them on the dressing table. Lithia touched her hair, but found nothing there. Even though she'd planned to adorn her twin tails with some ribbons. What should I do? The robe isn't that cute, so I thought that I'd put on some ribbons. Don't worry about that, you're cuter than anything else. Gia. As she spoke, Lithia was absent-mindedly combing her own hair with her fingers. Gio comforted the depressed Lithia and placed his hand on top of hers. Extra 2, en route. Wow, Gio, look the window. The view is so breathtaking. I know, your reflection on the window is gorgeous. Look outside the window, not the window itself. Some time after the Magical Stone Express left the royal capital, as the buildings grew scarce, the scenery outside was slowly encased in snow. I never knew snow could pile up like a carpet. In the royal capital, it just dissipates, and even when it remains, it won't be that deep. It's my first time seeing such a beautiful blanket of snow. I agree, the snow is beautiful because it has the color of your hair. Within the train's twin seats, Gia, let Lithia have the window seat. After all, watching the passing scenery would lessen the opportunity for motion sickness and keep her from getting bored. When asked if he would suffer from the latter, Gio replied, "There's no problem. I'll be watching you." Up until that second, he had stayed faithful to his words. Aren't you bored? No, not at all. You must be. That's all you've been doing this whole time. I'm not. Rather, the more time passes, the happier I become. Even though the royal capital is getting farther and farther away, you're still by my side. When he said that with such a jovial expression, the outside scenery escaped her mind. I'm no longer in the academy or the royal capital for that matter. Yet you're still here. It's as if I'm dreaming. Isn't that only to be expected? We're married after all. Oh, right. We got married. Somewhat restless, Lithia's hand fidgeted on top of her lap. Gio took her hand and kissed her fingers. I love you, my Lithia. Hiya. Lithia stiffened, her face turning bright scarlet, as Gio's lips brushed against her little finger, ring finger, and then middle finger. WW8. Half a month had passed since his proposal. Even though they had a wedding ceremony and she was officially married to Gio, in reality, She had next to no experience regarding intimacy beyond friendship. After all, before they could even become a couple, they were already married. They barely did anything as a couple. Even after getting married, they were busy preparing to move, etc., and weren't able to spend any time alone. Gee. What is it? Perhaps that was why the reality that he was now her husband hadn't yet registered for her. Basically, he was more than a lover. I don't think my fingers taste any good. Wait, that's not what I meant to say. She knew he didn't do it because her fingers were tasty. She knew, but was too embarrassed, and ended up saying something silly. When she thought that she'd grown accustomed to Gio's straightforwardness, he suddenly coupled it with action, making it lethal. I certainly didn't find them delicious. Nevertheless, I found them cute and precious. Besides, before we hopped on the train, didn't Lithia tell me to do this? You said that when words aren't enough, I should find another way to express myself. Well, I did, but I can't believe it. She had stomped down on her own foot with that. Truly, she had reaped what she sowed. What if people see us? All the passengers in this car got off at the last stop. What about time and place? Lithia is cute whenever and wherever. After kissing all of her fingers, his lips trailed to her wrist. He gently kissed the front of her wrist before switching to the back. Then, Gio raised his face and looked straight into her eyes. But if Lithia dislikes it, I'll stop. I'll do my best to express my love with words alone. W8. Just like that, the restraint on her waist loosened and Lithia hastened to compose herself. I don't dislike it. I don't dislike anything Gio does at all. She didn't dislike it, nor did she mind. As the royal capital grew further away and the number of passengers decreased, even Lithia was waiting for an opportunity. Despite being newlyweds, they'd been busy with preparations and other formalities. Even after the wedding, she was subjected to the watchful eye of her family, so they really couldn't have any sweet escapades. But as long as we're on this train, we never know who's going to get on. I see. On the night of the dance party, Lithia decided not to care about what everyone thought anymore. But as expected, she couldn't just ignore the eyes of complete strangers. Although, if someone saw a couple shamelessly flirting with each other, they might just ignore them. Then, should I be discreet about it? Like this. Gio intertwined Lithia's hand with his own and tucked it away under the robe covering his knees. Certainly, with that, even if someone boarded, they wouldn't notice right away. As far as those people would be able to see, they'd just be a pair of people sitting side by side. Hiya. What's the matter? What are you doing? Contrary to what she expected, Gio's hand stirred. He began to trace her fingers one by one, caressing them. I don't understand. I'm not sure, but isn't this something that only someone experienced does? Hold on a second. Gio, you never had a lover beside me, right? No. Is that so? Then it's fine, wait really. I swear by the name of the spirit of light that there was no one. Lithia is my first love. Suddenly, her thoughts wandered to his love history. After all, looking at how shameless he was, she began to suspect that he had a lot of experience. However, Gio couldn't lie. Still, if they were both inexperienced, why was she the only one getting all hot and bothered? What? Wait, Gio, I'm your first love. Just now, he said something that couldn't be ignored. Shocked, Lithia asked what that was all about. Yes, it's true, I didn't tell you. You didn't, is that how it is? Really now? Unlike Lithia, who had never held a proper conversation with a man or experienced a romantic situation before Gio was enrolled in the academy, he worked in a large store with adults. If so, he must have come across all sorts of people. As such, it wouldn't have been strange if there was someone else before her. Even more so considering how he didn't cut corners when it came to admitting his feelings. I'm the only one. Happy, I'm so glad. In other words, be it Gio's heart or his love profession, they were hers alone from the beginning to the end. You too, I love you. I don't want to be separated from you. I want you to keep touching me. You're the first to ever make me feel this way. In the same way, Gio was Lithia's first everything. Despite being somewhat embarrassed, she couldn't help but confess to the truth. Lithia. As he took in the sight of blushing Lithia, Gio murmured as if lost in thought. Let's get off at the next stop. Let's get off at the next stop. Wait. I can hear you just fine. Before she knew it, Gio was right in front of her, her hand firmly clasped in his. Surprised, Lithia involuntarily withdrew on her seat. I'm sorry. I don't know how I'm supposed to put this overflowing love into words. Therefore, before I blaspheme against the spirit of light, let's get off at the next stop. There's somewhere I'd like to go to. Sure. Even Lithia, who had never been in a romantic relationship, knew where this was going. Could this be? No, it must be. Still, all of the sudden. Well, considering that we're a couple, it shouldn't be that unexpected. Besides, originally, couples would consummate their love on their wedding day. And considering their ceremony was a few weeks ago, it could even be considered late. But I haven't prepared myself. I won't burden Lithia. I'll take responsibility for everything. Even if we get off at the next stop, where are we going to go? There should be one in the city if we look. By that, does he mean an inn or something similar? Outside, the sun was still high, and it made her restless, as if she were doing something immoral. I understand. Let's get off at the next stop and see if we can find it. Lithia, thank you for helping me. Even so, as long as she was with him, she'd be all right no matter what. Gio smiled in relief as Lithia grasped his hand with determination. 10 minutes later. Other than a dictionary, this anthology of love poems might suit my needs. I shall borrow the wisdom of my predecessors. I'll also need an encyclopedia of plants. I want to study upon beautiful white flowers that match Lithia's hair. I have to expand my vocabulary so that I can encapsulate Lithia's beauty. After getting off at the following stop, they went to a large bookstore. Lithia. What's wrong? Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. I'll pay for all these books so you won't be burdened. To the motivated Gio, who was holding numerous dictionaries, poetry collections, and encyclopedias, Lithia replied, You certainly weren't lying, while staring off into the distance. Extra 3, en route 2. All right, after careful consideration, I've narrowed it down to 3 books. I won't repeat the same mistake I made when we left. That's great. After ruminating for about an hour in the bookstore, Gio's shopping finally came to an end. True to his previous statement, Gio stuffed all the thick books into his bag while also carrying Lithia's bag in his other hand to ensure she wasn't burdened in the slightest. Are you okay? It looks heavy. When I worked at a merchant, I carried this much every day. It isn't any trouble. Lithia's heart fluttered at his subtle manliness. The anticipation in her heart that had been swept away by disappointment after the bookstore incident began to rise once again. She smiled wryly. How can I be this easy? Besides, I want Lithia to preserve her strength because we'll need it later. While I did say that I wouldn't burden you, I want you to do various things too. Come again. A tsunami suddenly crashed on the calm sea that was her heart. Aren't we finished here? Isn't it about time for us to return to the magical Stone Express? No, if anything, we're just about to get to the main issue at hand. No way, did you honestly think I just wanted to go to a bookstore? Until just now, definitely. But certainly, Gio never said that a bookstore was the only place he'd stop by. When they went to the bookstore, Lithia had felt rejected. After all, despite his suggestive proposal, nothing happened. I'm sorry, Lithia, it seems that my explanation was lacking, but if Lithia isn't willing, I won't rush you. Let's set it aside and return to the train. Wait, I merely misunderstood. I got off the train fully knowing the implications. Lithia rushed to stop Gio, who was about to turn around and head for the magical Stone Express. Are you sure? Don't do it for my sake. Lithia has to wish for it as well. I don't want to force you. No, I'm not being forced at all. Like I said on the train, I don't dislike anything that Gio does. Lithia. Gio, beaming with joy, spread his arms while holding the bags. However, suddenly recalling something, he put them down. That was close. If my hands weren't full, I'd have hugged you. I have to be mindful of being seen, and also of the time and place. All right, we have to watch out for that. In truth, even if he had dropped the bags and pulled her into an embrace, Lithia wouldn't have done anything. In fact, if not for his words, she'd have forgotten that they were in public, and not to mention in the middle of the afternoon. That's right, I have to be mindful in public and think about the time and place. Besides, there's no need to rush. We still have plenty of time. Anyway, let's head to the next store before it gets dark. I remember seeing a certain signboard not far from the bookstore. All of the sudden, Gio was full of energy. As she stood next to him, Lithia awkwardly fixed her hair. Even though there was no rush, she said something embarrassing just now. She was worried of coming off as being improper. Over there, let's go, Lithia. Okay. She didn't realize there was an inn near the bookstore. An hour ago, when she restlessly alighted from the train, Ji suddenly pointed at something while saying, "I'm glad we found it right away." However, upon seeing that it was a bookstore, Lithia had to quell the raging storm in her heart. At that time, paying attention to her surroundings was the last thing on her mind. I didn't know, to think that one is so close by. Has she properly paid attention? She'd have noticed that going to a bookstore wasn't the only thing in Gio's mind. Rather, that bookstore might have been a setup for the actual performance. Lithia, who'd been chasing after Gio, froze after seeing the signboard hanging directly above her. Amazing! The wall is covered with ribbons. You can choose as many as you want. He was, in fact, just looking at a certain shop right next to the bookstore. I see, yay. The signboard of the store that Gio rushed into had the words, "General Store," coupled with pictures of cute trinkets and accessories. That store had quite a vast selection. Had my bag allowed it, I'd have bought every single color. I see. It goes without saying that every color suits Lithia. The pastel blue of the spring sky, the azure of summer, the orange of dusk, and the black of the night sky. Thanks. Within the dining room of the inn, Lithia's heart was as tranquil as the Dead Sea, with no undulations as far as the eye could see, as she ate soup with Gio for dinner. "Lithia, what's wrong? You don't seem to be well." I'm not angry. Yes, she wasn't. Besides, it was her own fault. She had set herself up by having strange expectations. "No, I'm fine." "It's nothing." When she saw how serious he was when he was choosing ribbons, she felt delighted. When he proudly presented some colorful ribbons to her and said that they suited her, the scars in her heart gradually healed. "I'm just a bit tired, don't worry about it." Before the train even departed, he already mentioned needing stop at a general store. Therefore, she should have seen it coming. "If you're tired, then it can't be helped." "I'm fine, I swear." Although they were just moving to a new location, it was akin to their honeymoon. She didn't want others to think that she was sulking over something so trivial. Nevertheless, she was just a bit tired from misunderstanding twice in a row. Besides, she had learned her lesson. After sunset, they finally reached the inn. However, she wasn't expecting much. He probably only intended it to be a place to sleep for the night. "Then, you should go get some rest. Before going to bed, feel free to take a bath. I'll take one later." Understood. The inn had a steam bath available for its guests. That night, there were almost no other guests besides Gio and Lithia, so they should be able to use it right away. An inn with a bath. Before they got off the train, Lithia would have soared upon hearing that. Unfortunately, she had learned her lesson. Gio probably chose an inn with a bath to relieve their fatigue. Incidentally, they were also sharing a room, but that was only natural since they were married. Therefore, she shouldn't be overly conscious about it. "I'll go ahead then." "Okay." Even if nothing happened, sharing a room with Gio, lying beside him while talking about the future shouldn't be that bad. Lithia left to go get a change of clothes. Section, Lithia. Gio, that was quick. Gio, who'd just gotten out of the bath, approached Lithia. Until then, she had been sitting on the bed staring listlessly at the moon through the window. "The moon is pretty." "It is." "Lithia is prettier, though." "Haha, I knew you'd say that." Lithia leaned against Gio, who sat next to her. He was the kind of person who'd say that out of the sincerity of his heart and not as a pickup line. Because of that, even someone as stubborn as Lithia believed it. With an unfaltering tone and a straightforward gaze, he'd say that she was beautiful. "Lithia, I'll ask you for one last time. You won't regret this." Gio's voice sounded like a gentle lullaby. Like I've said many times, I don't dislike anything that Gio, huh? As the sense of peace lulled her to sleep, something took her out of her drowsiness. Her lips were sealed by none other than her source of reassurance. "Whenever you feel scared, just say it and I'll stop." What? A flurry of kisses cascaded upon her cheeks, forehead, eyes, and before she could register anything, he softly pushed her down on the bed. "I see, this must be a good night kiss. He put me in this position to help me sleep." Before Lithia could convince herself, he licked her neck, eliciting a gasp. "Ah. Do you dislike it?" Gio, who seemed to take her cry as a protest, suddenly raised his head. In truth, she just couldn't help it, not when he kissed on her neck. With quivering lips, Lithia blinked. Gio was towering over her, illuminated by the moonlight. Due to the darkness, his eyes appeared to be black, but she already knew from long ago that they were actually deep indigo. A single drop of water dripped from his black hair, still wet from his bath. Teether. Aether. Or maybe they're from father or mother. Wait, there's no need to ask your parents for help. If you don't like it, I'll stop. This is the third time. In Lithia's defense, her mental preparations weren't ready. After all, she had abandoned all hope from the moment he took her to the bookstore. Now, when she was in such a defenseless state, he charged at her with an entire cannonball. Lithia. What the hell do you mean by the third time? To calm herself down, she even took a long bath. In just a day, her excitement peaked not one but twice, albeit for two entirely different reasons. Her vision shook violently, and she couldn't endure keeping her eyes open any longer. Wait, did you fall asleep? Right now. As she heard Gio's unusually panicked voice, Lithia fainted. Next time I'll prepare myself for sure. Author's note. Keeping Lithia's words in mind, Gio was careful about the time, waited until it got dark, place and in with a bath, and to not be seen, the two of them in a locked room. Extra 4. En route 3. Bathed in the soft light pouring through the window, Lithia began to stir. Are you awake? Gio. She heard a voice coming from somewhere. The most reassuring voice in the world. If you're still tired, you can sleep some more. I'm sorry for overdoing it last night. What? Someone was caressing her hair. As her blurry vision cleared, she realized that she was in her sleepwear and that Gio was standing beside her bed, peering at her face. Is your body all right? Are you in pain? She unconsciously nestled against his palm, which had moved from her hair to her cheek. Still in a disoriented state, Lithia tried to muster a reply. Somehow, it was like the morning exchange between newlywed couples after their first night. Upon realizing that, Lithia's cheeks flared up and she hastily sat up. No, we haven't done anything, but almost. Wait, it's morning already. Yes, but there's no need to rush. Even if you sleep for another hour, we will still catch the train in time. She was wide awake. In the room filled with sunshine, Gio had already changed into a fresh set of clothes. No matter how she looked at it, the morning had arrived. She swore that she was about to know, was pushed down by Gio just a few seconds ago. Oh, Gio, about yesterday. She could only recall up until the blood rushed to her head. Other than that, nothing. Who would have thought that she'd pass out at such a critical moment? I know. I'm sorry I was too bold yesterday. It's all right. I will refrain from doing that for a while. I know being prepared is important for women. I'll wait until the day where Lithia is fully prepared arrives. Wait. Don't worry, I'll be sure to wait. No, I don't mean it that way. Gio probably thought that she was scared out of her wits. Both her sleepwear and sheets were still tidy, and she felt no sense of discomfort anywhere. Therefore, she could tell that he let her sleep without doing anything. I wasn't scared. Like, we can even do it right here, right now. She wasn't scared, she was just too surprised. Saying that she was unprepared wasn't exactly right either. If anything, she was trying to kill her expectations, making the surprise attack way more effective than it should have been. Also, when she recalled how easily she was pushed down by his large, sinewy hands which crawled from her shoulders to her chest, or the glimpse of his chest, which could be seen from his revealing nightgown. He looked like a man. No, I already knew that from the start. What she didn't know was that he could be so manly. Thank you, Lithia. After laughing out loud, G sat on the bed and pulled her closer to him. It's going to be fine. I'm fully prepared this time. While she did sound desperate, she truly meant it. Although the room was a bit too bright, also, did she smell of sweat? What about her bedhead? Right now, I'm satisfied with those sentiments alone. He gently kissed her forehead. When she thought that she was about to be pushed down, Gio suddenly left the bed. I'm going to order breakfast, so please get changed in the meantime. Which would you like, meat or fish? Fish. Got it. Gio walked away, and as she blankly stared at his back, the door was closed with a thud, leaving her alone in the room. Does that mean we're having something to eat first? Certainly, it'd be a problem if her stomach rumbled in the middle of it, but something about his words were off. If anything, he seemed to be postponing it. Although considering what happened yesterday, the possibility it actually was the other way around wasn't zero. For now, let's just get changed. Lithia finished her morning preparations with mixed feelings. Section. Conclusion, he was really postponing it. Lithia, if you are experiencing motion sickness, would you like to get off at the next stop? You look unwell. Currently, the short hand of the clock was pointing diagonally to the upper left of the disc, and Lithia was on bed with Gio, not. Instead, they were inside the magical Stone Express, bound for Selvi territory. You can use my shoulder if you're sleepy. Okay. As expected, it was a sham. The so-called failed first night morning. Gio's kindness, which was usually reassuring, felt so painful now. It wasn't because of motion sickness or sleepiness, but she was indeed a bit pale. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Lithia borrowed his shoulder. Gio. What? Would you like to get off at a station on the way? You must be really unwell, of course. No, it's not like that. What should I do? In the first place, should a woman be asking for such a thing? Gio said that he'd wait until she was ready. She was, so how should she convey it? When she told him that morning, the timing gave the impression she was putting on a strong front. Well, I'm not sick, I just want to stop by an inn. Are you sleepy? It's not that. She almost gave up from sheer embarrassment. But if she stopped, there was no saying when the next one would be. Lithia Wales, show your courage as a woman. Last night's continuation. Lithia took Gio's hand and placed it on top of her lap, while sending an upward glance his way. She couldn't pretend anymore. Yesterday, I wasn't scared. Rather, I was excited. I just found it unexpected. I fainted because I was surprised and overwhelmed, but I didn't dislike it. Lithia. Gio wrapped his hand around hers and stared into her eyes. When he peered into her eyes, Lithia flushed. Lithia, I can't lie. Yes, I know that part of you. No, I'm saying that I can't lie to anyone. I can't even come up with small excuses. Not even to Baron Selvi and his wife, who were about to meet. Gio was acting weird. Even though he seemed to be excited, he also seemed to be suppressing his desire, making him to look unusually impatient. Also, why did he suddenly bring up Baron Selvi and his wife? I wrote a letter to the Baron and his wife saying that we'd be leaving before noon yesterday. All right. Assuming we'll stay overnight in a town somewhere along the way. It'll take 2 days to reach their territory with Magical Stone Express. Does that mean we can't be late for our appointment? If they got off the train now and stayed at an inn, they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. However, Gio only told them the date of departure, instead of promising to arrive that day. If we were to arrive tomorrow, they might ask if we got lost or fell ill. An ordinary guy would probably be able to come up with something, but I can only tell the truth, but there's no way I can just say that. Oh. Lithia finally understood how serious it was. If Baron Selvi and his wife were to ask, "You were late, did you get lost?" Gio would tell them the reason for the delay. The reason why he got off the train and what he did afterwards. Why you can just stay quiet. I also can't show affirmation to your words. I'd have to remain silent the entire time, like a statue. Above all, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for making Lithia lie to cover my own skin. She didn't realize that his inability to lie would have such a negative impact. Even if she was mentally prepared for the deed, nothing would be able to prepare her to tell the truth to her future parents-in-law. The spirit of light is strict when it comes to lies about the past. The future may change, but not the past. She told herself the same thing, too. Gio's frustration was conveyed through his painful grip. There was nothing she could do about it. She tried to picture a scene where she honestly told her future parents-in-law why they were late. If I lose the ability to use light magic, no, I can't. Apparently, Gio also pictured a scene where he tried to lie, but soon covered his face. Lying wouldn't get them anywhere. In the first place, they were welcome to that territory because of his light magic. It'd be anticlimactic if he lost his power as soon as they arrived. Everything would have been in vain. How I wish that the train would stop as it is. A few minutes later. After the two of them passed some time in silence, Gio muttered with a determined gaze. Then, even if we stop by a town along the way, we could just say, we got delayed because the train stopped. All right. How I wish the time would stop. Was a line often said by lovers in romance novels, but now it carried a different undertone. Poor maintenance, out of fuel, a faulty rail, which one would stop the train with the least possible damage? Improper maintenance and faulty rails can lead to accidents, so they're dangerous. But if the train runs out of fuel, it can just quickly refuel from the surrounding towns. So, it'd be useless, unless there's a fuel shortage in all the towns around here. Any ideas? A fuel shortage can happen if the fire magic stone mine becomes inaccessible. Rather than joking, they were seriously considering it. However, no matter what they did, the magical express train continued to glide along its tracks. Extra 5. The perspective of a certain male student. This is the story of Lithia, and the others as seen by a certain male student. Even back when he was still a child, Harrison Baldwin believed himself to be a tactful person. Hair so white it resembles an old woman's, eyes so yellow they're reminiscent of vain nouveau rich gold. I've never seen anyone so sickening. Because of that, at a certain tea party for children he attended back when he was still 8 years old, he immediately understood why the prince would say such a thing to a certain girl. Haha, it seems that when it comes to matters of love, the prince is no different from any other boy. Excelling in all manners of things, such as knowledge, magic, and swordsmanship, the prince was touted as a child prodigy, but it turned out that he had such an unexpected side to himself. Haha, oh no, how unfortunate. Please sit further away. We can't have you offending His Highness Andrew any more than this, after all. Oh no, there are no more seats. It seems that you'll have no choice but to sit on the ground. However, the moment Prince Andrew uttered such clumsy words, the young ladies who were biting their lips in envy at the cuteness of the white-haired girl gleefully jumped on the bandwagon. Despite the sarcasm they spoke with, they couldn't read between the lines. Harrison, who was still a child at the time, bore witness to how nasty some women could be. Oh, After being nudged by the girl sitting next to her, the white-haired girl fell off her chair. Even if she couldn't comprehend sarcasm, their malice was conveyed loud and clear. Her round, golden eyes soon overflowed with tears. Are you okay? Whoa. The boys other than Harrison also failed to grasp the prince's hidden implications. Confused, one of them tried to reach out to the girl, but bang, he soon withdrew his hand when Andrew slammed his fist against the table. Are you trying to attend this tea party with such a filthy dress? How unsightly. Why don't you just go home? The boys awkwardly looked away. Meanwhile, the girls were grinning at her. The prince was still glaring at the boy who attempted to help her, scowling. The white-haired girl trembled in despair with no allies in sight. She seemed so pitiful. They are all so childish. Yet, despite how pitiful it seemed, Harrison, whose smile didn't befit his age, knew better than everyone else. It was a prelude of a Cinderella story. Section: 10 years had passed since that fateful tea party. The love story of the clumsy prince and the fairy princess also spanned for that whole decade. The prince's foolishness was even worse than Harrison expected, while the fairy princess' obliviousness was plain hardcore. Thank you for your concern. Of course, I'm fully aware that I can't bother His Highness. Therefore, to not cause any further disturbance for everyone, I shall take my cue and leave. Wah, I see well, I'm glad to hear you're self-aware. Which, your somber hair and eyes are bothering everyone. I understand, thank you very much for your advice. One night at a school dance party, Harrison shrugged as he overheard their exchange. Once again, Lithia's took Andrew's awkward invitation at face value and left the venue as it was. He knew the prince was just hiding his embarrassment the first time he heard it, but Lithia always took him seriously. Those foolish women taking jabs at her was awful, but how did she fail to notice that the prince always personally invited her at every gathering? His clumsy method aside, he was also openly jealous whenever another man approached her. Yet Lithia didn't realize this, for 10 whole years. Just how dense could one be? Well, it isn't like His Highness is making it any easier for the both of them. Harrison sighed as Lithia tearfully passed by him. He could understand why. To be despised by her beloved prince, how it must have saddened her. Although he wanted to reassure her that it was just a baseless worry, he knew it wasn't his place to do so. Therefore, he could only wish that the love-struck prince would do his best to court the oblivious girl. Now, Your Highness, with that loathsome witch gone, shall we dance? No, dance with me first. I was the one who shooed her away. Look at them. They harassed the prince's beloved, unaware that the prince scorned them to the fullest. The two were the prince's fiancé candidates, and they honestly believed the prince felt something for them. I can see why she's the chosen one. Thus, Harrison concluded the reason why the prince chose Lithia was due to her humility. After all, she couldn't even see the depths of his love. Section: I never saw it coming. Suddenly, a nobody barged into their clumsy, long-standing romance. "Hey, transfer student. Do you need something?" During dance class, despite the intervention from both Prince Andrew and the teacher, the transfer student still took Lithia's hand. To top it off, he also didn't care about his surroundings. Geo Wales, originating from the downtown, he had a history of working with a merchant. However, he was accepted into the academy due to wielding the rare attribute of light. Perhaps because he was a commoner, he was wholly ignorant with indirect expressions and the custom of reading between the lines of the nobles. Out of patience, Andrew directly told him that he'd dance with Lithia, only to be rejected. He was such a wild card. Didn't you see how angry His Highness was? I won't go into details, but don't get involved with that ugly, white-haired witch any further. You got the wrong person. Let's go, Lithia. Hey, wait, hold on. Geo wrapped his hand around the fairy princess before scooting away. Who do you think you are? That man was truly daft. 10 years ago, most people were oblivious because they were children. But now, without being told, all the boys at that academy had noticed the prince's clumsy feelings, along with the fairy princess' wistful gaze at the prince. We all wished that the two would finally come together. I see. You really don't understand anything. Listen, there are underlying circumstances as to why His Highness acted like that. I'll explain from the beginning, so come with me. Nope. What? An orphaned commoner couldn't possibly stand up against a dazzling prince. Besides, the former would just make for a tasteless romance. Thus, I intended to reprimand the pitiful man who was a borderline stalker at that point. With that, he'd stop imposing himself on the couple. It was rude of me, but it seemed that I had no choice but to lay out the prince's true feelings and the fairy princess' secret feelings. Why do I need to know the reason he's calling her ugly? Even without knowing, I already know it's wrong. It's not worth listening to. Huh, what? But Geo Whale's words were completely unexpected. Also, why was he framing Harrison as the villain? He pretends to be a hero, even though all he does is meddle in the love affairs of others. Somehow, Harrison still found it in him to be sympathetic towards Geo. Surely, in the near future, when the prince and the fairy princess resolved their misunderstandings and became a couple in the truest sense of words, this commoner would be greatly embarrassed. Harrison wanted to explain it to him for his own sake. As if I'd listen. Let's go, Lithia. Yes, good day, Sir Baldwin. Hey, wait, just wait, hold on. In the meantime, the shameless man took the prince's beloved and left. Damn it, he should get kicked by a horse. All right, I give up. Harrison finally let it go. After all, that man had made his own bed. He truly believed he knew what was coming. That no matter how much that black horse meddled with the couple in the end, he'd ultimately be humiliated by their true love, and his daftness would be the end of him. What? So, just what in the world was going on? The annual winter dance. The scene that unfolded before his eyes was anything but that happy ending Harrison had envisioned for the dishonest prince and the oblivious fairy princess all those years ago. I'm not Lithia Album, I'm Lithia Wales. Where was the fairy princess who'd look at the prince full of yearning? The man who was supposed to be her stalker was embracing her shoulders, but instead of shaking him off, she stood dignified before of the prince. Her eyes were filled with determination. I can no longer tell who the black horse is supposed to be. W, what are you saying? I would Lithia. We registered our marriage the other day, and now I'm married. I can't possibly accept your proposal. No, that's not it. Why did you get married? Harrison was as shocked as Andrew was. What is the meaning of this? Didn't Lithia love Andrew? Wasn't that why her gaze was always so forlorn? She would wistfully stare at him because she thought he didn't reciprocate her love, that instead he despised her. In the first place, every girl her age should be in love with the prince. Lithia, why didn't you wait for me? You've almost completed the princess education. As for me, I've even laid the groundwork. Not to mention, this man is going to be banished to the farthest region of the country. Hearing Andrew's heartrending cry, Harrison gasped. Unbelievable. In other words, the fairy princess, unable to withstand the thought of being hated by the man she loved any longer, accepted another man's courtship out of desperation. Even though the prince, who continued to love her for all those years, had finally become honest too, it was simply too much. At that time, Harrison should have rebuked that daft man, even if it meant prying him away from her side. Now how were the two supposed to come together? Why would I wait? Especially when Gio is scheduled to depart for Selvi before noon the next day. In order to follow him, I had to marry him. Lithia's unrelenting words drowned Harrison's lamentation. After all, no matter how he looked at it, she didn't appear heartbroken in the slightest. Wah. Something's not adding up. Looking around, the other students were also whispering to each other, realizing that something was off. Prince Andrew's preparations should have been perfect. Unable to be honest with Lithia in order to make her his wife, he convinced the king, deceived his fiancé candidates, cooperated with the teachers, and even fended off other men. Yet, why did his plan collapse at the last moment? No matter how hard you worked, it's meaningless if she doesn't want it. No way. As much as he wanted to deny Gio's words, Harrison couldn't find anything to say. Not after everything that had unfolded. Why, you have to be kidding me, he's the prince, so there's no way that she hadn't fallen out of love or anything. From Lithia's attitude, Harrison couldn't see even a sliver of affection towards Prince Andrew. If anything, the gaze she gave her husband, who held her shoulders, was so loving. At a glance, he knew she trusted Gio with her life. He had to wonder if the sorrowful, tear-filled eyes she'd been casting at the prince were simply because she was intimidated by his foulness. Harrison. What? Someone tapped the dazed Harrison on the shoulder. He was none other than Harrison's friend. He had also been watching over the love story between the prince and the fairy princess for many years. I know I have no right, but don't say anything unnecessary anymore. She has made herself clear. Come to think of it, one day, his friend suddenly stopped taking the prince's side. Actually, I've always thought that it was strange, but I was too afraid to say anything. What? His friend started acting odd when Lithia was forced to take the practical skill exam during the wind magic class. The problem was she couldn't use wind magic. However, the teacher refused to assist her, leaving her at a loss. The female students who disliked her laughed, while Harrison and the others only grinned meaningfully. After all, wind magic was Andrew's specialty. They guessed that the prince wanted to study magic together with Lithia from the get-go. However, his friend didn't share the same view. After failing his exams in the past and being in danger of repeating a year, he was traumatized. At that time, Harrison used to admonish his friend to not say uncouth things, but even back then, instead of His Highness, she relied on that transfer student. You get what I'm saying, right? Harrison was starting to see his point. At that time, he concluded that Lithia was too shy to ask Prince Andrew for help and that the commoner decided to butt in. However, if Lithia went to Gio Wales out of her own accord, without even considering Andrew Lafizard, maybe we've been projecting our narrative onto them. Regardless of his being a prince, he really did her nasty. I mean, try putting yourself in her shoes. How'd you feel if someone you dislike relentlessly pursues you? That's. He truly thought that he was more tactful than anyone else. He truly thought he'd be the first to grasp the meaning hidden between the lines. But was he? If anything, didn't he join with her abuser, look down on her benefactor simply because he was a commoner, and try to drive a wedge between them? Then I owe them an apology. No, don't, just stop disturbing them. Harrison hung his head at his friend's words. I see then, at least. When he raised his head, he beheld Gio and Lithia holding each other's hands firmly on the other side of the crowd. No matter what he thought, it wouldn't atone for his sins. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wish that their future, one that would be leaving for the Far East, would be peaceful and happy. Extra 6. The regrets of another male student. The perspective of a male student who realized the truth somewhat earlier than the male student from the previous chapter. Lithia Album was truly fortunate. She was only 6 years old when the prince of this kingdom took notice of her. During the decade that followed, he dedicated his affection to her. The only problem was that the prince was rather dishonest, while Lithia was too oblivious to recognize his feelings. Nevertheless, everyone knew, although she seemed a tad unhappy now, Lithia was actually the happiest person in the kingdom. Section. I wonder about that. What's wrong, David? What are you mumbling about? Is it true that the prince conspired to have Miss Album take the wind magic exam? That's his plan to win her over. After the last lecture in the morning, it was time for lunch. Although his friends were laughing, David was deep in thought. What do you mean, conspired to have? That's harsh. It's not like His Highness wants her to repeat a year. True, and if Miss Album musters up the courage to ask His Highness for help, then it won't just be her exam, but their romance will also be smooth sailing. It all started with what the teacher said in the wind magic lecture. 3 days later, today, they were told to decide whether they'd take the practical exam or the written test. However, a special rule was added. Lithia Album had to take the practical exam. But it's not like Miss Album is aware of the truth either. She must be terrified thinking she's really going to repeat a year. I saw how pale she was. David was unconvinced while his friends exchanged glances, wondering what he was on about. Like I said, it's a plan to get her to rely on His Highness. Besides, the teacher especially stated that she should find someone who's expert at wind magic to help her. The teacher also added that His Highness was the best wind magic user in the academy, something that everyone already knows. The setup was too obvious, I almost burst out laughing. Classes on the 4 major magic elements, wind, earth, water, and fire, were fairly important for moving up at the Forent Academy. Failing one wouldn't necessarily cause someone to repeat a grade, but it was certainly risky. But what if she didn't realize it? She'd think that she's in danger of repeating a year and end up practicing all alone, even if it's only 3 days. It wouldn't be strange if she falls sick because of overexertion. Oh, right, this is the oblivious fairy princess we're talking about. Somehow, I don't doubt she'll overlook such a blatant setup. I mean, if the dense princess were a bit sharper, she wouldn't have been so stubborn in the first place, haha. His friends laughed in amusement, but to David, it was no laughing matter. I don't think repeating a year is something to laugh about, even if it's for the sake of His Highness' love. Think about it, just how worried must Miss Album be right now? David, don't you mean for the sake of His Highness and the fairy princess? Love. This is also for her sake. That's right, if the fairy princess decides to rely on His Highness, everything will be resolved. Under normal circumstances, David would have relented. The words and deeds of the first prince, Andrew, seemed to torment Lithia Album. But to them, it was simply a means to an end. Once Lithia discovered his love, she'd find her greatest happiness as a woman. David was convinced of it. Or rather, he had convinced himself. Sorry, I don't think I'd be able to fall in love with someone who tried to make me to repeat a year. But that time, he couldn't let the matter rest. Once, David failed an exam in fire magic, an element he wasn't compatible with, and was in danger of having to repeat a year. At that time, he only managed to pass due to a bunch of supplementary lessons and exams. As a matter of course, he didn't want to experience that ever again. Imagining that Lithia Album was as desperate as he was back then, he couldn't support the prince's clumsy love. What are you trying to say? Do you think Miss Album will despise His Highness because of this incident? The other party is that oblivious princess, you know. Even if she does notice, wouldn't she at least be happy to know that he wanted her that much? In the first place, does Lithia even favor Prince Andrew? Before, he would have simply answered with, there isn't a single woman who doesn't like the prince. Now that his doubts appeared, he no longer could. Hey, are you going to get in the way of their love? Come on, as if that daft commoner hasn't caused enough troubles. So what if the other party is a prince? He called her white hair unsightly. He shamed the color of her eyes, saying that it was a lowly color of a nouveau riche. Not to mention, he was escorting his fiancé candidates, who both laughed at her. Why did David interpret that as clumsiness and dishonesty on the prince's part? Just how did he come to interpret that as a prelude to their love, or even assume that Lithia Album reciprocated those feelings? Open your eyes, David. Isn't this just the beginning of the misunderstanding between those two? Let's support them until the end. But even with that realization, he couldn't convince the one friend in front of him. A friend sporting a pitiful look on his face, Harrison Baldwin, tapped him on the shoulder, and David only dejectedly drooped his head. I want you to smile. If possible, I don't want you to cry. I'll do anything to prevent that. I probably thought that the moment I saw you crying that night. According to David's friends, that commoner transfer student couldn't read the mood. He was a nuisance who suddenly interfered with the decade-long love story of a prince and a fairy princess. What nuisance? Isn't he just the hero? The day after the wind magic exam, the infamous Geo Wales stood in front of David's classroom. Together with Lithia Album, the one who was touted by the male students as the prince's fairy princess. She was probably thanking him for helping her with her wind magic practice. However, When asked if there was anything she could do in return for him, such was his reply. To David, that scene was reminiscent of a romance between a princess and a hero who was neither a prince nor a noble. But so what? Just because he didn't have status, he didn't deserve love. Didn't Prince Andrew and his entourage deride women who only cared about status? Ugh, just how dull-witted is that commoner? What is he saying when he ruined the magic practice she was supposed to do with His Highness? He wants her to smile, he said. If he truly means that, he wouldn't be intervening with their romance. However, the impressions of his friends, who witnessed the exact same scene, were the polar opposite of David's. To them, Gio had ruined the meticulous preparations of Prince Andrew, who intended to practice magic with Lithia. That transfer student meddled even though he could only use light magic. Such was the opinion of his male friend. Even if David refuted it, he only tilted his head in return. As if the commoner can triumph over the prince. All David could do was prevent his friend from giving a piece of his mind to Gio right then and there. There was nothing he could do beyond that. He didn't have the precise words to convince everyone, nor the courage to openly defy the prince of a kingdom. Since when did I make such a mistake? Hair so white it resembles an old woman's. Eyes so yellow they're reminiscent of vain nouveau rich gold. I've never seen anyone so sickening. David suddenly recalled the words Andrew threw at Lithia at the tea party 10 years ago. David was also at that tea party. Even though he made eye contact with Lithia, who was terrified, he immediately averted his gaze, afraid of inciting the prince's wrath. Perhaps, to erase the guilt of not helping her then, he later convinced himself that she was on the way of reciprocating the prince's love. Ever since then, his mistake started. Don't lose, Gio wails. He knew he had no right to say that. Sprawled on his own bed in the dormitory, David groaned. Section: The Winter Dance Party, one of the annual events of the Foreign Magical Academy. A stalemate broke out at the start of the party, and no one could say a word for a while, leading to the venue being filled with awkward silence. As the stilted music flowed, David could hear the steps of those two from the other side of the balcony. He truly can't read the mood, that guy. Surely, it was obvious even from there that everyone else was still processing it. The music played by the band resounded without any interruptions, but there was no human voice to be heard. Contrary to his words, David was relieved by the echoes of their footsteps. Ah, they're so different from us. That's right, Harrison. This time, David tapped his friend's shoulder to console him. He simply reached the truth somewhat earlier. Afterwards, he didn't do anything of worth. He was no different from everyone who bullied the girl. The result of going with the flow and reading the atmosphere, that was what happened. I'm glad he, who's so different from us, came. I'm glad he can't read the atmosphere. I'm glad he can't lie. I'm glad that her smile matters to him above all else. Even if he isn't a prince, he's the one who saved her. The footsteps from the balcony suddenly vanished. At the same time, he could somewhat hear the voices of the two. However, he wasn't worried. After all, when lovers happy with each other's company became silent, it was because of one thing. David averted his gaze from the window, where their shadows were slightly reflected, thinking that it'd be uncouth to look further. Extra 7, Beyond the Night. The night before they met, the night they met, the night before the date, the night before the wedding, the present night. The story of Lithia's nights. She disliked the night. After all, whenever she was idle, she was tormented by endless intrusive thoughts. Be it that day, yesterday, the day before yesterday, or the year before, a certain unfortunate event lingered in her mind. For Lithia, the night was dark, drawn out, suffocating, and anything but peaceful. Section: The night of the school's annual dance party. Most likely, the night would be melancholic as usual. For some reason, she always encountered the prince and his entourages at them. Even if she was dressed inconspicuously, or went as far as hiding behind a pillar, he'd always find her. Afterwards, he'd make a point of berating her for being an eyesore. Having already resigned herself, she fully believed it'd be another such hopeless night. What a strange fellow. At the dormitory, inside her room, Lithia, who had changed from her dress to a negligee, sat on her bed. She listlessly gazed at the moon peeking through the gaps between the drapes. Rather than the incident at the party, the person whom she met afterwards left a lingering impression. I see, because you're a fairy, you can't see your own reflection. Despite the outrageous deduction, that male student seemed very certain. Apparently, he had just transferred to that academy. He didn't hesitate to call her a moon fairy. His eccentricity did concern her a little also. The more Lithia tried to clear up the misunderstanding, the more he insisted. As expected, you can't see your own reflection. As if the beauty of a fairy can be captured by such a mundane tool anyway. Oh, your voice is also charming. No matter what she did, it only strengthened his fairy theory. After the endless back and forth, Lithia asked what would be impossible for a moon fairy to do. And according to him, a moon fairy shouldn't be able to appear in the school uniform at noon. As such, they promised to meet tomorrow at lunchtime. She didn't know what was going on anymore. Maybe he could see something that others couldn't. At the very least, that made more sense than Lithia being a moon fairy. After all, it's impossible, isn't it? The prince of the kingdom and everyone in this academy had attested to that. It's preposterous. What a weirdo. A stubborn and mysterious boy who refuses to change his mind. Somehow, she ended up promising to meet him again tomorrow. It might be too late for it, but that was going to be her first time in her life meeting someone outside her home. Would she be able to do it? Should she initiate the conversation? But what if she mistook him for another? Fortunately, his hair was black, which was considered rare in that academy. Not to mention, his surprised face had been etched in her mind, and she already knew his name. Therefore, all she needed to do was beckon to him when the chance arrived. What was the name of the crazy, stubborn, yet determined boy? Gio. As she laid down on her bed, Lithia unconsciously muttered his name. Section. There'd been times when she couldn't sleep because she didn't want tomorrow to arrive. She'd toss and turn for no reason, unable to catch a wink of sleep. Reflected in her gaze was the moonlight, along with a light blue dress adorned with white frills hanging on her curtain rail. I can't sleep. She promised to accompany Gio to go shopping tomorrow for the dance party. They had agreed to meet outside the school in casual attire and visit several stores. After that, they'd spend time in a cafe. In other words, a date. She read in a book that a date was something that a man and a woman who liked each other did to further their relationship. Above all, Lithia was the one who invited him. In a way, it was as if she was professing her love to him, while the fact that Gio had accepted it pointed to his reciprocation. Even if that wasn't the case, judging from his usual attitude, Lithia liked to believe that he felt something for her. Two people going on a date to deepen their relationship. We have actual purpose. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sleep, so Lithia got up. Recently, her parents had sent her a basket of sweets, which was currently sitting on her bedside table. Excusing herself, Lithia reached into the basket. She wasn't particularly hungry. Amidst the packages of cookies and pound cakes, she fished for a small vial of honey decorated with a cute ribbon. If she applied this before going to bed, her lips would become glossy. She recalled what her mother used to say to her in the past as she sat in front of the dresser. Section. Lithia, may I come in? Mother, of course. For the first time in a long while, she was back in her own room and not the dormitory. Lithia, who was about to head to bed, put on a cardigan and went to the door to welcome her mother. After such a busy day, I'd like to speak with you. Me too. You're about to become a bride. Indeed. I'm about to get married. Her mother laughed mischievously, and Lithia became flustered. However, other than feeling bashful, she didn't really mind. I was surprised. I never thought you'd marry so early. To be honest, I thought that I'd never be able to marry. Lithia. The two sat side by side on the sofa, leisurely speaking with each other. Her mother gently caressed her head. But now, you no longer think so. That's right. Is it because of him? Yes. Enjoying the caress, Lithia quietly snuggled up to her mother. It had been very long since she had last been pampered by her mother like that. Thank you. Despite the suddenness, I'm happy father and mother gave their blessings. Although her parents didn't care about the status difference, the news itself was unexpected. She wondered what she'd have done if they had objected. That's fair. Instead of a formal proposal, you declared you wanted to get married right away. Not only that, you also said that you'd leave school to follow him. Mother honestly thought you were deceived by an unscrupulous man. I am sorry, but Gio isn't a bad person. I know. In fact, I understood everything from how your face lit up the moment you held his hand. Mother. To her surprise, her parents readily agreed to the marriage. Unfortunately, since they didn't have much time, they had to forgo the ceremony and settle for a small wedding with only their relatives. I believe in you, Lithia. You trust him, don't you? Yes, that's right. In this world, I trust Gio the most. Tomorrow, Lithia would get married. Tonight was her last night as Lithia Album. He isn't a liar, he's so honest and stubborn, yet I can't live without him. I see. At the same time, he's too trusting, I have to be there for him. It has to be me. That's right, you've always been caring. A few months ago, Lithia would have never imagined that the night before her wedding would be so bubbly and warm. Truly believing she'd never marry in the entirety of her life, and not wanting to hinder her brother's marriage, Lithia assumed she'd either work somewhere, or marry anyone who'd have her. Be happy, my dear Lithia. Yes, of course, thank you, mother. Lithia was no longer unhappy, she was the happiest she'd ever been. Tomorrow, she'd be even more so because she'd marry the man she loved. Section. Lithia, are you unable to sleep? Actually, I'm sleepy, but it'll be a waste to sleep. They were in a new, shabby mansion in the Selvi territory. In the couple's bedroom, Lithia somehow managed to stay awake despite the overwhelming drowsiness. I used to loathe the night. But I'm all right now. Also, I'm not saying that I'm afraid of the dark. Like I said, I'm fine, so don't turn on all the lamps. As soon as she finished speaking, her husband rushed to turn on the lamp on the bedside table. Afterwards, when she saw that Gio was trying to do the same to all the lamps within the room, she rushed to stop him by clinging on his hem. Also, I said, I used to. I like it now. The night is the highlight of my day. Because you're a moon fairy. That fairy theory is still alive. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. He returned to bed and held her hand, peering into her eyes. Thanks to the nearby lamp, she could clearly make out his expression. So, you don't want to sleep. Gio traced the back of her hand with his fingers, only to be caught by Lithia. That's right. I want to stay like this for a bit longer. The same thing happened a few minutes back, but before she knew it, she had dozed off and Gio tucked her in. I like spending time with Gio and doing trivial things together. I don't want it to stop. I see, but it's not good to stay up late because it's unhealthy. But then how about this? We'll get up early tomorrow and spend a lot of time together. I'm sure we'll be more energized that way. But to do so, we need to sleep early. Gio suddenly released her hand, and when Lithia tried to chase after him, he pulled her, along with the blanket, into his arms. Sweet dreams, Lithia. Yes. Ah, as I thought, night is my favorite time of the day. Enveloped in the world's most reassuring warmth and scent, Lithia answered drowsily. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Me too. Before she knew it, she was no longer terrified of the night. After all, the pleasant events shone brighter than the unpleasant ones. Therefore, she was able to spend her time feeling happy rather than uneasy. Promise me to wake up early tomorrow. Of course, I'll wake up before the rooster can even announce the morning. Especially on such beautiful moonlit nights, reminiscent of their first meeting. For Lithia, the night was special, a time of peace with her beloved who made her want to stay awake for as long as possible. Chapter 12. A moon fairy or a goddess? The story retold from Gio's point of view. Okay, listen here. Absolutely do not say anything unnecessary. Even if something weird is going on, shut up. As long as it isn't dangerous, shut up. You are no match for the students of that academy. If you say anything rude, you'll be in big trouble. It's okay, I'll just be frank with them. That's exactly the problem. As the departure time for the Magic Stone Express drew near, after being seen off in a grand manner by the owner and employees in front of the store, a friend of his offered to take him to the train station. There, he especially advised Gio, who listened attentively. Wherever I go, the spirit always bestows its light upon me. There's no place that the light can't reach. I vowed that I'd never disobey the spirit of light no matter where I go. Okay. Even if you lose that power, you'll always be welcome here. Remember, your life is the only thing that matters. Ted, I'll be okay, trust me. I'll never lose this power. Yeah, because you'll lose your life instead. Gio, an orphan, was taken in by the store when he was 10 years old. For the past 6 years, he'd been working there as an apprentice employee and miscellaneous worker. There, he met Ted, someone who wasn't only around the same age as him, but also shared his circumstances. Ever since then, the two had been like comrades in arms, sharing their joys and sorrows together. At the very least, give me heads up about how you're holding up on a regular basis. Send me reports on what happened, what you did, and what you caused. Letters, is it? Of course, I'd have written them even if you didn't tell me. Ted was probably worried about Gio, who had to leave his longtime home, after being mandated to attend an academy full of innocent children. Ever since that letter arrived from the government, Ted wouldn't stop reminding him to behave. How unnecessary. After all, Gio had no intention of changing his way of life, no matter where he was or who he was dealing with. All right then. Ted, please let everyone know that I departed safely. No, we need to know that you safely arrived. It's a shame that we have to part, but time waits for no one. Once again, Gio reassured his friend, who was still indignant, before boarding the 2-story Magic Stone Express. Section, there's nothing I can do about it. Aren't uniforms considered formal attire? I don't understand the common sense of aristocrats. A week later, Gio was about to write his name on the attendance list in front of the party venue, only to be stopped by the receptionist. After being told that he couldn't participate unless he was wearing formal attire, Gio helplessly went back to his dormitory on his own. He didn't expect to be turned away despite donning such a regal uniform. However, it was probably common knowledge among the aristocrats, as they hadn't bothered to make it known. The teacher who told Gio to attend the party didn't think that far ahead either. Well, it can't be helped. I don't think I can participate anymore. I don't have time to buy formal attire. The moon is beautiful. Even though he was unable to participate, there were things to be grateful for. On the way home, he did realize that the night was brighter than usual, but before he knew it, not a single cloud could be seen in the vast night sky. The moon was shining brilliantly. I wouldn't have noticed it if I was at the party. Deciding to bask in the view for a while longer, he veered off the well-maintained path and stepped into a grassy area, all the while looking at the sky. That way, even if there were people passing by on the road, he wouldn't bump into them. Although, most of the students were in the middle of a party right now. Just when Gio thought that no one else would be passing along that way, he heard the faint sound of heels coming from behind him. After quickly hiding behind something, he tried to catch a glimpse of the owner of those footsteps, and soon became breathless. Illuminated by the moonlight, her slender, white limbs emerged from the darkness of the night. Her head was lowered, so he couldn't see her entire visage. Nevertheless, her side profile alone was enough testament to her beauty. Every single movement she made was ethereal, as if she were a marionette of heaven. She seemed so weightless, for a moment he was convinced she wasn't of this world, but suddenly the girl untied her hair. Why, even I. Her loose hair streamed down her back, flowing smoothly and fluttering slightly at its ends. Under the moonlight, her hair was pure white. Even I know I'm hideous, I'm all dressed up for nothing. Just as he was admiring the fantastical sight, as if the Milky Way had spread across the planet, her words dragged him back to reality. There's no way that's true. What is she saying? Upon realizing that her words were the exact opposite of his thoughts, he couldn't help but retort. What? When she turned around, allowing him to see her face, his thoughts were reaffirmed once more. So beautiful. Rather than the moon, it was as if the girl herself was shining. No, not as if, but actually shining. For such a dazzling girl to call herself ugly was in direct defiance of the truth. Lying isn't good. Ugly is the opposite word for describing you. Although, I do agree that your dressing up was useless. As in, you can't possibly be more beautiful than you already are. Lying was wrong, but that wasn't all. Gio's sense of justice was a bit different. He genuinely didn't want the girl to think of herself as ugly. Especially if that thought was what was causing those tears to brim from the corners of her eyes. Who are you? I'm Gio Wales. Just the other day, I transferred to the 4th year of this academy. What about you? Are you a moon fairy, perhaps? Driven by the heat emanating from the depths of his chest, Gio danced in front of the girl. It was an enchanting moonlit night. As such, it wouldn't be strange if a fairy were to descend. At his question, the moon fairy's round eyes widened even more as she froze, perhaps surprised because he had guessed right. Section. The day after. An incident occurred that completely changed Gio's view on the most shocking event in his life, meeting the moon fairy. The moon fairy turned out to be human, or at least, that was what she kept telling him since the previous night. Now that she was before him in the middle of afternoon wearing a school uniform, he had no choice but to believe her. Yes, that's right, I'm glad you believe me. The girl sat on the grass and muttered that wasn't a moon fairy, but Lithia Album. Despite the time of the day, her profile, marred with weariness, was as ephemeral and charming as the moon. Yet, the beauty still insisted that she was ugly. Last night, he wondered if a fairy's sense of aesthetics was the opposite of humans, but that theory was debunked after Lithia was revealed to be a human. I finally understand that rather than fairies, it's the aesthetic sense of the nobles that are the opposite of the commoners. It's somewhat refreshing how you don't doubt yourself for even a second. Shouldn't that be obvious? I've never seen anyone so beautiful. But when Gio admitted that out loud, Lithia became even more confused. The golden eyes beneath her eyelashes were as majestic as the reflection of the moon on the rippling surface of water. I couldn't tell last night, but both of her eyes are golden. How can she not be a moon fairy? Well, I had a phase where I thought I was cute too. Back when I was 6 years old, that is. But I think that even now, and in the future, you'll always be cute. After hearing that, it finally dawned on Gio. What I've said up until wasn't enough. After all, he kept repeating the word beautiful and forgot to use the word cute. Even though she's this cute, I'll keep that in mind next time. Shut up. Okay. She stopped him. As such, he was left with no other option but to stare at Lithia. I took it for granted when my family called me cute. As such, I failed to realize just how bizarre my hair and eyes are. The realization came after I was 6 years old. At the time, I went to a tea party with other children my age. Having said that, Lithia quietly reminisced about the tea party she attended 10 years ago and how it had changed her life. She recalled the day when the Prince of the Kingdom singled her out for having ugly hair and eye color. Apparently, the other boys simply averted their eyes while the girls sneered at her. Ever since then, she'd been subjected to verbal abuse and contemptuous gazes every day. I see, all of them have something wrong with their eyes or heads, possibly both. You really don't compromise on your opinion. After hearing how heartless and blind those people were, Gio concluded that they were in the wrong. Yet still, Lithia didn't seem convinced. Rather, I have a question. Even though he's blind, why did you take his word for it? Why do you think colors as pretty as these are ugly? Why, what should I do? What should I say to make her believe me? Both her pure white hair and golden eyes were a thing of beauty. It was the simple and plain truth. So, how can she not see this? As Gio pondered deeply, he suddenly looked up and a tree came into view. Immediately, he stood up. He often saw that tree when he was in the downtown area. Now that it was the beginning of autumn, there were only reddish-green leaves. If it had been a few months ago, any passersby would have been mesmerized by that tree. If only it were summertime. Light that shines equally on all living beings in the universe, I vow not to disobey thy path. Bestow upon me a moment of thy favor. Gio approached the tree and placed his hand upon its trunk. He closed his eyes, offering his prayer to the spirit of light. Hey! When he heard the surprised yelp from behind, he knew the magic was successful. The next time Gio opened his eyes, the scene he was envisioning had become reality. How is it they're the same color? Beautiful, don't you think? Majestic white petals were spread apart, revealing their bright, golden cores. Flowers blossomed on a summer tree which had its time rewound. You're right, they're beautiful. Say, grasping at the white and gold flowers dancing in the wind, the girl who bore the same colors agreed with him for the first time. Chapter 13. Akin to an angel's wings. I'm sorry, because of me, even Lithia got reprimanded. Under the tree with falling petals, Gio apologized to Lithia, seemingly depressed. Even though he just wanted his friend to appreciate the beauty of her white and gold colors, the security officer patrolling the dormitory grounds spotted them. As a result, they were reprimanded for altering the tree without permission. They, because Lithia, who simply watched and didn't stop Gio, was also considered guilty. It's all right. Even if I could turn back time, I still wouldn't stop you. Therefore, it's a joint responsibility. Luckily, Lithia didn't seem to particularly mind. As a side note, she was still holding the flower she'd caught earlier. Is there anything I can do to make up for it? There's no need. No, actually, in that case, I have a request for you. I'll do whatever it takes. Of course, as long as it's within my capability. Well, even if it isn't, I'll still do my utmost. This is something that only you can do. Even if he wanted to make up for it. Gio doubted that a commoner like him would be of use to a noble lady like Lithia. However, Lithia had a different idea. Gio was suddenly filled with motivation. You seem to be okay with me. You can even bear looking at me from up close and remain by my side. What are you talking about? Okay, as in my physical condition, or either way, there's no way I'm okay. Huh, I see, as I thought. I apologize for jumping into conclusion. Exactly. I'm far from okay because I've never been this excited in my whole life. Yesterday, I was in shock because I thought I'd met a moon fairy. Today, I found out said moon fairy was human all along. Talk about the biggest shock of my life. Right now, I'm having a conversation with a girl who's as beautiful and cute as a moon fairy. My heart is thumping wildly. It's driving me insane. Gio's joy was short-lived. When he saw how shocked Lithia became, he thought he had disappointed her somehow and became crestfallen. After all, him acting casual when he was with Lithia was impossible. Whenever he was with her, he'd feel uplifted and happy for no reason. As a result, he couldn't help but be self-conscious. I may look calm, but that's not the case at all. Before I was enrolled in the academy, a friend of mine once told me, "You aren't the type to show what you think on your face, you're the type to blabber it out loud." I see, so that's what your friend said. So, if the requirement for this apology is for me to remain calm in front of you, that'll be quite a challenge, or maybe even impossible. Of course I'll try, but I don't know when I'll be able to do it. It'd be an endless journey. By the time he might have managed to pull it off, his life might be near its completion. No, that's not it. As long as you're okay with it, as long as you don't loathe the sight of me, everything is fine. Actually, it's about next week. Lithia went on, but Gia felt a sense of hopelessness when she casually said that the deadline was next week. Next week, I have to get accustomed to her by next week. How about by my next life? I want you to be my partner in dance class next week. What? Your dance partner? That thing where a man and a woman held hands and spent time together in close proximity? At the unexpected request, Gio was visibly unfazed, yet his joy soared through into heaven. Section. Among the textbooks provided to him, there was a book for dance class. After making a promise with Lithia, Gio cast aside all his other studies and drilled the contents of the dance textbook into his head. Even during lessons, he'd be reviewing his steps. Despite knowing it was just an apology, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, he had the honor of being the dance partner of the prettiest girl in the academy. He was the luckiest man ever. He was really looking forward to it. Thus, the day of the dance class arrived. "Hey, you, did you hear me?" Let go of her hand. "I don't wanna." When Gia held the hand of a person as angelic as Lithia, he felt like he was about to grow a pair of wings and soar to heaven as well. But suddenly, a guy tried to insert himself between them and Gio was on alert. "Where did you come from? I promised to be her partner today. Please don't bother us." Gio was unfazed. In fact, he'd expected such. Other male students who wanted to dance with Lithia would try to interrupt them. Afterwards, they'd get impatient and try to forcefully separate the two. This senior is one of them. However, Gio had promised Lithia that he'd be her partner until the end. Of course, even without that, he had no intention of surrendering his role. "I'm not. Like I said, I feel sorry for you. Now you don't have to deal with that ugly hag anymore. I'll do it for you." Wrong person. Gio was about to do his damnedest to hold onto his position, but the senior's words threw him for a loop. Maybe he just mistook her for someone else. Although Gio was a bit concerned about the senior, considering how rude he was, Gio didn't feel the need to be considerate. "You, what are you talking about? Of course I'm referring to you. Who else would it be? You got the wrong guy. To be invited by the prettiest girl in school, I'm the luckiest man ever. As for this ugly hag, who are you referring to? Also, why are you feeling sorry for me? This senior, or rather his eyes, have serious issues." Gio was beginning to entertain the possibility that the upperclassman was hallucinating. However, considering that the senior was enrolled in such a prestigious academy, his status was probably high. As proven by the fact that he was accompanied by two seemingly high-ranking noble ladies. Even if the senior indeed was hallucinating, the other students might not dare to point it out. You dare behave in such a way to me." But Gia had no reason to act like the other students. "Pardon me, Your Highness, thank you for your concern. As you can see, this guy is a bit special. But as he doesn't seem to feel burdened with the role of being my dance partner, please let this matter go. However, just as Gio was about to retort, Lydia spoke to the senior herself. The senior, who was about to grab Gio by his collar, fell silent for a while, visibly taken aback. HMPH, is that so? I hope you don't regret it. Is it just me, or was he about to say something? Nevertheless, the man turned on his heels. Your Highness, please wait, dance with me. No, with me. The senior even left the two young ladies he had brought along to show off. I'm sorry, Lithia. You had to cover for me. That's not true, Gio. You were the one who protected me. After the three of them had vanished from his sight, Gio apologized to Lithia. She turned around to face him. Instead of protecting her from that delusional man, he was the one who got protected. I'm sure no one has ever pointed out to him that he was hallucinating. Still, I have to admire his confidence. Even though you were right in front of him, he insisted that he was seeing someone else. Hold on. The two ladies from before seemed to be quite supportive of that senior. Even when the man left, they were still crying out, "Please wait, Your Highness." Oh, so his name is His Highness. But then Gio realized that name was somewhat odd. Oh, so that's the prince with the loose screw. Gio, you made another mistake. Hey, why don't we start over? I'll teach you. So that senior is the prince. For 10 years now, a crazy blind prince had been badmouthing Lithia's appearance. Ah, my bad, I was distracted. Even though you are right in front of me, I was thinking of something else. Why, you don't have to say that. After all, even though the hindrance was gone, he got distracted and neglected the dance. Talk about putting the cart before the horse. Immediately shifting his focus to dancing with Lithia, Gio took Lithia's hand, which was slipping away, and gripped it firmly once more. Chapter 14. I want you to rely on me. It'll be lonely to practicing alone, so I want you to stay by my side. Shortly after the dance class ended, Lithia asked Gio to help with her wind magic class, to which Gio gladly obliged. Even though she was incompatible with the element, she had been given a practical exam. Because of that, she needed to practice every day from then on. They had only known each other for a short period of time, yet for some reason, Lithia was always facing some kind of adversity. Despite that, as a man, he wanted to support her, even if in a small way. One day, do you really have no clue at all? Right after the incident in the dance class, too, you are doing this on purpose. If it isn't intentional, then you're either extremely ignorant or dense. After borrowing a new book that might be useful for practice, Gio was on his way home from the library. Suddenly, several of his classmates grabbed him by the arm and led him to the back of the academy building. Hey, how long is this going to take? I have plans to meet with Lithia after this, so keep it short and to the point. I knew it, he's doing it on purpose. With his back against the wall of the academy building, Gio was surrounded in a semicircle by his classmates. Who are they again? Although Gio recognized their faces, he couldn't remember their names. I have no idea what you're talking about. Doing it on purpose? What? Tusk, I'm talking about you meddling with His Highness affairs. I can't believe I have to spell it out for you to understand. Meddling with His Highness affairs. What did I do, exactly? Gio was growing vigilant towards his classmates' attitudes, which were far from friendly. I'm talking about that time. That time His Highness called out to that witch. There's no way you don't remember. After all, you were trying to get in his way. Oh, I see. Certainly, Gio had seen that lot before. When the first prince, Andrew Laphazard, was berating Lithia, they were grinning obscenely. Suffice to say, Gio had no intention of entertaining them. So, you're basically saying that I should have just laughed along with you and let His Highness, the first prince, Laphazard, humiliate an innocent girl. You're just a commoner. Watch your mouth. Are you trying to belittle His Highness? Whom is belittling who? Don't think I've forgotten what you did to Lithia. Gio no longer thought that all the students at the academy were hallucinating. Instead, it was a simple case of the prince of the country shaming Lithia in public, and the others following suit just to curry favor with him. I have no words. Okay, listen, stop playing the hero. You seem to be under the impression that you're saving the witch from the villain that is His Highness or whatever, but that's where you are mistaken. To His Highness, she's his fairy. You see, every time His Highness referred to her as a witch, there's a hidden meaning behind it. One of the classmates looked up at the sky in exaggeration, pretending that his head was throbbing. A person in the middle could be seen trying to speak up, but the rest were already nodding in agreement. How pointless. No matter what his circumstances are, or whether or not there's a hidden meaning, that'll never be a good enough reason to hurt her. If that was all they had to say, then there was no reason for Gio to remain there, even if the prince had a strange disease that'd kill him if he didn't badmouth others, or that bullying girls had become a classy pastime among the nobles, or that because he was a prince, he could do whatever he wanted to a viscount's daughter, or essentially any other convenient excuse. Gio didn't care. I have to go, what a waste of time. Pushing away the person in front of him, Gio strode away. Hey, wait, His Highness' words aren't his true intentions. In fact, it's the opposite, so please, get it through your head. That's right, if you understand, be regretful and stay away. This is for your own good. Get out of the way before you embarrass yourself. They were making a fuss, but Gio ignored them. He couldn't keep Lithia waiting. Hey, I said wait, bastard. A certain student let out a particularly loud yell. The next moment, part of the overgrown ivy that covered the wall of the building right next to Gio was severed. One of the students had fired a wind blade at the wall. Who do you think you are to speak to me that way? This is what you get for mocking an aristocrat. Unless you want to suffer the same fate as that ivy, then stay put. The ivy dangling on the wall was only a few measly inches away from Gio. Out of mercy, the student aimed at the ivy instead of Gio, saying that there wouldn't be a next time. Moreover, it was an aristocratic academy. Even if Gio, a commoner, did get injured, a nobleman like him could simply gloss over it. Therefore, unless he wanted to suffer the same fate as the ruthlessly torn ivy. But plants like ivy grew quickly. After 10 days, it'd grow back to the same length as before. Besides, if it was only at that level, there was no need for a long chant. A few seconds after Gio touched the ivy, the greenery grew lush. Okay, maybe I overdid it, but at least it worked. What? Gio started walking again, passing by the ivy that had grown thicker than it had been a few seconds ago. This time, nobody stopped him. Anyway, I wonder what happened in the end. Why did the wind magic teacher change his mind at the last second? I have no clue. Now that I think about it, I find it strange that he kept mentioning His Highness the First Prince. I wonder what that was supposed to mean. Still, I'm glad you were allowed to take the written test. Besides, it was fun practicing alongside Lithia late into night, but that teacher was still unreasonable. I can't be too happy about it. Actually, me too, it was foo. No, never mind, I'm sorry for the trouble. The day after Lithia's wind magic exam ended, after school. Upon hearing that Lithia didn't have to take the practical exam, and that there was no surprise call after the test, Gio was relieved. Nevertheless, he was still confused. Since we don't know the reason, we can't think of any future countermeasures. Lithia, aren't you going home? However, as he was about to discuss it further while they walked, he noticed that Lithia had stopped. Since they had met in the middle of the hallway, he had assumed they'd go home together. No, I'm sorry, but I have a supplementary class. It's in the special classroom behind the academy. Apparently, though, Lithia had reached her destination. She pointed to a path that led in a different direction from the entrance of the academy. Then, she turned around. All right, see you. Why don't I escort you to the front of the classroom? I thought we were going to head back to the dormitory together. It's lonely to part ways here. Even if it's only for a bit longer, please let me stay beside you. Okay, that's fine. Gio immediately changed direction to match Lithia, and there he thought that they could stay together for at least 10 more minutes. It stung to think that it was about to be over. When does that supplementary lesson start? Is the teacher already waiting? Well, there's no set time for it to start. I'm supposed to study there for a bit as I wait for the teacher in charge that day to come. After that, the lesson will begin. If she had to hurry, he was willing to give up. But if not, they might as well slow down a little. When Gio slowed down his speed, Lithia did the same. Wait, this isn't a supplementary lesson for the wind practical exam, right? If that had been the case, I'd have spoken to Gio right away. Don't worry, nothing unreasonable will happen today. That's a relief. He thought he was walking slowly, but he ended up walking ahead of Lithia. Gio halted. He had ended up walking faster than Lithia before he knew it. Let's walk a bit slower. What other elements of magic are you incompatible with? Wind element is my weakness, but the same goes for fire. Fire? Then let's do some special training for fire magic, just in case something happens. How strange. Somehow, he ended up leaving Lithia behind again. Even a turtle wouldn't have had a problem surpassing him at that point. Other than for the practical exam, it's the most useful element to have if you get lost in the middle of nowhere. What kind of emergency planning is that? It happened again. Somehow, he was out pacing her again. When he was still working at the downtown store, all the women used to say that a man who walked ahead of a girl without trying to match her pace was the worst. He couldn't possibly let Lithia think that way. As long as there are fruit trees, I can always provide food. So this is an emergency plan for when we get lost in the middle of nowhere together. This is where you come in. With your fire magic, we can roast apples over a bonfire at night. It ended up becoming a fun camping trip. I won't outspeed her this time. Gio tried to stop as naturally as possible before carefully glancing at her feet. The only thing left to do next was to visually confirm that Lithia's feet were ahead of his before taking another step. But you're right, it's better to practice. Once you've made your decision, definitely let me in on it. I'll spend as much time with you as you want. Hee, thank you. Roasted sweet potatoes are also tasty this season. Stop with the camping trip planning. I should wait until Lithia starts walking. Of course, I also won't rush her. Gio heard from his superiors that men who told girls that they were slow were the worst. Thus, Gio came into an ultimate halt. Even after a while had passed, neither of them started walking. In the end, they stood there until the teacher overseeing the day's supplementary lesson passed. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 15. Realization. After the day's lessons were over, Gio was summoned by the teacher. When he went to see said teacher, he was redirected to someone else. His Highness the Prince has something to say to you, so please wait in the reception room. Thus, he went to the room on the top floor of the Academy building. Did I get the wrong room? Upon arriving, he sat down on the luxurious sofa and waited. After 2 hours, Gio began to sense that something was amiss. Maybe I should check the room next door. HMPH. Looks like someone didn't run with his tail between his legs. As Gio stood up, the door opened, from which the first Prince of Laphazard emerged. It appeared that the other party was simply late. Now then, I shall give you a piece of advice. Heed me well. Without waiting for the door to close completely, the prince flapped his uniform's special cloak open and spoke. Stay away from Lithia Album. You know what will happen if you disobey me, right? I don't, and I don't want to know. Despite the 2-hour wait, the prince only had 2 sentences top to say. Therefore, Gio replied curtly and briskly went home. Section, I can meet Lithia this weekend. I can meet Lithia this weekend. I can meet Lithia this weekend. There's no other weekend quite like this one. We'll meet in just an hour. In the vast town square outside the academy, looking at the pocket watch that was given to him along with his uniform, Gio waited for Lithia. Today was the happiest he'd ever been. The incident happened 2 days ago, the day he dismissed the absolutely unacceptable request from the first prince. Thanks to the unnecessary wait, he was able to meet Lithia, who was just on her way home from her supplementary lessons. During that conversation, they promised to participate in the upcoming dance party together. In order to attend the party, they needed to find him suitable attire. I'm so glad I didn't have any formal attire. Thanks to that, I can go on a date with her today. If not for his lack of formal attire, he wouldn't have been disallowed from attending that night's party. If he had attended that party, he wouldn't have been walking around the venue. If he hadn't been walking around, he wouldn't have met Lithia. Therefore, it could be said that the biggest turning point in his life was the moment he decided to attend that party in his uniform. Still, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to see Lithia in casual attire. Will it be more modest than a dress, yet more relaxed than a uniform? What style will she pick? A mature one or a cute one? Red or blue, yellow or green? No, if it's Lithia, the answer should be obvious. She'll be cute no matter what she wears. She can wear absolutely anything, and I'll still be excited for her. As he was thinking that, he realized only 5 minutes remained until the appointed time. Gee. Hearing the voice of the girl he'd been anticipating, both his eyes and heart opened at the same time. I want to sear the precious sight of her in casual attire properly, be it in my eyes or my mind. I apologize, did I make you wait? No, I just came early. What appeared in front of him was a resplendent beauty who could be mistaken for a moon fairy. Once again, Gio was firmly reminded of that fact. She's so dazzling, gorgeous, and cute, so much that I become speechless. So cute. She was wearing a dress with a light blue flare skirt. The collar and cuffs were decorated with white lace and frills. A blue ribbon adorned her chest. Jewel-like beads were scattered in subtle areas. What would happen if an inherent beauty wore clothes that were basically the epitome of cuteness? Well, the answer should be plain and simple. Cute. I can't emphasize that enough. You're so cute. So cute. No way, how am I supposed to express your cuteness in words? This may be first time in my life that I've lied. The word cute is far from enough to describe you. You're cuter than the word cute itself. Plain and simple, yet difficult to express in words. From the start, he was already contradicting himself by trying to describe her indescribable cuteness. The vocabulary he had amassed from the time he was born in the downtown area and the short time he'd spent in the academy couldn't possibly describe it. This is bad, what should I do? I'm only speaking my mind, but it's a lie, she's so cute, so much that my words failed me. No, it's all right, your thoughts are being conveyed loud and clear. No, it's not enough, nothing is conveyed at all. I can't express how cute you are in words, I can't possibly lie to you, so let me rethink this. Where does this persuasiveness come from? In fear that the spirit of light would forsake him, Gio ultimately decided against speaking any further. Broken-hearted, he kept his mouth shut. Thus, he made it his goal to describe her indescribable cuteness. On the way home, he decided to purchase a dictionary to expand his vocabulary. In the end, he forgot to purchase his own formal attire. Upon returning to his dorm, Gio flipped through his new dictionary and was steadily increasing his vocabulary when the purpose of that day's date finally dawned on him. Lithia was cute, and the date itself was enjoyable. But come to think of it, it's in the name. It was a shopping date to buy a formal attire for myself. Compared to Lithia's one-piece dress, nothing else mattered. As a result, the thought of purchasing one or two formal garments escaped his mind. That white dress suited her, too. At the remark of Lithia, saying she'd wear a white and gold dress to the winter ball, the men's formal attire corner vanished from Gio's vision. Thus, in that clothing store, choosing a suitable white dress for Lithia became his sole reason for being there. In fact, he was already looking forward to seeing Lithia wearing that dress at the dance party. But for that, Gio would have to have at least one proper outfit to enter the venue. Therefore, he must remember to buy it next time. He'd absolutely get it. Still, it looked great on her. That light blue one-piece was so dazzling, it was as if the moon of the spring sky had taken the form of a human. At the same time, he had a feeling that Lithia, who had bright skin and pure white hair, would become an enigma once she donned that white dress. Can I plead with her to wear other dresses? Although they were all white, each dress had a different style and decorations. Surely, there were many other types of dresses than the one at the clothing store they went to earlier that day. He wanted Lithia to wear the best one from among them all. Wait, the best white dress. That sounds very special, speaking of a white dress. A wedding dress. At that moment, church bells rang loudly in Gio's head. Illuminated by the light shining through the stained glass, with an angel painted on it was Lithia in a pure white wedding dress and a veil covering her face. Intricate embroidery covered the length of her arms. I want to see it. I want to see it. She'll be the most beautiful bride in the world. Were there any stores that rented out wedding dresses? He'd definitely stop by there once he scheduled their next date. Other than that, there might not be another chance for Gio to see Lithia in a wedding dress. After all, even if Lithia were to marry in the near future, there was no saying that Gio, a commoner, would be able to participate in a ceremony for the aristocrats. She'd be the most beautiful bride in the world. She'd be blessed by everyone, showered with petals, walk with a fluttering veil, and as the joyful groom took her hand. Just as he was picturing that, there was a pang in his chest, as if a shard of ice had pricked his heart. A groom? That's right, a groom. Of course, a bride will have a groom. There's no way a bride can hold a wedding ceremony alone, right? And the marriage partner of an aristocrat would naturally be an aristocrat. So, when Lithia wore a bridal gown in the future, a happy man would be standing next to her, taking her hand. A man who isn't me. He was so blinded that realization only came as an afterthought. Up until that point, it never occurred to him that he wouldn't be the one to take her hand. When they first met, he felt lucky to have been chosen as her partner for dance class. He was overjoyed when she asked him to accompany her to magic practice after school. Then, Tu was able to go on a date with her earlier that day. It was truly a miracle. If she was in trouble, he wanted to help her. If she was sad, he wanted to somehow eliminate the cause. He didn't want her to cry anymore, he wanted her to keep smiling. "I'll do anything for that," he even told her that. He told her everything. Even now, he could swear upon the spirit of light that there were no lies in those words. However, there was one thing he didn't tell her. He never said why he wanted to do all that, because he had only realized the reason himself. Why didn't I notice something so obvious before? It had come to him so naturally, he never even gave it a second thought. Why does everything she do make me so happy? Just to see her smile, why am I willing to do anything? Why do I wish that I were the one taking her hand instead of someone else? The simplicity of the reason baffled him. I'm in love with Lithia Album. Even though he had never fallen for anyone before, he was confident that was the answer. After all, for the past 16 years, he'd been living honestly to himself, others, and the spirits. Geo Wales had found his first love. Chapter 16, Determination. If Geo couldn't marry Lithia unless he was an aristocrat, he would become just that. Geo made a swift recovery after discovering that he was in love with her. All night long, he was plagued with nightmares about Lithia marrying a nobleman. If only I were also a noble. That wish of his brought upon a revelation. That's right, I should just become one. While acquiring the status of a noble wouldn't necessarily guarantee his marriage with Lithia, he'd at least be able to court her. Geo decided that tomorrow, even though it was already dawn, he'd borrow books about royalty and aristocrats, along with the circumstances and history of how titles were conferred. I hope I can find a book on how to make a successful marriage proposal. All I know is that a bouquet of flowers is a must for now. Section. That reminds me. Lithia, I want to ask you something. What is it? It was the morning after Geo decided to become a noble and propose. As Geo walked alongside Lithia to the academy, he wanted to clarify something with her. Do you have someone you like? Like, as in someone you'd consider marrying, and not just as a friend. Hi. If Lithia had someone else in mind, his proposal would just become a nuisance. However, since she chose Geo as her partner for the dance party, it was safe to assume that she didn't have a fiancé. But what if she had someone in mind? Oh, you don't have to tell me who it is. I just want to know if there's one. Does Lithia have someone special whom she wants to marry? Well, wait, hold on. If I say there is, then it's no longer a secret. I just want to know whether or not there's one. It should be simple, right? Uwawawe. Nevertheless, even though it was just a two-choice question, Lithia seemed upset for some reason. Oh, my bad, was that impolite of me? Seeing her reaction, G recalled a certain piece of advice he received from a friend a while back. A friend of mine from when I was working at a store often told me that I should think before I speak. Apparently, words have implications. So the way I express them may lead to misunderstandings or come across as rude. I'm sorry if I've offended you. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. I'll try to figure it out. Geo didn't want to find out at the expense of Lithia's comfort. Perhaps women found it embarrassing to be asked whether or not they had someone in mind. I'm well aware. I know you're the type to speak your mind. I see. You were just asking. Don't worry about it. If anything, it's that side of you that I. Forgive me, Lithia. Did I make you uncomfortable? No, it's the opposite, which is why it's a problem. You know, Geo, never ask any girl other than me that kind of question. Otherwise, you might give them strange expectations, even if you didn't mean it that way. I don't really understand, but I get that it's not good. I'll try not to ask any more. Geo also knew that there was a custom of unspoken understanding in this world. Although it wasn't his strong suit, he should still do what he could. For now, he'd learned that he shouldn't ask a girl if she liked someone, lest it gave her strange expectations. Judging by the flow of this conversation, he probably shouldn't ask what those strange expectations were either. Did you really have no other intentions? In the middle of his contemplation, Geo felt a tug on his sleeve. When he turned around, he saw Lithia. She was slightly upset and was tugging at his sleeve with both hands. Her cheeks were crimson, while her eyes were tearful, as if she'd just said the most embarrassing thing ever. I'm dying of cuteness. Eh? Something struck my heart, and for a moment I thought I was going to die. I survived. I somehow managed to withstand it and survived. So, if possible, can we stay like this for a bit longer? Surely, only the man who'd become her future husband would be the first to witness such precious expressions and cute gestures. After all, a husband should be the closest figure to a woman. Even though Gio had no memory of his parents, he knew what a marriage was supposed to be like. The owner of the store he worked at would often be picked up by his wife. Some of their customers were also married couples. To answer your question, no, I didn't have the slightest intention of humiliating you by asking such question. I was genuinely asking out of curiosity. I apologize for my lack of delicacy. It's fine, I'm not angry anymore. That's it, they had to get married. Someday in the future, he wanted to take Lithia's hand. He didn't want to surrender her to another man. To achieve that, he had to become an aristocrat no matter what. While intoxicated by the euphoric feeling of having the girl he loved holding his arm, Gio renewed his determination. Section. Gio wails, this may be sudden, but you're to be expelled from the academy. You shall be departing for the territory of Baron Selvi in the east. The Baron and his wife don't have any children, and depending on your efforts, they may adopt you. Certainly, none of this was mentioned in our previous arrangements, but His Highness has made his decision, and it is absolute. Suddenly, an opportunity arose. Can I at least attend the winter ball? I have an arrangement, so I'd like to remain in the academy until that day. I won't object to His Highness' decision. I'll see what I can do. Out of the sudden, a messenger from the royal palace arrived bearing a letter of expulsion. Chapter 17, An Oath to the Future. In parallel with his classes, Gio wasn't only preparing for his relocation, but also meeting with Baron Selvi and his wife, corresponding with friends from his hometown, greeting relatives of the Album family, and preparing for the wedding. After receiving the letter of expulsion from the royal palace, Gio's life was turned upside down, and the days passed by at a dizzying pace. There's a lot to do, mainly preparing for the upcoming wedding. Indeed, preparing for the wedding. Wedding preparations. With whom? Lithia, of course. Even if you don't have a title, I'm willing to marry you, you moron. Marry me. That swift proposal took place 10 days ago, after Gio informed Lithia that he'd be departing to the frontier, to which she said that she didn't care about his title. Therefore, his initial plan, which was to go to the frontier in order to acquire a title so that I can marry Lithia. We have to get married to acquire the title of husband and wife, so that I can go to the frontier with Lithia. The means and the end became somewhat complicated, but since they'd be getting married either way, that was all that mattered. To Gio, everything's good. However, he wondered if that was the best path for Lithia. Should we really get married right away? Lithia, I think it's better to wait until you graduate from the academy. Lithia said that she'd accept his marriage proposal, regardless of his title. Therefore, even though Gio was still a commoner, they could get married. Of course, Gio was elated that she was willing to quit school and follow him to a faraway place. But perhaps it'd bode better for Lithia if they were to stay apart for the time being and wait for her graduation in 2 years before getting married. Even though I was expelled, I was transferred not too long ago, so I have no hard feelings. As for Lithia, you're basically giving up on graduating from the academy you've been attending for 4 years. Once the winter ball was over, it'd be a holiday period for senior students, and none of them would attend school. Without that prince and his entourage, Lithia's school life would be much more peaceful. As the marriage steadily approached, Gio thought about that and asked Lithia, I don't want you to regret. I don't mind waiting for 2 years. What do you think? Because the wedding was tomorrow, both Gio and Lithia had moved to the album house and weren't in the dormitory. If she wanted to back down, that was the best time. I've got nothing to lose, because I have you. At Gio's question, Lithia answered firmly, without hesitation. Unlike Gio, I can't bear the thought of parting with you, even if only for 2 years. If anything, I'd regret staying in the capital and not coming with you when I had the chance. Lithia. Her pair of golden eyes, gleaming like moonlight, stared directly at Gio. That's right. Lithia had chosen Gio over and over again since their first meeting. In that case, Gio shouldn't be asking such a question this late in the game. Lithia, I'll definitely make you happy. I'm happy just having you by my side, so I'll do my best to ensure your happiness. For the sake of the woman who took his hand, he vowed to the future that lay ahead. He didn't want her to regret choosing that path with him. I can't lie. I can only speak my mind. Oftentimes, I fail to read the atmosphere because I can't read between the lines, so I'm sure I'll cause you some trouble. He wasn't without flaw, that much was true, but I won't lie. I won't say anything I don't mean. I'll never conform with others and hurt you, like those at the academy. Even if you deny it, I'll continue to point out your strengths and what I love about you. At the same time, he didn't think of himself as a man without any worth. He prided himself on making Lithia happy. In that regard, he was second to none. Taking Lithia's hand, Gio spoke as if praying, "So please believe me, I'll definitely make you happy." "I believe you. Regardless of what everyone says, I believe your words," and Lithia smiled tenderly, intertwining their fingers together. Ever since the first time they met, that was the brightest smile she had ever made. "I am happy. After all, I get to marry you. Tomorrow, I'll be the happiest bride in the world." Tomorrow, he'd marry her. Lithia, wearing a pure white dress and veil, pledging their eternal love in front of God. Then, I'm the happiest groom in the world. There's no greater joy than that. Once, Gio had imagined a man taking Lithia's hand as she walked down the altar in a bridal dress. The happiest man alive. He'd become that man. "By the way, Lithia, I have a favor to ask you." "What is it?" "Wedding Lithia. Since she was the best possible bride in the world, it'd surely be a fantastic ceremony. But there was an issue. Can we practice our kiss of vows?" "Hi." Hence, not a single mistake was allowed, especially during the kiss of vows, the highlight of the ceremony. If he made a mistake there, Lithia would be humiliated. However, Gio had no experience, and he wasn't confident he could succeed on the first try. "It's my first time, so I'm worried that I might fail during the actual vow." "I'm sorry, I know it's lame." Aye, it's totally fine. It's my first time too, so I think we should practice a lot." "Thank you, now close your eyes." Lithia's face was flushed red, but after a while she shut her eyes tightly, resolving herself. Seeing that kind of expression on her face was also his privilege as a groom. What a gift that keeps on giving. "I love you, Lithia." Embracing her shoulder and cupping her cheek, Gio slowly leaned in. "So, you have to be this close when you're about to kiss." As he drew her closer towards him, he was grateful that they decided to rehearse. Being in such close proximity, he could see her eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. They were so close that he could feel her heartbeat. It was beating as fast as his. Moreover, she was warmer than he expected. If they didn't practice this beforehand, he might have been too shocked to continue during the ceremony. Their bangs touched each other. Then, just as their lips were about to overlap, he used the finger that was on her cheek to prevent them from touching. Don't worry, this is just a practice. I won't do anything uncouth before marriage." Now he had a grasp over the flow along with the proper position and posture. Admittedly, his movements were still awkward, but surely it'd be smoother the more they went at it. The wedding would soon be upon them, but he had finished the preparations, so there shouldn't be any problems. What's wrong, Lithia? Did I do something?" There shouldn't be any problems, but for some reason, Lithia suddenly grabbed him by his collar and wringed his neck. "You did nothing." Then why? He tried to ask, but he was being choked and couldn't speak. Section. It was their last day of school and also the day of the winter ball. On the quiet terrace, it was just the two of them. The dimmed orchestra music could be heard from the venue. "You won't suddenly return to the moon, right?" "I was just joking earlier. If I truly were a moon fairy, we wouldn't be able to get married." As he fulfilled his promise, which was to dance with Lithia, she suddenly asked him, "What if I truly descended from the moon?" Which apparently was a serious subject matter for Gio. "That was a joke. You look so mesmerizing, I wouldn't be surprised if light started to gather around you, manifesting into some sort of divine raiment. Then, as you begin to float, you'd say, 'Thank you for everything,' with a single tear trickling down your cheek as you flew into the sky. How did you come up with that in such a short time? Although, if I dispel that light, maybe you wouldn't be able to fly. Wow, you even found a way to keep me from returning home." After all, if she did return, not even Gio would be able to chase her all the way to the moon. Although he knew she was joking, he couldn't help but think the worst. "It's okay, because from now on, I'll be returning to you. I won't go anywhere. Are you choosing me over the moon? Shouldn't that be obvious? He finally felt relieved after hearing those words. No, it was weird for him to get so worked up about it in the first place. Hadn't Lithia always chosen Gio? Even after the prince revealed his true feelings. Even after the prince made that outrageous marriage proposal to her. Kaya, are you okay, Lithia? I just stumbled a bit. At that moment, Lithia suddenly lost her balance. Apparently, her shoelace came loose and she tripped. Gio quickly caught her before she fell, erasing the distance that was previously there as they stood there, holding each other. Wordlessly, Lithia closed her eyes. This time, even Gio could tell that this was the right atmosphere for a kiss, even without being told. Extra 8, the teacher's failure. This is a story from the teacher's point of view when Lithia enters and leaves the academy. 3 years ago, when Prince Andrew was promoted to the 3rd grade, the teachers at the Foreign Magic Academy received top-secret instructions to have new student Lithia Album complete her princess education by the time she graduates. Do not let a single student, including Lithia Album herself, be aware that she's undertaking the princess education. Keep all male students away from Lithia Album. If it were only the first order, they would have assumed that particular student was one of Prince Andrew's fiancé candidates. Furthermore, instead of being assigned full-time tutors, she was being left under the guidance of academy teachers, implying she was the least favored candidate. However, with the 2 additional instructions, the situation changed completely. No such instructions had been given regarding the other pre-existing candidates, Adora Dries and Orion Hitchcock. As for their respective princess education, they naturally weren't receiving any instruction as the 2 had dedicated tutors. Then there was that 3rd instruction, which showed the prince's possessiveness. It was to the point of not allowing other male students to approach her. I never thought that the Prince of Ice could be so obsessive. However, she comes from a viscount family. She's too low-ranking to be a queen. I wouldn't be surprised if some people tried to dispose of her. HMPH. Isn't that why the 2nd instruction was given? We're going to proceed with the princess education secretly so that those around her won't notice a thing and get in the way. I see. So that's why the prince didn't assign her a dedicated tutor. He did that to prevent others from realizing she's receiving the princess education. The teachers groaned as they thought to themselves. Even though his pre-existing fiancé candidates have solid standings, he wants to promote the daughter of a viscount to the position of crown princess. How crazy is that? Despite how unbelievable it was, the prince was probably serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have crafted such well-thought-out instructions. The teachers tasked with teaching Lithia would also be reimbursed greatly. Anyway, Lithia Album, where have I heard that name before? Could she be the young lady from back then? Lithia Album, the young lady they were supposed to teach to become a princess in secret. Some of the teachers recognized that name. I feel like I've heard that name before, too. I hear that His Highness, who doesn't show much interest in other people for better or for worse, expresses hatred towards her and only her. She's a girl from a nouveau rich family, with some slightly eerie features. At a certain tea party a few years ago, His Highness expressed his dislike for her, and to this day hasn't been able to overcome it. I remember feeling sorry for her. She was just a little girl that was immensely disliked by the prince. It looks like we had a huge misunderstanding. Far from hating her, is madly in love. The atmosphere, which had been stilted, suddenly became wholesome. Unlike what they previously thought, the girl was neither unfortunate nor hated by the prince. In reality, she was a really fortunate girl. After all, the prince fell in love with her at first sight from such an early age. At the same time, they also caught a glimpse of the impregnable prince's humane side. On one hand, he never stopped loving the girl. On the other, he couldn't express himself well and was a bit clumsy when it came to romance. However, it'll still be difficult for a mere viscount's daughter to become a queen. The path forward will be fraught with hardship. Even if she has attained His Highness' favor, is she prepared to endure the hardship? She'll have a better constitution than your average young lady if she is. There is no girl her age who doesn't admire the prince. All this time, she didn't dare to approach him because she thought he despised her. Once she realizes she has the opportunity to be loved by the prince, she'll become unstoppable. You're right. Then, we need to give her a rigorous education. strict enough to transform her into a suitable crown princess as soon as possible. A Cinderella story in which a girl who'd been ridiculed by everyone was chosen by the prince. However, reality wasn't as sweet. Unlike in the fairy tale, love didn't solve everything. The prince must have given those instructions precisely because he was aware of such. Moving forward, I'll have Lithia Album receive her princess education under the guise of supplementary lessons. I'll leave it to His Highness' discretion as to when to reveal she's been receiving the princess education all along. Any objection? None. I don't have any. I'll give it my best. The other teachers nodded vigorously to the teacher that led the meeting. Lithia Album's path to becoming a future queen had only just begun. Section. In the vice principal's office of the Foreign Magic Academy, on the night of the annual winter dance party. Withdrawal from the academy, due to personal circumstances. Lithia Wales, maiden name, Album Hold On. What is all this about? On behalf of the principal, who was attending the party, the vice principal was going through a pile of documents that were waiting for a signature of approval, almost as if it were an assembly line. The man let out a cry of surprise as he picked up a sheet of paper that had fallen off. A notification of withdrawal. Although it was a rare sight among the documents that needed to be signed every day, it wasn't unheard of. Every year, several students withdrew from the academy before graduation due to family circumstances, marriage, or other reasons. Not too long ago, due to family circumstances, or rather the royal family circumstances, he had received a notice of expulsion for a certain male student. Hey, someone, inform His Highness about this quickly. It truly came out of nowhere. Some of the teachers, including the vice principal, had been forced to make arrangements for Lithia to complete the princess education. Moreover, by using the other fiancé candidates as cover, the prince's plan to make Lithia Album his official wife was steadily progressing. Along the way, a meddlesome, dense commoner with a troublesome power appeared. Yet the prince made a display of his outstanding brilliance by sending that commoner someplace where he could be of use. The only thing left for the prince was to make an official announcement and propose to Lithia Album. The teachers, who were anticipating it would finally happen at the dance party, were waiting with bated breath. Who could have seen this coming? Lithia Album was no longer Lithia Album. The prince intended to hide the fact that he was in love with her, along with the princess education, until the last minute, but it had backfired on him. Unaware of the prince's affection, along with her qualifications to be his queen, the pitiful viscount's daughter went astray. Vice principal. Who is it? Come in. Oh, you are. When he got up, the vice principal accidentally bumped against his desk. A flustered knock carried in from the other side of the door. Looking at the visitor who had entered the room with permission, the vice principal fixed his collar. Ahem, I know you have some business with me, but can I talk to you about something? I don't have time to explain in detail. Something terrible happened. We should be in the middle of a party right now. How is His Highness doing? That is. Come to think of it, weren't you in attendance? What are you doing here? The visitor was the teacher of wind magic. Wind magic was the prince's favorite subject, and also Lithia's weakest subject. Sometimes, that teacher took the role of arranging for Lithia to ask the prince for tutoring. Well, something unbelievable happened at the party, and I decided to check a certain document. Has Lithia Album truly submit a notice of withdrawal? Oh, so you already know. Did something happen regarding this at the party? That makes it quick. The vice president pointed at the letter of withdrawal that laid on the desk. Lithia Wales, so it's true. Indeed, even His Highness will have a hard time voiding this. I knew it. His Highness was going to propose to Miss Album at today's party. How was it? I assume that His Highness and Miss Album are filing a lawsuit against that commoner so they can annul their marriage. And no, that can't be farther from the truth. In contrast to the ecstatic vice principal, the wind magic teacher hesitated for some reason. In fact, the teacher even avoided making eye contact. Then, as if he'd come to terms with it, the teacher slumped his shoulders. We were mistaken from the beginning about His Highness. No, as long as she and that commoner haven't been married for long, they can still make it in time. But that's exactly where we were mistaken. Hi. Then, a breeze blew from the slightly open window behind the vice principal's desk. Was it because of the abrupt silence? Both of them unconsciously followed the direction of the wind and ended up looking out the window. The grand hall that served as the venue for the dance party was located on the academy premises. At the same time, it could be seen from the window of the vice principal's office, which was located on the top floor of the faculty building. They saw a man and a woman exiting the building where said the party was taking place. Miss Lithia Album. They couldn't even make out their faces from that distance, however. Her long, pure white hair sparkled in the moonlight, standing out even in the darkness. They wouldn't find another female student with the same color in the whole academy. No, she's Mrs. Wales now, the wind magic teacher said in an almost inaudible voice. Lithia Wales, a mere viscount's daughter. The man leaned close to her. Their shadows had almost become one. However, that man wasn't the first prince of the country who had been harboring a deep love for her, but the commoner. Even though she was given the opportunity to annul her marriage and be with His Highness, she chose to be with that commoner until the end. In no way, that's impossible. The love story between the fairy princess and her prince was supposed to reach its grand finale that night. Once the two realized their feelings for each other, all of the fairy princess' past hardships would turn into sweet and bitter memories of love. What have we done? Not only had they subject her to Spartan supplementary lessons, they also didn't bat an eye at the suffering she endured from bullying. To make matters worse, they made it difficult for her to pass her exams. All that time, they thought they were helping her to find love with the future king instead of harassing her. Still, she did not choose the prince. Now that the basic premise where the two loved each other had collapsed, the pride that the teachers at the Foreign Magic Academy held in their hearts as the cupids of love crumbled like a sandcastle. Section. Are you fine with leaving the party so early? It's fine, we have to wake up early tomorrow. Besides, I just wanted to dance with Gio. Gio slowly walked out of the party venue, while supporting Lithia, who was wearing shoes with thinner heels than usual. As he couldn't afford to trip and fall, Gio focused on the road ahead instead of the person beside him, feeling sorry for her. Ah, what's the matter? Then he couldn't help but let out a gasp as he saw the familiar sight. Back then, when he was prohibited from participating in the party, he had also walked along that path with the spacious venue at his back. It's just like that time. I recalled the first time I met Lithia. I met Lithia after following this path. He could still remember it vividly. After being turned away at the door due to the dress code, Gio gave up and went home, but a girl had appeared in front of him. From a distance, she sparkled brightly akin to a chandelier. At that time, I took your hand and led you away. You were trying to show me the pond in the courtyard. You said that I would be able to see my reflection in it. Ah, I thought you had never seen your own reflection. Now that I think about it, I guess that was rude of me, forgive me. He dragged a girl away on their first meeting. That was really suspicious of him. No, it's okay. Although I was surprised, I've been happy since then. When you take my hand, I feel like I can go to a brighter place. Lithia. So please continue to take me wherever you go. Of course. Lithia looked up at Gio, while nuzzling her cheek against his shoulder. Staring back into her golden eyes, Gio nodded without missing a beat. But with those shoes, taking you anywhere is a bit dangerous. Please wait a moment. He released her, and then wrapped an arm around her back before placing the other under her knees. Putting strength in his waist, he lifted Lithia up with both of his arms. It was the so-called Princess Carrie. That day, Lithia wore white stilettos that matched her lace white dress. When they danced on the balcony, Gio recalled that she tripped once and concluded she was having trouble maintaining her balance. Therefore, he concluded that allowing her to continue walking at such a quick pace was too dangerous. In this case, I'll just take you with me like this. With this, even if Lithia has to return to the moon, I can go back with her. Gio, you are so. While laughing happily, Lithia circled her arms around Gio's neck. She embraced him tightly, and Gio renewed his determination not to let her be taken to the moon after all. Extra 9, a best friend's worries. The first letter, to Ted. My classes are difficult. However, all the textbooks are first class. If you take your time to read it, you realize they're actually quite fascinating. Also, the dormitory room is a single room. It's not a bad thing, but it's still lonely. Even though I am by myself, whenever I turn off the lights, I keep calling out to someone. There's no reply. It's lonely. Actually, no, I'd be scared if there was a reply. What should I do? For now, I decided to write this letter. From Gia. The second letter, to Ted. As expected of an aristocratic school, many unknown and strange things happen here. Did you know that attending a dance party is part of the grade? It's tomorrow, by the way. I don't have anything to wear to the party, so I'll just wear my uniform. These clothes are so high quality that I want to use them even after I graduate. It's a shame they're only for when you're a student. From Gia. The third letter, I saw Moon Fairy. The fourth letter, Ted, don't be surprised, but the Moon Fairy is actually human. How is that surprising? The live-in employees of the store woke up early in the morning. After getting up and completing his duties for the day, Ted opened the letter that had been addressed to him and was struck by the very short sentence. Ted was taken in when he was 10 years old and had been working at that store for 6 years. A few weeks had passed since his best friend, with whom he had shared the joys and sorrows of doing chores, studying, and working, left. As he initially promised, he wrote Ted regularly. That morning, Ted received the fourth letter. Well, at least he's a polite guy, so I'm sure he wouldn't say anything rude. At best, his friend, Gia Wales, was honest, and at worst, oblivious and insensitive. When it was decided that he'd enroll in the school for nobles who had a lot of pretense and prestige amidst the royal capital, he wondered about the sort of hardships would await Gio there. Something will definitely happen. He never minces his words. He'll say something he should never say to that noble lady. Considering that girl attended such an elite school, she must be prideful as heck. Hi. So far, based on what he saw in the letter, it seemed like Gio was safe. But just as Ted was thinking that, another envelope suddenly fell to the floor. Apparently, it had been stuck to the back of the envelope of the letter he just read. Let's see. Unlike in the aristocratic district, the postal situation in the downtown area was rather sloppy. Sometimes, another letter would arrive right after Ted sent his reply, while other times, there'd be a backlog. Apparently, the fifth letter arrived along with the fourth, to Ted. It's an emergency. Either the prince of this kingdom has bizarre sense of aesthetics, or something is off with his head or eyes. The girl I met the other day, whom I thought was a moon fairy, is named Lithia. However, apparently the prince has been calling her ugly over the past decade, even though she's so pretty and cute. He calls her a mean, ugly, white-haired witch with golden eyes. Yeah, I think he should see a doctor. But since he's a prince, no one can advise him, or is it too late already? When I was dancing with Lithia in the dance class, an upperclassman came to me and offered to switch place with me. He pitied me for having to deal with such an ugly witch. Well, he turned out to be the prince. Of course, I refused. For all I know, that guy might have been hallucinating. Even my light magic can't cure an illness that started 10 years ago. From G. C. I callied it. To think he actually entertained the thought. Everything sounds fine for even a moment. Things quickly became serious. What's wrong, Ted? It's Gio, isn't it? Did he confront a teacher? If he shaves his head, do you think they will forgive him? Hearing Ted scream, employees around his age abandoned their duties and gathered around him. They all knew Gio well and were worried that he might do something. Ted unfolded the fourth and fifth letters that had just arrived and showed them to everyone. Oh no. This is it. The faces of his friends paled as they finished reading one after the other. Even if that stupidly honest man who couldn't read between the lines didn't understand, Ted, his friends who weren't oblivious, and with many others did. The story of the prince and the noble lady was unfolding on the other side of that letter. They could already guess why the prince insisted on calling a girl as beautiful a moon fairy ugly for 10 years. It's popular gossip on the streets. The love story between the dishonest prince and the heroine. It's like when an adolescent brat says no, when he actually means yes. Regardless, rather than a noble, this is the prince we're talking about. Either way, the concept seemed foreign to Gio. That kind of thing happens in real life too. Hey, if any of you girls have a book like that, send it to Gio. Do you think that will get your point across? This is Gio we're talking about. You have to explain it clearly. Even if I explain it to him, I don't think Gio will pick up on what's happening and back off. After all, this is Gio. Each of them clutched their heads and mumbled in resignation. There was no way Gio would just be like, okay, got it, I won't be oblivious anymore. Wait, this isn't the time to give up. This isn't just some nobleman, but the prince. Gio approached the prince's crush and refused when asked to step down from being her dance partner. At this rate, he will. Yes, if it goes according to the narrative, he'll be erased. Every nuisance that got in the way of the prince's love was usually erased. Such was the so-called love theory. With the leads of the story being the prince and his lady, it would have been a happy ending, but for Ted and his friends, said nuisance was their precious friend. There was no way they could accept a happy ending where Gio was erased. Or rather, isn't Gio in love with this girl? Will he be okay? Compared to losing your life, what is a bit of heartbreak? There are many fish in the sea. Still, I feel bad for him. His love will be snatched away by a prince whom he thought utterly bizarre once he returns safely. Let's hold a consolation get-together with everyone. One of them was about to say that, anticipating Gio's not-so-bright future, but suddenly hesitated. Hold on, it doesn't seem like that girl accepted the prince's invitation to dance either, right? Well, it could be because Gio refused him first, but the letter stated that Gio declined to give his role as the girl's dance partner to the prince. However, there was no mention of the girl later withdrawing her acceptance, so it could be surmised that she also chose Gio over dancing with the prince. Perhaps this young lady, Lithia, is also fond of Gio. The others suddenly pondered over what that one person said. Well, I don't know, it's not exactly impossible, isn't it? Even if he's a prince, I can see why she would prefer a man who sincerely praises her over the man who speaks ill of her all the time. Of course, Ted was also biased because of his own self-interest. He was well aware that there were circumstances unique to royalty and aristocrats who valued their social status. Besides, by marrying the prince, she'd be set for life. But still, no one was on your side. You were in a hopelessly disadvantageous position, one where everyone conformed to social cues. Then all of a sudden, someone reached out to you without hesitation, shielding you behind his back. Surely, everyone would be able to see just how dependable that was. Although everyone was worried about Gio, they also trusted him a lot. Maybe you should tell him to confess before the prince does. Only someone oblivious to the atmosphere to death would be capable of that, someone like Gio. Gio is the worst when it comes to reading the mood. Anyway, they trusted him a lot, but for a completely different reason. That's right, if it's Gio, I'm sure he'll be able to do it. Do you remember how he told our boss that we were preparing for his surprise birthday party? Whenever a customer did a fitting and asked for his opinion, he would answer honestly, which is the opposite of what you should do. As a result, he became known as a trustworthy clerk. He also screwed up an impromptu magic show that our store set up by revealing the secret from the beginning. Do you trust him, or do you not trust him? Ted calmly confronted his friends as they voiced their deep trust in Gio one after another. When it came to Gio's obliviousness, they had no shortage of jokes. But I guess that's true if it's him. A few weeks ago, everyone threw a grand farewell party for Gio. Ted saw him off until the end as he departed for the academy. Even though he was about to set out for a completely unknown place, "It'll be okay, trust me." He said that without any hint of anxiety. Since Gio, who never lies, said that, I feel like he's going to be okay, even in situations where he definitely won't be okay. Certainly, Gio wouldn't care how much those around him admired the prince. It was either his way or the highway, the destroyer of atmosphere. He'd be fine even if he didn't know whether it'll turn out for better or worse. With the other party being a prince, he's probably prepared a lot. I can't imagine he's just going to badmouth her forever. Besides, it's been 10 years since then. A lot can be done in 10 years. It'll be fine. Gio can ruin even the most elaborate setup. What's the atmosphere like at the school? Regardless of the female students, if it's that easy to understand, there are probably a lot of male students who are rooting for the prince. Hey, that's Gio's specialty, right? There's no atmosphere the destroyer of atmosphere can't ruin. What will happen from now on? Will Gio's experiences of ruining atmospheres all these past years be enough? Wait, now that just sounds like a special move. Like I said, do you trust him or not? Either way, all Ted and his friends who were far away could do was believe. As long as Gio wouldn't compromise on his beliefs, then. I hope that girl, Lithia, is the type who likes heroes more than princes. Ahaha, Gio is a hero in a sense. I hope the girl Gio fell for is different from the average. That was what Ted and his friends prayed for while rereading the letter. They couldn't quite comprehend. Extra 10, racing into the night. The night before he met Lithia. The night he met Lithia. The night before their date. The night before their wedding. And tonight. A story about Gio's nights connected to beyond the night from Lithia's point of view. One of the earliest memories of his life was when he could do nothing except look up at the moonlit night skies as the temperature gradually dropped. Looking back on it now, that was probably the memory of the day he was bundled in cloth and abandoned in front of the orphanage when he was less than a year old. He didn't know how long he stayed like that, but he recalled being picked up by a pair of warm arms before the cold became too much to bear. The relief he felt at the time was immense, hence why he loved the night. For Gio, the night was a quiet and mesmerizing solace. Section: the night of his first dance party after transferring to an academy where royalty and aristocrats enrolled. Unfortunately, he couldn't participate due to his attire, but something happened that completely blew away such a trivial matter. I never expected to meet a moon fairy. Just a few moments ago, as he walked down the street from the venue to the dormitory, he came across a girl who appeared as if she had descended straight from heaven. He did hear that it was an academy where those from all over the world gathered. Who would have guessed that those from above the clouds were also included? However, the girl said that she wasn't a fairy. Perhaps there was a rule somewhere that said fairies shouldn't arbitrarily reveal their true identities. Either that, or she was a goddess instead of a fairy. Gio was certain that she was some kind of entity that reigned over the moon. After all, seeing how dazzling she was, he couldn't believe that they were from the same planet. Her sophisticated, weightless movements, if she had claimed to have invisible wings, he would have believed her. She was an enchanting beauty. Is she still not used to talking to humans? Her eyes widened at Gio's words, and she hurriedly introduced herself as a student of the academy. Then, her lips weaved the syllables of her name. Lithia. Not just her appearance and movements, she was beautiful, right down to her voice and her name. Therefore, she had to be a fairy. He was told by Lithia that in order to prove that she was a human and not a fairy, she would come to the courtyard tomorrow at noon while wearing her uniform. He prayed that she wouldn't push herself too hard. Tomorrow, I'll go to the courtyard at noon and wait until the moon rises at night. Gio fell asleep, lying on his bed, envisioning that girl. At that time, he didn't know that tomorrow, the moon fairy would reveal a shocking fact, and that he would be even more surprised. Section: is this how it feels like to be unable to sleep no matter how much you try? What time is it now? A good deal of time had passed since he had laid down on his bed. Gio suddenly opened his eyes, numb to the drowsiness that never seemed to come. This is weird. I can't sleep. He was planning to go to bed early in preparation for tomorrow's date with Lithia, but he couldn't sleep a wink. Yes, a date. We're going on a date. The two agreed to meet up on their day off to visit clothing stores and cafes. With Lithia, who was as gorgeous and dreamy as a moon fairy. A date was when a man and a woman who were close to each other decide on a date, time, place, and schedule to meet. So, it was definitely a date. It was his first time meeting Lithia outside of the academy. Outside of the academy, they would probably be wearing casual attire instead of uniforms. He had seen her dress for evening parties and practice wear for dance classes, but he had never seen her casual attire for walking around town. I'm looking forward to it. Even so, he couldn't sleep. Why? He didn't know if it was something to be proud about, but he had never had any trouble sleeping or waking up before. When it was time to sleep, he would sleep, and when it was time to wake up, he would wake up. Back when he still lived in the merchant's house downtown, his roommate and best friend would say, even his body's internal clock doesn't lie. In fact, he also provided wake-up calls for everyone in emergencies. More than once, he had helped his best friend, who tended to oversleep, from being late. Even as he looked back on those old memories, he still couldn't seem to sleep at all. What do I do? I've never had this happen before, so I don't know what to do. How troublesome. As he couldn't risk being late on tomorrow's date, it seemed that he would end up going while being sleep-deprived. There was no way he could afford to doze off in front of Lithia when she was wearing a casual attire. Is there no way for me to fall asleep? He was halfway through thinking about that when he suddenly realized. Merely thinking about that was keeping him awake. Therefore, when he actually saw the real thing tomorrow, he was sure that all traces of sleep would disappear from his eyes. He probably wouldn't even blink. There was absolutely no way he would fall asleep. In that case, whether he slept now or not didn't matter. Jia stroked his chest in relief and decided to lie in bed without worrying about sleep. He couldn't sleep, and the dawn was still far away. Yet when he thought of Lithia, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, so it didn't matter at all. Section. Gio, pardon the sudden intrusion. I know it's late at night, but I have something to talk about. Would you mind? Not at all, father-in-law. That night, Gia wasn't in his usual room in the dormitory. Instead, he was at the drawing room of the Album family, Lithia's parents' home. Due to the various preparations for the sudden decision, Gia had lately been staying there more often than in the dormitory. Tomorrow in particular was the day that could be called the culmination of everything, and Gio had been restless ever since. Meanwhile, Wolf Album, the head of the Album family and Lithia's father, came to visit with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses in hand. I want to talk to you before tomorrow. Are you a hard drinker? I don't think I'm particularly strong, but my friends said that there's no change in my behavior whether I'm drunk or not. Haha, that's right. You are able to say anything honestly, without the help of alcohol. I guess he really wanted to talk. Wolf didn't seem to have brought a maid with him. Gio took the wine bottle and glasses from Wolf and arranged them on the table in the center of the room. Gio, let me get straight to the point. Do you think Lithia is cute? Sitting on the sofa in front of the table, the head of the house lowered his eyes and asked as he urged Gio to sit across from him. The question was out of nowhere, but for Gio, the answer was always there. She's so cute, dazzling, and beautiful, so much so that the word cute fails to describe her. She's a beautiful person inside out. Haha, that's an immediate answer, which is a relief. Wolf Album laughed profoundly as he drank the wine that Gio poured. His face didn't look like that of the head of a noble family, but rather that of a father who cared for his precious daughter. Indeed, my daughter is cute. She's so cute that it's blinding. I want her to be happy and not be hurt anymore. No matter what the reason, I won't forgive any man who hurt my daughter. Father-in-law. Previously, Lithia said that in the letters she sent to her parents, she never mentioned being harassed by the prince nor the other students at the academy. She didn't want to give them unnecessary worry. However, based on the situation, her parents were apparently already aware. They knew, yet there was nothing they could do. They must have been terribly frustrated. I received a letter from Lithia some time ago. She said that she wore the dress I gave her as a birthday present when she went out with a friend. I haven't thanked you for that. Gio was confused by the sudden change in topic, but Lithia's father went on. Up until now, she has never failed to send me thank you letters for my gifts. Yet, that was the first time I had received a letter where I could sense her happiness from actually wearing the present. As Gio was about to pour wine into the empty glass, he gently stopped Gio before quietly asking him, I'm guessing that the friend in question was you. Although it was in the form of a question, the way he said it seemed like he already knew the answer. When Gio nodded, Wolf Album smiled gently and said, Then there's nothing to worry about. I swear to the spirit of light that I won't lie. I'll absolutely make her happy. Tomorrow, Gio was to get married. With his first love, the girl who looked so cute in that blue dress, his words failed him. Section. Gio, are you awake? I am. I told you I wouldn't sleep until you fell asleep, right? In the bedroom of a mansion in the territory of Baron Selvi, a land rich in nature far from the royal capital. Sleepily, he stroked Lithia's hair. Then, as a question fell from his dear wife's lips, he readily answered. I'm sorry for being selfish, Gio must be sleepy as well. It's nothing to be worried about, you aren't selfish or anything. Lithia said that she wanted to stay up longer into the night, because it would be a waste to fall asleep early while spending time with Gio. Gio was very happy with that sentiment. However, he didn't want Lithia to push herself. Neglecting sleep for too long would take a toll on her body. So, as a compromise, she wouldn't force herself to stay up. In exchange, Gio would be awake whenever Lithia was awake. Even if today ends, there will still be tomorrow and the day after. We'll always be together. There's no rush, I promise. You better promise me, if you lie. Her eyelids fluttered shut, and Lithia's words were cut off. She had finally fallen asleep. I won't lie, I swear to you and the spirit of light. Gio gently caressed his cute wife's cheek and whispered in a low voice so as not to wake her. Story completed.